Chapter 1373. Unlock the Spatial Lock. Chapter 1373. Unlock the Spatial Lock. Inside the sealed cave, the old woman looked very thrilled. She walked to the cave entrance and contemplated. A powerful energy fluctuation rose, which combined a lot of different power Upanishads. Lightning, mist, wind, ice, and flame created many layers of barriers that covered the cave entrance like spider webs. Serene focused and found that 13 strange formations had reinforced the cave entrance. Those barriers were invisible, so only the soul consciousness could see them. The sharp auras came from those barriers. Serene had no doubt that even if Evelyn's, Adam's, and Misha came here together, those barriers would be enough to kill them at their spots. No, it's not true. Serene discolored. He looked frightened as he said, "Absolutely. You don't have only first sky of a mortal realm." The energy hiding in those barriers was extremely terrifying, let alone first sky of a mortal realm experts. Even second sky of a mortal realm experts didn't have a big chance to survive. The power this old woman had performed was beyond the realm she had exposed. Evidently, she had concealed her real cultivation base. Audrey's face was cold, but she was actually anxious. Discreetly, she urged the god power. If the situation didn't go right, she was going to take action shortly. "Don't." Shurian's soul quivered. He hurried to comfort her with a forced smile. If she wanted to kill you, it would take just a flick of her mind. Even if you use all of your power, you won't even touch her. The old woman laughed and gave Yen an appraising look. "Kid, you have keen eyes. Don't worry. I mean no harm. As long as you can open this spatial lock, I will give you other gifts beside the 7 fantasy boundary stones. I'm sure they will delight you." Then, she turned to Audrey and frowned. "Your soul power Upanishad is similar to the Soul Clan. Are you related to them somehow?" While talking, her eyes changed dangerously. "Soul Clan." Audrey shook her head. "I'm a member of Imperial Dark Tribe. My power Upanishad is related to the soul, but I have nothing related to the Soul Clan." "Good." She nodded and then snorted. "I hate every single member of the Soul Clan." Then a light glowed in her palm. 3 round pellets were conjured. They were crystal-like and sparkling with abundant energy that fluctuated. She handed them to Yen and said, "These are the congealing divine pellets of the mysterious Sky Clan. There is as much god power in each of these as a third sky of incipient god realm expert's body. You can absorb the energy from the pellets rapidly to recover. You should use them to unlock the spatial lock. Whether you succeed or fail, they are yours. I won't blame you if you use them all." Yen looked shocked. "They are good stuff indeed." The pellets that could recover the god power instantly were rare. While fighting, when a person's god power was insufficient, just swallowing one piece would give that person full power again. It was greatly convenient indeed. Absorbing and congealing energy from the divine crystal was a slow process, and it took a lot of time to recover the warrior's energy. It could never be compared to this sort of pellet. "Who are you?" Audrey was keenly looking at the old woman. The pellets that can give instant recover are priceless. Moreover, they are from the mysterious Sky Clan, one of the 7 great clans. You don't mind giving him 3 pellets just to break that lock. Your generosity startles me." Hearing her, Yen was startled. He knew that this old woman should hold a high position and her identity wasn't ordinary. At your realm and personal competencies, you should have gone to bigger and better trading zones. You could have found warriors with stronger space power Upanishad. Why would you choose this zone? Yen couldn't understand. "You two juniors have a lot of questions," the old woman frowned, her face cold. "Stop asking irrelevant questions. Take the congealing divine pellets. You should unlock that spatial lock for me now. This cave is sealed. No one can barge in. Don't worry. Just do it as best as you can." Then, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. Apparently, she didn't want to continue the topic. Yen got a good sense, and he shrugged. "Understood." He turned to Audrey and asked her to protect him. He didn't know her real identity, but he was sure that the old woman took this lock very seriously. Thus, before it opened, she was going to try her best to help him. Yin got this clue from the 3 divine pellets she handed him. Taking a deep breath, he pulled himself together and looked at the spatial lock, one hand holding 3 congealing divine pellets. After a while, he grinned and swallowed one of the congealing divine pellet. A current of heat dispersed into countless flows and scattered to the veins in his entire body. The thick god power was triggered. Instantly, the energy in his entire body was brimming. He had a feeling that if he didn't vent it out, he would explode. So much energy, he couldn't help but shout, his voice thundering and shaking the cave. The old woman opened her eyes and looked at him. She snorted and then pouted her lips. "Kid, you're very careful. You thought that I would use the poisonous pellets to deceive you, and it would burst you when you used one of those pellets to refill the god power. Yeah, it seems like you didn't waste your years of cultivation. You know how to stay alert." As she said this, Yin, taking a pellet before taking action, showed his caution. When his power was full, and he took the pellet, even if it hid some problem, he would still have the power to counter. Also, if the pellet made something go wrong and he couldn't do anything, that old woman was going to protect his life if the lock wasn't opened yet. While being in foreign lands, he had to always be cautious. It wasn't a bad thing to do anyway. When he realized that there was no problem with the congealing divine pellet as it made his god power surge torrentially, he smiled and condensed his god power. Instantly, the peculiar energy fluctuation of space power came from his body and rippled like waves that filled the entire cave. After the pure energy from the congealing divine pellet and the power his body had blended completely, his energy had rocketed to an amazing height. Audrey was very surprised. Now, she finally knew how strong Yin was. She sighed as she recognized the difference between them. Electrical beams flashed in the old woman's eyes. Her line of sight didn't switch from Yin. She nodded discreetly, her hope getting bigger. Yin's aura and energy surpassed ordinary first sky of immortal realm experts. At this moment, he could be compared to many outstanding warriors at this realm. Although it was because of the congealing divine pellet, Yin's competence was really amazing as he could reach such a height. Good, very good. He's more excellent than some kids in my clan. Amazing. Where does this kid come from? He doesn't look like someone of the 7 great clans. Well, he's strange. Looking at Yin, she contemplated and became more surprised and skeptical. At this moment, Yin had to use his soul consciousness to cover the aura of the dark energy. He was using his normal power to get into the spatial lock. As soon as Yin got into the spatial lock, he opened his eyes to an immense sky. That sky had so many holes, and each hole was filled with strange spatial formations. He needed to use his god power with space energy and his understanding of space power Upanishad to slowly solve them. After he could finish all the formations here, he could unlock the spatial lock. That's how he could open this locked world. His soul consciousness condensed the god power and moved like different rivers pouring into different holes in the sky. They moved around many spatial formations at the same time, while Yin was using his attainment in space power Upanishad for many years to understand the features of those mysterious and complex formations. Many of those formations had mixed with the space nodes, and some even looked like a mess of yarn balls created by unnatural, scattered lines. He had to solve, pull, and fix the lines little by little. It was like a bundle of fishing lines integrating and twisting with each other. He had to slowly take them out one by one. Hundreds of spatial formations were hundreds of complicated riddles. At the same time, they were connected to each other. If he wanted to solve them, he had to do it at the same time. Otherwise, they would resonate with each other and create more problems. While solving the formations, Yin's god power was being rapidly consumed. With the space power Upanishad as the source of knowledge, he sank into many spatial formations inside the lock. To do many tasks at the same time, it looked like Yin had created many clones that worked in different formations. Yin knew some of those formations, so it was easy to deal with them. Some other formations existed in Bello's memory, so he could solve them too. However, there were so many formations that he had never seen before. They were mysterious and complicated. While solving them, his understanding of space power Upanishad also widened. Once he solved a new formation, his understanding of space power Upanishad reached a new height. The process of breaking the spatial lock was also a test to his understanding of space power Upanishad. It was his new comprehension, too. He had a premonition that this chance to open the spatial lock was an intensive lesson for him to study space power Upanishad. Those mysterious, unknown formations had opened a new, big door for him to immerse deeper in space power Upanishad. It took him to the world of power Upanishads. Now, his comprehension of space power Upanishad had reached a new height. Not only did his god power condense, but he also has the competence to challenge higher realm warriors. His capacity to understand the power isn't ordinary, though. This boy keeps surprising me more and more. The old woman who looked harsh and ugly suddenly opened her eyes to study Yen. She was very astounded. Only the outstanding warriors from the 7 great clans can do that. He's not one of them, obviously. Why is he so strange? Strange. It's really strange. While thinking, she was moved. She looked at Audrey in pride. Which territory did you guys come from? Desolate territory, answered Audrey. Desolate territory. The old woman screamed in panic. It was the first time she changed her visage. Her senile body was shaken hard. Chapter 1374. Chapter 1374. The Life Soul Tree and the Upanishad Original Seal. _ Desolate territory is the territory created by Desolate, the absolute beginning creature. It was lost for so many years. Are you really from Desolate territory? The old woman was stern when she looked at Audrey. She sounded as if she was scared. Why are you here? Inside the cave, Yen held his breath and concentrated on condensing his god power. He gathered his spirit, chi, and soul into one beam and sent it to the spatial lock. He was using his magnificent will to break the marvelous spatial lock. We got lost. We came here accidentally. We don't know why we're here too. Also, we don't know the way home. Audrey answered. She didn't expect to see the strange reaction from the old woman. Pausing for a while, she turned to the old woman and asked with surprise, "You look astounded when you hear about Desolate territory. My friends from the Heavenly Eye clan said that Desolate territory is isolated and remote. The language from that place is rare too. According to him, Desolate territory is very normal and weak compared to other territories. Why did you have a big reaction like that?" She pouted and said with disdain, "Heavenly Eye clan? This sort of bottom clan has no knowledge. Besides the experts of the 7 great clans, not many people know about Desolate territory. You don't know how you came here, and you don't know how to go back? It's really..." She took a deep breath, her face stern. For many years, the members of the 7 great clans have not given up searching for Desolate territory with Power Upanishad Original Seal. The Soul Clan and the Devouring Clan are the most active in this operation. It's because only the 7 great clans knew how important Desolate territory is. Audrey was surprised. How important is it? She looked at Audrey, her eyes containing something deep. Desolate is one of the strongest absolute beginning creatures. In this vast universe, you can count the number of the absolute beginning creatures that still exist with your fingers. Most of them are dormant, but no one has the guts to provoke them. Desolate used to have a fierce reputation. The 7 great clans know that it's damaged severely and its body is divided now. They know that Desolate is in its weakest condition. Pausing for a while, she arranged her thoughts and spoke distantly. You know how important the wounded Desolate is to the territory ancestor level experts? If they can refine Desolate, the power of the territory ancestor level experts will increase massively. The expert at 3rd sky of a mortal realm could get the dark energy to reach the territory ancestor level once they refine Desolate successfully. I heard that Desolate used to be super powerful. It was the rarest supreme existence among the other absolute beginning creatures. It has at least 2 absolute beginning divine weapons. When they refine Desolate, they can take their divine weapons too. It's a great, irresistible enticement to any expert of the 7 great clans. Two absolute beginning divine weapons. Audrey was stunned. One is called the Life Soul Tree, and the other is the Upanishad original seal. They are magical objects evolved from divine weapons. The Life Soul Tree is very marvelous and unpredictable. It can derive new species from the tree with the deepest mystical abilities of the earth and heaven, which are the soul and life. The Upanishad original seal has countless power Upanishads in it. The one who can fuse that can comprehend the mysteries of so many power Upanishads. The Life Soul Tree is a giant ancient tree, and the Upanishad original seal is like a sea with strange power Upanishads. As you're from a race living in desolate territory, your race should be a new species that desolate derived from the life structure of the Soul Clan and created using the Life Soul Tree and its supernatural power. Thus, your physique is similar to the Soul Clan's. I think that the warriors in your desolate territory have mastered powers Upanishads like lightning, wind, ice, flame, and more. Those power Upanishads come from the Upanishad original seal. The old woman squinted. She had Audrey for a while, and then slowly explained. Audrey was a little astounded. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise as she was immersed in her thoughts. Audrey believed everything that the old woman told her. Lately, she had visited Desolate when it opened. In the center of the holy mountain in the middle of Desolate, she saw a massive tree rooted into the earth. It was a very spectacular ancient tree, which had produced the Genesis fruit. That ancient tree was like Desolate's veins with magical, mysterious, vital functions. At that time, beholding the ancient tree had given her an extreme impression, and today she knew that it was called the Life Soul Tree, and it was a divine weapon from the absolute beginning era. The tree could create new races, and Imperial Dark Tribe was created using the Soul Clan, one of the 7 great clans, as the model. She also knew about the Upanishad original seal, as she was the master of the heaven flames, and she had fused with God-blessed mainland. She could enter the fountainhead of power Upanishads freely, which was another divine weapon that the old woman had mentioned, the Upanishad original seal. The fountainhead of power Upanishads stayed right on Desolate. It was the source of all the power Upanishads and their principles. As it had fused with Desolate's soul, it had brought her and billions of creatures in desolate territory many power Upanishads to choose and learn. Desolate territory had many powers Upanishads, so the warriors there had more options. Today, through this old woman, it was the first time she learned more deep information about Desolate. Singh of the Soul Clan is a top warrior. He has refined a soul of an expert from desolate territory to be his brutal soul. He tortured that soul to find the entrance to desolate territory. Singh is at the peak of a mortal realm. He has an exquisite cultivation base too. He has a good grasp of information about Desolate. If he can get into desolate territory and refine Desolate to get 2 divine weapons, he can break through to the territory ancestor level and become one of the top existing experts of the Soul Clan. The old woman pouted her lips and snorted. Too bad for him. That brutal soul is strange. His soul seal merged with his memories. Once his memories are gone because of the soul extracting method, his soul will explode to death. Singh can't force that soul to give information about the location of desolate territory's entrance without hurting it, but the territory ancestor level expert in his clan can. However, Singh doesn't want to share Desolate's marvel with anybody else, so he has concealed it. He wants to enjoy all things harvested from Desolate. What's the name of the soul that Singh has used to create his own brutal soul? Audrey asked hastily. Ming Hong something? He doesn't have a body anymore. He is just a soul form. While we fought against Singh, he had released brutal souls to attack us. Although Ming Hong couldn't act freely, he still has his consciousness. He disclosed the secrets to us with the hope that we could save him. Unfortunately, the old woman sighed, her face dispirited when she looking at the spatial lock. It seemed like the lock was keeping something very important to her, which made her worried a lot. That Ming Hong is a precursor of my tribe, said Audrey all of a sudden. The old woman was bewildered. Then she smiled oddly. Oh well, you don't know the way home. Ming Hong knows, but he won't open his mouth. Yeah, I have advice for you. No matter what, do not use Desolate Territories language to communicate anymore. Otherwise, when the Soul Clan finds you guys, this cute little couple will perish. Audrey's face reddened, but she didn't explain anything. Madam, if you fight against Singh, could you kill him? Kill him? The old woman shook her head bitterly. Because we lost, we have to hide. We're afraid of the Soul Clan. I don't know Dragon Lizard's opinion about this. However, I know that he has a good relationship with Singh. As we are in his Dragon Lizard star, we must be very careful. Audrey could confirm that this old woman wasn't an ordinary expert. She said that only members of the 7 great clans know about Desolate's marvel. She knew it too. Also, as she used to attack Singh, she was definitely a member of the 7 great clans. Because of her defeat and something else, she had to conceal her identity. While they were talking, Shi Yin sat still. The energy from him had all been sent to the spatial lock. Now, the spatial lock emitted magnificent halos and illuminated the entire cave. The old woman cheerfully looked at the Upanishad original seal with great hope and mumbled, "Excellent, kid. Really powerful. It seems like the old man can escape this time." The old man? Your partner is confined inside the lock? Asked Audrey. The old woman gave a forced smile and admitted, "We joined hands to attack Singh. To wound Singh, he was fatally injured. The spatial lock has a magical effect. If you stay inside the lock, your broken soul power won't scatter. The space inside the lock will reserve it. When he can stabilize his situation, he can gather his broken but not dispersed energy to recover quickly." She sighed and continued, "But when I used the lock to protect him, Singh attacked me. The key was smashed. My man is trapped inside the lock. I think he must have recovered already, but he can't break the confining space to get out. If the space inside the lock is broken, he will perish too. We can slowly open this lock from the outside. But I don't cultivate space power Upanishad, so..." Audrey understood it now. If her partner hadn't been locked, she wouldn't have taken risks to come to Dragon Lizard Star. Dragon Lizard and Singh had a good relationship, so Singh could be in Dragon Lizard Star to join the celebration. Thus, she had to disguise herself and go to the third-class zones by using the fantasy boundary stones to attract the warriors with space power Upanishad. She hoped that someone could unlock the spatial lock to let her partner out. It was the reason why she had to take Shi Yin inside the cave and create more than 10 layers of barriers. She was also very generous to give Shi Yin the congealing divine pellet to help him open the lock. Apparently, she wasn't an ordinary expert. Her realm was profound, and she was obviously rich as she had promised him a big payment. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this moment, the spatial lock made cracking sounds, and the fine space patterns on the lock's surface slowly exploded. Abruptly, the strong light beams bloomed. A magical space door slowly materialized. A tall figure walked out of the door. As soon as he emerged from the cave, he yelled, "Yun, what the heck are you playing? Why did it take you such a long time to release me?" "Oh, sh*t. That mother of asterisk cursing didn't kill me, but you almost choked me to death." He was a slender man with high spirits and a shining bald head. He was gorgeously dressed in brocade robes with many seal characters and ancient marks. After yelling, he looked at the old woman and screamed, "How come you've turned into this?" The old woman sighed. Her body shook, and she turned into an elegant woman around 40 years old. She still looked graceful, indeed. As the old man was yelling, she was a little embarrassed. Singh smashed the key of this spatial lock. I found a boy cultivating space power Upanishad to unlock it for you." Chapter 1375, Boldness of Vision. Chapter 1375, Boldness of Vision, _. When the old man and woman showed their real shapes, they didn't look different from human beings. They were different from the aliens with peculiar shapes in the trading zone. Audrey had soon guessed that the old woman had disguised herself. Thus, when she saw her in the appearance of a tender and graceful woman, she wasn't really surprised. While Shi Yin was breaking the spatial lock, His co-soul had discreetly listened to their conversation. He understood the truth, so he wasn't startled. "You're useless, woman. You made me locked there for a long time." The old man rolled his eyes and then turned to observe Shi. He was surprised as he spoke. This little boy is a just incipient realm, but he can unlock the spatial lock. The woman he called Yun was smiling. "They're from desolate territory. This kid doesn't have a profound realm, but his competence isn't bad. He just used one congealing divine pellet to open the lock." Pausing for a while, she turned to Shi, smiling. "How do you feel? That spatial lock has so many marvelous formations with hidden mysteries of space power Upanishad. As you opened it, I suppose it was a great help to your realm?" Shi bowed and greeted him. "With the mysterious power Upanishad knowledge inside the lock, it's enough for the payment this time. Moreover, I got a big harvest already with the remaining congealing divine pellet." Half of the hundreds of marvelous formations inside the spatial lock were something he had never seen before. His unlocking process was some sort of new cognition to this power Upanishad. He felt really good as he knew that his space power Upanishad had increased greatly. Thus, he thought that he was the one with the biggest benefit, and it wasn't good to ask for fantasy boundary stones. "If I say I won't mistreat you, I definitely won't. People of our mysterious sky clan always keep our words." Yun snorted and snapped her fingers. 7 fantasy boundary stones flew towards Shi. Shi was perplexed for a while. He smiled, "Thank you." He rose his hand to grab the fantasy boundary stones. They disappeared into his incipient extent. He had stashed them in a special slot. "If you want to use the fantasy boundary stones, you need to refine them once to imprint your soul seal into the stones. That's how you can control them," explained to Yun. When she and Shi were talking, the old man didn't say anything as he eyed Shi. Suddenly, he flashed and grabbed Shi's hand quickly. An extremely hot water current inundated Shi's body. Shi discolored. He immediately urged his power to prepare to counterattack. Then, he found that the hot stream wasn't harming him. It seemed to survey his body. He just frowned and did nothing. "Hey, old man, what did you find?" asked Yun. The old man let off Shi's hand. His eyes became complicated and showed a combination of inexplicable and even fearful feelings. After a while, he gave a forced smile. "You silly woman. You don't know how profound this kid's life form has reached. He's not weaker than us. Perhaps he's one level higher than us, though." Yun was frightened. How could it be? Nothing is impossible. The old man took a deep breath. Then, he turned to Shi and introduced himself seriously. "I am Tu Shi. She's my old wife, Yun. We're from the mysterious Sky Clan. We have the same realm, which is third sky of Immortal Realm. Nice to meet you. Yeah, also, if you're interested on behalf of the mysterious Sky Clan, I can invite you to become our non-native officer of our clan. You will receive the benefits we have for our non-native officers." "Hey, old man, are you crazy? The non-native officer position in our clan isn't something he can be in charge of. No incipient God Realm expert is qualified to do that. If the seniors know you've made such an offer, they will think you have a mental problem. They absolutely won't approve that," cried Yun. In their mysterious Sky Clan, a non-native officer was a noble, high rank that only the super alien experts could hold. Each of the non-native officers of the mysterious Sky Clan had a special token to show their special identity. When they moved around the sea domain of Nihility or the other territories, they could receive exclusive treatments. All members of the mysterious Sky Clan considered them as distinguished guests. They received strange and rare cultivating materials periodically. They were able to learn and search many secret techniques and documents that only high-ranked members of the mysterious Sky Clan could learn. In the vast sea of stars, many experts at second or even third sky of Immortal Realm and the chiefs of the third-class or second-class clans weren't qualified to become non-native officers of the mysterious Sky Clan. Although Tu Shi had the authority to invite someone to be the non-native officer, he still needed permission from his seniors. If he acted rashly, His superiors would think that he shouldn't be in charge of such important roles. Thus, Yin was perplexed. She didn't know why her husband suddenly gave such an official offer to a boy at the incipient god realm. I'm not crazy. I'm placid and extremely lucid. I know what I'm doing. Tu Shirchi snorted and then talked honestly. As long as you nod your head, I'm sure you can break through to the immortal realm quickly. Although our clan doesn't have many immortal pellets left, I'm sure I can give you 2. Except for the immortal realm, I can give you 20 congealing divine pellets, girls and lands in our star area. We can even give you a piece of land in the sea domain of nihility. You're crazy. You must be crazy. How many immortal pellets does our clan have? They are to prepare our later generations in the clan. Do you think you can ask them for it? Yelled Yun. Audrey was also surprised. These 2 were from the mysterious Sky Clan, one of the 7 strongest clans in this vast universe. Also, they were at 3rd sky of Immortal Realm. With their identities and competencies, why did that old man suddenly act strangely and offer Yin such nice things? She couldn't make head or tail of it. Yin was baffled. He asked bewilderedly, "Precursor, is there anything you misunderstood?" Misunderstood? The old man laughed oddly, his eyes bright. This is an expert predestined to reach the territory ancestor level in the future. Is he worth our special treatments? Predestined to reach the territory ancestor level? Yin screamed ear-piercingly. And you said that you're not crazy. In this immense sea of stars, in countless territories, we can count the territory ancestor level experts with our fingers. You and I are at 3rd sky of Immortal Realm, but we don't know how far we need to go to reach that realm. Perhaps we will never be able to do that. What qualities does he have? Dragon Lizard has been stuck in his peak of Immortal Realm for how many thousands of years? He doesn't have a chance to break through. This boy is predestined to enter the territory ancestor level. If he learned and controlled dark energy, Dragon Lizard should have broken through already. The toughest challenge to enter the territory ancestor level is to control dark energy. Tu Shirchi wore a stern face as he shouted in a low-pitched voice. He has dark energy. Listening to him, Yin shut her mouth. Her face was fearful when she looked at Yin. Tu Shirchi opened his mouth wide and laughed. This young fella is tender. He hasn't reached his maximum potential yet. Otherwise, I couldn't have found him. Your life form is already marvelous. And you know, dark energy. As long as you could master combining complicated power Upanishads, an immortal pellet is enough to help you advance one step. Precursor, you have keen eyes, Yin was convinced. What he admired were Tu Shirchi's keen vision and imposing manner. As soon as he found Yin's mysterious features, he didn't hesitate to offer many excellent benefits like the non-native officer position, 2 immortal pellets, dozens of congealing divine pellets, beautiful ladies, and their lands in the sea domain of nihility. This old man was fiercely resolute indeed. How could it be? How come? He's an incipient god realm. How could he learn the dark energy? It's unfair. Yin muttered. She trusted her husband. Now, she finally knew why Tu Shirchi suddenly acted so crazily. A non-native officer who was predestined to enter the territory ancestor level was enough for her clan to pay such a big price. She immediately recognized her husband's boldness. What do you think? Tu Shirchi eyed Yin. Right now, I can't accept anything. Give me time to think about it. Anyway, I'm sure I can agree with you one thing. If I want to choose any side among the 7 great clans, I will definitely choose the mysterious Sky Clan. Yin looked pensive for a while and then answered. He was afraid that if he didn't give them a satisfying answer, Tu Shirchi would cruelly destroy him and Audrey. He could do that to prevent Yin from turning to the opposite side against the mysterious Sky Clan when he got stronger. If that happened, what they got wouldn't make up for what they'd lost. You're cautious enough, but we're not the sort of people you think we are. No matter what, you saved me. Even if you don't accept my proposal, I won't harm you. Tu Shirchi laughed and patted Yin's shoulder. You're a marvelous kid. I know it's really good for a mysterious Sky Clan to be friends with you. Anyway, the Soul Clan likes extreme deeds, but not us. It's our reputation. You'll get it later. Yin smiled and didn't say more. Yun, what did you plan to pay him? Tu Chi turned around and asked. A set of armor our clan fabricated. No need, he shook his head. The rigid body of this kid is beyond your imagination. The armor can't help him much. Oh, right. They're new here, so they don't know the sea domain of nihility yet. So, a bunch of silver beams bloomed from his sleeve. A brilliant compass emerged. He gave the compass to Yin and said, It's our clan's heavenly fantasy star compass. It's a great compass to use in the sea domain of nihility with many landmarks. With this item, you will know which way to go, which places to avoid, and which forces the territories belong. Old man, you're too generous this time. This heavenly fantasy star compass isn't easy to produce. There are not many people who could keep it in our clan, said Yin. When she looked at her partner, she admired him more. The resolute boldness of this old man always made her admire him. This kind of attractiveness wasn't related to age, and it was never going to fade. After receiving the heavenly fantasy star compass, Yin's soul consciousness moved. His eyes sparkled beautifully. When his soul consciousness came inside the compass, he felt like he had just entered a miniature universe where he found many regions in the sea domain of nihility with detailed remarks about the special or dangerous features in the area. This star map was so lively and extremely exquisite. This was the best tool for him, and it was also the top treasure that the other clans had yearned for. /novel full. Calm, precursor, your bold visions and imposing manner impresses me. Yin held the heavenly fantasy star compass and said sincerely. His first impression about the mysterious Sky Clan was strangely good because of the married couple Tu Chi and Yun. Chapter 1376, Reflected Glory. 1376, Reflected Glory. Underscore. The fantasy boundary stones, the congealing divine pellets, and the heavenly fantasy star compass were very extraordinary. A warrior cultivating space power Upanishad, like him, could create a small world to imprison his enemies after refining the fantasy boundary stone. He could even detonate it to kill or wound his enemies. The fantasy boundary stones were really useful. If he used it smoothly, he could even kill the immortal realm expert. The congealing divine pellets could restore his power instantly. He just needed to swallow one pellet to get abundant god energy. It was also an excellent tool in fighting. Of course, the most precious item was the heavenly fantasy star compass that the mysterious Sky Clan had produced. The group of stars in the compass represented the vast galaxies in the real world. With this compass, he finally knew which direction to go. He wasn't going to get lost anymore. Moreover, the heavenly fantasy star compass had detailed remarks and descriptions of each of the special areas. For example, the heavenly fantasy star compass had a paragraph written in the popular language to describe his current location, Dragon Lizard Clan's territory. This clan is a second-class race. Leader Dragon Lizard is the second generation of Lizard, the absolute beginning creature at the peak of Immortal Realm. He just needs to understand dark energy to break through to the territory ancestor level. Dragon Lizard has a good relationship with Sing of the Soul Clan, but the real situation was unknown. The mysterious Sky Clan had similar descriptions for every area. When Yin and Audrey traveled in the sea domain of nihility, they could know the general situation of others and the features of special areas to dodge dangers. With this compass, they could find safe routes. The value of these exclusive records of the mysterious Sky Clan couldn't be measured. To create a good relationship with Yin, Tu Chi had gifted him the heavenly fantasy star compass. Yin admired his boldness and wisdom a lot. Thus, his impression of the mysterious Sky Clan was extraordinarily good. Precursors, there's something we hope you could pay attention to. Audrey arched her brows. As the situation was right, she tried to talk to them. The brutal soul called Ming Hong that Sing has refined is a precursor for my tribe. He knows the entrance to our desolate territory. If you can kill Sing, then she turned to look at Yin because she understood that Yin's words were heavier than hers. Yin was startled, but he reacted timely. He said sternly, What my wife is talking about is also what I want to say. Ming Hong is an expert from desolate territory. He knows the entrance to the territory, and we're lost. We don't know how to get back there. Through Ming Hong, perhaps we can find the way home. Yi Yun had considered Audrey and Sure Yin a married couple right from the beginning. If he didn't clarify his relationship with Audrey, these two old people weren't going to take Audrey's words seriously. Audrey had only first sky of incipient god realm, and she didn't have dark energy. To the mysterious Sky Clan, Audrey wasn't special, and she couldn't draw their attention. As long as he associated Audrey with him, they would notice Audrey. Audrey was a smart woman. She knew that Sure Yin called her his wife just to make her earn respect from others. However, she had never been treated like that. For the time being, she felt anxious and annoyed, but her face was still calm and natural. She didn't clarify their relationship and just calmly accepted as if it was true. Indeed, Tu Shirqi, who didn't bat his eyes at her, was startled when Sure Yin called her his wife. He smiled until his eyes squinted. Your power, Upanishad, is similar to the Soul Clan. You need powerful souls to increase your power. Oh, right. I happen to have some good souls. Take them as my welcoming gift. A lush green ball flew out of Tu Shirqi's sleeve. The wisps of soul twirled inside the ball. They could even hear the distant screams of the soul. The ball flew one round and then fell on Audrey. Audrey was shocked. She was baffled as she looked at the green ball. She cried, 5 souls at incipient god realm. Tu Shirqi grinned fiendishly and nodded. 2 first sky, 2 second sky, and 1 third sky of incipient realm. Yeah, they're all members of the Soul Clan. Their souls are famous for being tough in the galaxy. I can't erase their soul consciousness. When I have free time, I torture them for fun. If you can extract their soul consciousness, it will benefit your realm greatly. The mysterious Sky Clan and the Soul Clan didn't get along well. Sure Yin got that from the fact that Tu Shirqi and his wife had attacked Sing. As Tu Shirqi was at third sky of Immortal Realm, it was easy for him to kill incipient God Realm experts of the Soul Clan. Tormenting them in his free time was also a way to vent out his rage. Sure Yin concentrated on sensing for a while, his face respectful. This gift of yours is really heavy. We don't know how to thank you enough. The 5 souls of the Soul Clan were more precious than the 3 souls that Sure Yin had exchanged by the Wind Thunderstones because they belonged to the members of the Soul Clan with full memories and consciousness. If Audrey could refine them and extract the memory of the power Upanishad, she could get the knowledge of the special power Upanishad that the Soul Clan cultivated. The Soul Clan was one of the 7 great clans, and they always led people who cultivated soul power Upanishad. Desolate had used the Soul Clan to create Imperial Dark Tribe, so they were very powerful. If Audrey refined the 5 souls of the Soul Clan, it would be possible for her to break through to the Immortal Realm. This gift to Audrey was really precious. He turned to look at Audrey and saw her soft body shivering. Her eyes brightened when her jade-like hand received the green ball. Then, she clutched his arm and beamed gorgeously. Thank you for your precious gift, Precursor. I will help you control him. He will go the same way with your mysterious Sky Clan. You're a smart girl, huh? Tu Shirqi laughed loudly. To him, the 5 souls of the Soul Clan weren't worth mentioning. They were nothing compared to the heavenly fantasy star compass. However, they could benefit him by gaining a good impression from Audrey, which could affect Sure Yin too. When Audrey refined the souls of the Soul Clan members, she would stand on the side against the Soul Clan, and so would Sure Yin. They would become archenemies. If Tu Shirqi could create an enemy at the territory ancestor level for the Soul Clan, it would be a big favor to his mysterious Sky Clan. We will watch out for the brutal soul called Ming Hong. However, the chance isn't big, you know. When we join hands, we can only battle against Sing, but it's impossible to kill him. We're at third sky of Immortal Realm only. He's at the peak of the realm anyway. We have to discuss more, said Yi Yun. Audrey let out a low sigh. Sure Yin had a wide vision. With the heavenly fantasy star compass, he wasn't afraid that they couldn't return to desolate territory soon. The sea domain of nihility had brought him many surprises. He thought that he could stay here for a while to cultivate to a more profound realm. After that, he could be more powerful when he returned to desolate territory. With his current competence, even if he could return to desolate territory now, he wasn't an equal match to any absolute beginning creature. All right, precursor, do you know how to refine the absolute beginning divine weapon? Yin pondered for a while and then asked. That three-legged jade cauldron gave him a feeling that something was wrong. It had hidden inside the asteroids to fly here from somewhere unknown. At this moment, it should be inside Dragon Lizard's stomach. At his peak of a mortal realm, how could he not recognize it? Obviously, that three-legged cauldron got into Dragon Lizard's stomach on purpose. What do I want to do to him? Yin felt that it was really abnormal. The wisp of soul consciousness he had left on the cauldron faded. Soon, he was going to lose connection with it. Refine the absolute beginning divine weapon. Tu Chi was dumbfounded. Why do you ask that? Yin frowned. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. I admire and respect you for your boldness and wisdom. I will tell you what we saw on the way here. He told them about the three-legged jade cauldron. He thought that it was impossible to refine that divine weapon from the absolute beginning era. As Dragon Lizard had swallowed it, he couldn't take it out or enter Dragon Lizard's body to refine it. He would rather know the profile of the divine weapon than refine it. After Yin had finished, Tu Chi and Yun were speechless for a long time. Their faces were aghast. /novel. Calm after a long time, Yun took a deep breath. It seems like the Soul Clan isn't nice to Dragon Lizard anymore. They have schemed against him. If Dragon Lizard doesn't show his viewpoint, he will be finished. Tu Chi looked pensive. Seeing Yin not get the idea, he said, if I'm not wrong, that massive cauldron is a marvelous treasure of a territory ancestor-level expert of the Soul Clan. Sing borrowed it to deal with Dragon Lizard. It hid inside the asteroid to get into Dragon Lizard's stomach. Once Dragon Lizard doesn't want to follow them, that jade cauldron will suck his soul and increase its power. Dragon Lizard doesn't know this, I guess. Yun's eyes brightened. Hey, old man, we got this kid's reflected glory to know this. If we tell Dragon Lizard about this now, will it make him join hands with us to deal with Sing? It's possible. Tu Chi was shaken. If we can persuade Dragon Lizard to join us and deal with Sing, and if we prepare well our ambush, it's a big chance to kill Sing. Ming Hong of her desolate territory will be freed too. Yun was excited as she rubbed her fists. If Sing dies, it will be a hard punch to the Soul Clan's face. If Dragon Lizard joins this, he will have to go on the same road as our mysterious Sky Clan. Little buddy, you're our lucky star. It seems like it was our fate to meet you. Tu Chi laughed and then said, yeah, we should meet Dragon Lizard to talk about this. Oh, maybe you should do it, Yin. It's not convenient for us to show up there. Me? Yin was surprised. Yeah, you try it. Shortly after, the Dragon Lizard clan will announce that anyone who knows about dark energy can meet Dragon Lizard personally to exchange information for the immortal pellet. Dragon Lizard has been stuck in this realm for so many years. Even in his dream, he wants to know about dark energy to enter the territory ancestor level. Of course, his immortal pellet will be used at a crucial spot, said Tu Chi. All right, I will run errands for you. Precursors, Yin was moved, so he agreed with their suggestion. Chapter 1377, Lost. Chapter 1377, Lost. _18+. Tu Chi and Yun couldn't expose themselves before Dragon Lizard knew the dark scheme of the Soul Clan because of their special identities. Once they showed themselves, the Soul Clan would attack them, and the Dragon Lizard clan could join that attack too. Anyway, on the surface, people knew that the Dragon Lizard clan and the Soul Clan had a good relationship, and so did Dragon Lizard and Sing. Before they tore their masks and revealed themselves to the Soul Clan, they would stay with them to deal with Tu Chi and Yun. Because of this, Yun had to conceal her identity and power and stay in the third-class zone. If they showed themselves before they could see Dragon Lizard, the members of the Dragon Lizard clan could possibly sell them out to the Soul Clan. Thus, Yin had to work on it. He would contact Dragon Lizard and tell him about the Soul Clan's dark move, which would make Dragon Lizard hate sing. Then, they could carry out the next step. Because the delegations that were supposed to visit Dragon Lizard Star this time hadn't fully come, the Dragon Lizard clan hadn't held the festival yet. Also, they hadn't announced the requirement to exchange for immortal pellets. Tu Shih and Yi Yun decided to stay in their cave and wait for Shi Yan's good news. Shi Yan and Audrey had left for a long time, so they didn't know the situation of the Heavenly Eye clan. They told Tu Shih and Yi Yun the location of their cave, and then bid farewell. They returned to the cave where the Heavenly Eye clan lodged, but Evelyn's, Adam's, and Misha hadn't come back yet. Without thinking a lot, they rested in the stone rooms and prepared to check their harvest while waiting for the other three. The stone room was pretty simple. Its walls didn't have any patterns or decorations. It had only a stone table, some stools, and a stone bed with a cattail hassock cushion. The ones cultivating martial arts didn't really notice the matters of the mortal world. At the same time, the Dragon Lizard clan was famous for their wild style. Of course, they wouldn't offer many luxury treatments to the others. Anyway, the Dragon Lizard clan had to treat the Soul clan and the Water tribe with more care. Audrey sat down cross-legged on the stone bed, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. Shi Yan stood by the stone table. A fantasy boundary stone fell on the table. He released his soul consciousness and sent it into the fantasy boundary stone to imprint his soul seal. That way, he could control the fantasy boundary stone as he pleased. He had to treat the 7 fantasy boundary stones that way. Later on, he could use the soul seal to control them. After Shi Yan had imprinted his soul seal, when he sent a wisp of his god power into the fantasy boundary stone, it glowed and ballooned like a hot air balloon. Shortly after, a small world was created. He grinned and nodded, but didn't pump more god power. He liked those fantasy boundary stones, and they were actually very suitable for him. Suddenly, Audrey's beautiful eyes sparkled strangely. She thinned her lips as she said gently, "Thank you." Shi Yan lifted his head to look at her with a smile. After Audrey had returned to the cave, she had showered and changed into a silver silk dress. Her long hair, draped around her porcelain shoulder, was still wet. The stone chamber was filled with her sweet, after-shower aroma. A bead of water rolled on her jade-like cheek, and her eyes were like the cold moon. People who didn't know her saw her as a cold, distant, and arrogant woman, and she actually treated them that way. However, at this moment, she looked calm and a little shy. She stooped, gritted her teeth, and then muttered, "Today your strength and glory gave me a big harvest. It's really helpful to my cultivation base and realm. I'm very thankful." The cave was quiet, so even though her voice was low, it still echoed clearly. Putting aside the fantasy boundary stone, Shi Yan grinned and looked with ease and natural poise. "It's somehow our fate when we were delivered to this sea domain of nihility. Only you and I are from the same territory in this place. We know each other, so we should take care of each other." You're thankful. How do you want to thank me?" He just teased her a little bit to get rid of her lesser feelings. After they had got to the sea domain of nihility, the proud woman of Imperial Dark Tribe had gradually recognized the truth. She finally knew that the 4 great creatures in desolate territory were nothing here. She knew that it would be a difficult struggle to survive with her incipient god realm in the sea domain of nihility. In this place, she had to depend on Shi Yan completely. It was devastating to her pride. It was the first time she felt lesser. Although she concealed it well, Shi Yan was sensitive enough to realize it. "How do you want me to thank you?" The beauty lowered her head, her picturesque brows shivering. She was so anxious. "Kiss me," Shi Yan grinned. A silver light crossed the room. The charming aroma stormed into his nostrils as he hadn't reacted, and a soft, fragrant body leaned against his body. A tinge of a soul-taking feeling appeared on his left cheek. Then, he heard the beauty murmur, "Are you delighted now?" Shi Yan was dumbstruck as he looked at the glamour coming to him. She was wearing a silver silk dress, which shrouded her dazzling, graceful body. Her slender thighs and shoulders were like white jade. She was a little shorter than him, so when he stooped, he could see a mesmerizing, deep valley in her chest. At this moment, Audrey wasn't as cold and arrogant as she usually was. Her neck reddened. She closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. Her pretty long eyelashes batted and showed her extreme anticipation. Obviously, she was really naive. This sudden kiss had consumed all of her courage. Now, she felt so awkward that she didn't know what to do next. Audrey's charm at this moment made sure Yin gone wild. His eyes became hot like a surging, boiling sea. The loneliness while staying in the sea domain of nihility, the pressure from the 7 great clans, the unknown, misty future, all blended together now. Halting for a few seconds, Shi Yan's breathing became short. He abruptly pulled the beautiful woman onto his chest and began to nibble at her white neck. He placed his hands on her magnificent, slender thighs, lingering and wandering between her rear end and the mysterious land between her thighs. The beauty blushed, her body shivering as if she got electrocuted. Her lips slid out murmuring sounds as if she was dreaming. She became so feeble and helpless in his embrace and was completely lost. That year, after she had gotten home from Desolate, her inner lake often reflected a hunky, strong figure. Thus, she had carefully investigated that man. She didn't even know why she wanted to do that. She just wanted to know his past, his whereabouts, and what he had experienced. She knew he had a lusty head. At that time, she was outraged she didn't know why. The stories about that man were spreading in her tribe. On Tsunami Star, she had witnessed the battle between him and Haig. Seeing the most dazzling member of the young generation of the God Clan fall and that man rise, the shadow in her heart was carved even deeper. There was something that had intruded her inner sea and stayed there so persistently that she could never wash it away. In her eyes, only one man in the vast, desolate territory had touched her heart. It was too bad that he was an excessively loose guy. Her innermost feelings conflicted. She had forced herself not to think about him a lot and just let it go. Until they came to the sea domain of nihility, where everything was so strange, deadly, and dangerous to them. She had only him at her side. She had no more acquaintances from the desolate territory in this area. There was no restriction from her mother, her tribal members, and eyesore ladies around him. In this place, she could relax her innermost feelings and let herself immerse in it. Shi Yan held her tight. His wide mouth slid from her exquisite neck to the deep valley on her chest. The body in his embrace became so hot and sexy as if a current of electricity was shot in him. He didn't know why he had an extremely wonderful feeling when he had her in his arms. He never had such a feeling before. It felt like even their souls were united in one that could generate marvels that nothing could compare to. His hands unceasingly explored her plump, porcelain body under the silk dress. His breathing was short and loud like a beast's. Slowly, he felt like he couldn't control himself anymore. However, when he was about to collapse and take the glamour to the stone bed, the cave entrance opened. Evelyn's voice arose. "Oh, you guys are back." Audrey was awakened from her dream. She shivered and moved clumsily as if her limbs didn't belong to her anymore. Her face was so red that it looked like it was about to drip blood. She jolted onto the stone bed, paralyzed on the bed like a muddy puddle. Her dress opened at her chest and revealed half of her ample, milky breasts. The fabric of her dress was lifted to her thigh, and her lower abdomen was a damp zone. "Get out. You should get out first." Although she had tried to cry, her voice was so powerless. Both of her hands moved clumsily to pull her dress to cover her chest and her sexy thighs. She looked so embarrassed and helter-skelter. Her watery eyes had a layer of mist, which made her like a dream or a picture. Gulp. Shi Yan felt his blood boiling. He couldn't help but gulp. Taking several deep breaths, he urged his power to send a cold energy current down his body to cool down. Resuming his normal condition, he eyed the girl bawling her doughy body on the stone bed. I don't know why you attract me more than anybody else. It's unimaginable, Shurian said, his voice husky. Audrey was still shivering as if electric currents were continuously running through her body. Her beautiful eyes were filled with light waves. She used the same method to cool down. Then, with her gritted teeth and blushed cheeks, she said, I don't know why I couldn't resist. Your deeds had made me immersed and completely lost. I think it may relate to our soul fusing with the origin of the ancient continent. It's inexplicable. Then, she bit her lower lips and hissed, Get out quickly. They're here. We will talk about this later. I don't want them to see me like this. Shurian grinned and then left the stone room, returning to the common room outside. As soon as he left, Audrey felt so soft as if she didn't have spine. She was helpless, and her heart was beating frantically. She clutched her breasts and thought about what just happened. An unknown flame rose inside her once again. Is this what a relationship between a man and a woman is like? It's really strange. It makes people lose their control. Mesmerizing lights moved in her eyes. She had so many thoughts crossing her mind. She just sat there for a long time, as if she had sunk into illusions that she couldn't escape. Chapter 1378, The Fascinating Divine Eye. Chapter 1378, The Fascinating Divine Eye. Underscore inside the spacious stone common room, Evelyn's, Adam's, and Masha winced. Seeing Shurian walk toward them, they reluctantly smiled to greet him. Shurian noticed a shadow flash and disappear in front of the cave. It seemed to follow the three to their lodge. Did you get anything nice? Masha sat at the table and poured herself a cup of water. She finished it in one gulp and then asked Shurian. Yeah, we got something, smiled Shurian. Right when he finished, he was startled when he looked at the cave entrance. A member of the Dragon Lizard clan at Second Sky of Incipient God Realm appeared by their door and called, Can I come in? The members of the Heavenly Eye clan looked tense. They urged their god power, their faces grave. Come in. Evelyn spoke cautiously and winked at Shurian to make him more cautious. That Dragon Lizard clansman was around 3 meters tall. He looked like a rock with a lot of muscles. While moving, his long spiky tail dragged on the ground and created an ear-piercing noise. After the lizard walked through the door, he talked to Evelyn's group with a heavy face. I suggest you guys leave as soon as possible. The members of the Earth Ghoul tribe knows your location. I'm afraid they will act against your will. We're in your Dragon Lizard clan's territory. You can't even ensure our safety? We're invited here. Just a small problem, and you show us this face? Masha was outraged, and she screamed. Shurian didn't say anything. He didn't know what had happened, so he turned to ask Evelyn's. Oh, we also have some items to trade. While we were in a bustling area, a member of the Earth Ghoul tribe was interested in one of the items, but he didn't have the materials we wanted. He forced us to trade with something we didn't want. So we quarreled, explained Evelyn's. Earth Ghoul tribe, Shurian frowned. After he had received the Heavenly Fantasy Star Compass from Tu Shurchi, he had taken a look of the surrounding areas. The Heavenly Fantasy Star Compass had a record about this tribe. He knew that Earth Ghoul tribe controlled the area closest to the Dragon Lizard clan. In this vast sea of stars, the Earth Ghoul tribe was a second-class clan. The forefather of the tribe was at Third Sky of Immortal Realm. Although he wasn't as powerful as Dragon Lizard, he was famous in the surrounding areas. The most important information about this tribe was that Earth Ghoul tribe was the Soul clan's loyal watchdog. The ancestor of Earth Ghoul tribe used to be a servant of a strong expert at the territory ancestor level in Soul clan. His master had bestowed him the power Upanishad, which he had cultivated to Third Sky of Immortal Realm. When he returned to Earth Ghoul tribe, he called himself their forefather. Thus, Earth Ghoul tribe stuck to the Soul clan. Rumors said that Earth Ghoul tribe's ancestor had returned to his tribe because he was assigned to watch over the Dragon Lizard clan, which was next to their tribe. His mission was to persuade Dragon Lizard to unite with the Soul clan. The Heavenly Eye clan was just a small, third-class race. It wasn't as strong as Earth Ghoul tribe, and it didn't have a strong foundation. If they had a dispute with Earth Ghoul tribe members, they wouldn't get any support. After that Earth Ghoul Tribe clansman left the scene, he immediately went to another area. I think he must have reported to the experts in his clan. Earth Ghoul Tribe and the Soul Clan have a close relationship. This time, Commander Singh of the Soul Clan is here too. It's really hard for us, you know. You guys exchanged the fascinating divine eye to him, or you better leave now. Otherwise, I'm not sure if our Dragon Lizard Clan can protect you. The guard of the Dragon Lizard Clan reluctantly talked them out of it, and then left hastily. He told them to consider the matter carefully. The fascinating divine eye? What's that? Shurian frowned. Why does that earth ghoul find your eye interesting? This eye. An eye emerged on Masha's palm. The eye was a rhombus, pink crystal, which was so beautiful and full of sparkling energy that could enchant people. It's the third eye of a precursor in our clan. After she passed away, we kept her eye. This eye can fascinate people and make them tell secrets they hide in the bottom of their hearts. That man said that he wanted to give this eye to the commander of the Soul Clan. He knows that it's very useful, so he forced us to trade the eye to him. Crack! Audrey's closed door sprang open. She had resumed her cold, arrogant, and indifferent face. She had changed into a pure white dress. She emerged from the door and screamed, "That Earth Ghoul warrior wants to offer the fascinating divine eye to Sing So Sing and use it to deal with Ming Hong from my clan. I'm sure they will do that." Shurian understood her idea. He complimented Audrey for her quick thinking that could connect the events together. Sing had made Ming Hong the brutal soul. However, since Ming Hong also cultivated soul power Upanishad, he had a special method to protect his memories. If he was attacked by the soul-extracting technique, his soul would self-destruct. Sing wouldn't get anything from him then. Of course, there was still a flaw in Ming Hong's plan. As long as Sing handed Ming Hong to the territory ancestor expert of the Soul Clan at his supernatural realm, he could extract Ming Hong's memories without hurting his soul. However, because Sing wanted to get the mysteries of desolate territory for himself and used desolate to reach the territory ancestor level, he concealed this. He had to think about how to do it alone. The fascinating divine eye of the Heavenly Eye clan was magical. It was a soul-enchanting weapon that could hypnotize the soul. Perhaps the fascinating divine eye could be the key to deal with Ming Hong. That Earth Ghoul member followed Sing. Thus, when he found the eye, he was so thrilled that he wanted to force the others to sell it to him. A lot of thoughts crossed Shurian's head. He understood this somehow subtle situation. What cultivation base does that Earth Ghoul expert have? If he could take more reinforcements, what would their realms be? That Earth Ghoul member is at third sky of incipient God realm, so it's not really high. Thus, he's just qualified to do trading in our zone. Anyway, Earth Ghoul Tribe doesn't have only him on Dragon Lizard Star. If he dares to act brutally like that, he definitely knows that Earth Ghoul Tribe can beat us up here. Moreover, with the relationship between them and the Soul Clan, even if Earth Ghoul Tribe attacks us here, the Dragon Lizard Clan will pretend not to see anything. It's not easy for that guard to tell us the dangers. Sigh, I didn't expect to encounter such bad luck. Aish, Earth Ghoul Tribe has targeted us. Evelyn's winced and contemplated. He was considering whether to leave Dragon Lizard Star or not. Shurian, we can ask, whispered Audrey. Because it was related to Ming Hong and desolate territory, she was very anxious. Immediately, she thought about seeking help from Tu Shirchi and Yiyun of the mysterious Sky Clan. She thought that if the others helped them, it would be easy to destroy the people of Earth Ghoul Tribe. Shurian pulled a stern face. He knew it was crucial. If Sing found the location of the entrance to desolate territory, the Soul Clan would invade them immediately. They would never have a quiet moment. Even if Sing failed, more experts of the Soul Clan would come. When one fell, the next was going to come. Because Desolate was divided into pieces due to its terrible wounds, and because it controlled two divine weapons from the absolute beginning era, the territory ancestor experts of the Soul Clan weren't going to let it slip away when they knew it. Also, since we had awakened, Shurian didn't know what was going on in Desolate territory. If the Soul Clan came, billions of lives dwelling in Desolate territory were going to be eliminated. Can the fascinating divine eye trick the immortal realm experts? asked Sure Yin suddenly. Yes, Evelyn's and Adam's nodded and said in unison. At least we can endure it. If we are fascinated, we can't resist for a long time. Try me. Sure Yin talked to Masha. Masha hesitated for a while and then said, You have to gaze at this eye. I will send my soul energy. You can't move your eyes away from it. Okay. Masha held the crystal pink fascinating divine eye close to Sure Yan's eyes and then urged her soul energy. The eye then emitted a charming pink halo. It looked like a dreamy, beautiful picture that was unveiled. Sure Yin was guided directly into that picture. Sure Yin was lost immediately, just like when he had immersed in Audrey's beauty. He didn't wake up, his breathing short and heavy. Gradually, his eyes didn't look lucid anymore. It seemed like he had immersed in a romantic dream, and he didn't want to get up or come back to reality. Audrey looked uneasy. At this moment, Sure Yin appeared exactly like when they had just shared the passionate moment together, especially his moves. He looked lustful, as if he had a girl with him and his hands were stroking her. Audrey turned awkward and annoyed. Enough, she hissed. Masha covered the light from the divine eye. Then, Sure Yin woke up from his dream. He shot Audrey a hot, keen look. Audrey blushed and glared at him furiously. You said that. Sure Yin was bewildered. He pulled himself together and admired the excellent eye. We will not let Earth Ghoul Tribe get this eye. Absolutely not. Ming Hong has only his soul left. Even if his realm is higher, I'm afraid that he can't resist for a long time with only the soul form. We must be ready to counter the enemies. If Earth Ghoul Tribe comes here, they must be sure of something. I think we can't counter them, Masha said bitterly. It's okay. Just let them come here. Sure Yin took a deep breath, his face stern and cold. If they dare to come, I have a plan to kill all of them unless they've reached third sky of Immortal Realm. However, if they got experts at such a level, we still have a strong backup. Then, after we kill the members of Earth Ghoul Tribe, I will contact the Dragon Lizard Clan immediately and tell them that I understand dark energy. I'm sure that the forefather Dragon Lizard will have to protect me. Audrey's eyes brightened. What do you want to do? Sure Yin looked at the stone room and said, The Fantasy Boundary Stone. If we know their motivation, we can set up a trap. They will step into our trap. Can the Fantasy Boundary Stone kill Second Sky of Immortal Realm experts? Audrey was surprised. I'm not sure. However, it's not a problem if we just wound them. We can try. Okay then, we're going to wait for the members of Earth Ghoul Tribe to come and provoke us. After that, we will teach them a bloody lesson. Chapter 1379, 10 Great Territory Ancestors. Chapter 1379, 10 Great Territory Ancestors. Undersoar, Dragon Lizard Star. In the middle of the well-lit palace underground, many members of the Earth Ghoul Tribe were operating. Members of this tribe had green faces and yellow fangs, which made them more like demons. They lived underground year-round, and they hated light. Thus, their features were dark and sinister with bloodthirsty deeds. The members of the Earth Ghoul Tribe were really short. They were as tall as 10-year-old human kids. However, their bodies were tough and full of coldine. Most of their power Upanishads were malicious. Currently, an incipient god realm Earth Ghoul expert ran to this palace where the Dragon Lizard Clan accommodated the Earth Ghoul Tribe. He met the leader of the tribe coming here this time. He screamed excitedly, Sir Bargo, I have good news. It's very useful for you. Inside the palace, Bargo of the Earth Ghoul Tribe at Second Sky of Immortal Realm was the head of their delegation to the Dragon Lizard Clan this time. He was one of the hot shots under the forefather of the tribe. Bargo's eyes were white-gray, and it gave people a heavy impression of death. He snorted and said impatiently, I need to meet up with the Soul Clan quickly. If you have any news, you better report quickly. Don't waste my time. Sir, as you've ordered, I've always paid attention to the treasures that can affect or control the soul. When I visited the trading zone of the third-class clans, I found that the Heavenly Eye clan was selling a fascinating divine eye. They said that the eye could even hypnotize the soul at the immortal realm. He hurried to report the situation, his eyes yearning. He looked at his master and assured him, I've tested it. It worked well. I got fascinated immediately. However, I didn't have the materials they wanted to trade, and I couldn't force them to give it to me. So I came to report it to you. The fascinating divine eye. Bargo was surprised. He was excited as he nodded inwardly. He knew that the members of the Heavenly Eye clan were born with a third eye with magical effects. It wasn't some sort of power Upanishad, but an innate supernatural power. The power of the eye increased as the warrior's realm increased. Sometimes the power of the third eye remained even after the owner died. The members of the Heavenly Eye clan would keep the magical eye of their deceased precursors to exchange for some special cultivating materials. Bargo was sent by the forefather of the Earth Ghoul tribe to work with Singh. Singh had told them to find something that could hypnotize people. Singh had made himself clear that if Bargo could find the top treasure that could function as he pleased, he would give him a lot of good rewards. Singh was the general commander of the Soul Clan, and even the forefather of the Earth Ghoul tribe had to respect him. If Bargo got his favor, it would be very good for him. Bargo was moved, his face more sinister. What realms do the Heavenly Eye warriors have? Do you know where they are staying? Sir, don't worry. I found them. Among their group of 3, only 2 have reached first sky of a mortal realm, and the woman is at third sky of incipient god realm. As long as you go there, we can take that fascinating eye as easily as flipping our hands. We won't encounter anything unexpected, said the other. Bargo thought about it. He guessed that the area lodging third-class clans wouldn't have any strong warriors. Lead the way. We're going there. His eyes raked around and shot a look at the 2 first sky of Immortal Realm experts. You 2 come with me. Borrego's guard heard him. They stood up, and the 4 of them ran toward Shuryen. Shortly after, Bargo took his men to the cave, where Shuryen's team was lodging. Many members of other clans were staying near the cave. Seeing Bargo at second sky of Immortal Realm come, and recognizing him from the infamous the Earth Ghoul tribe, they were frightened. They stayed as far away as possible from him. No one wanted trouble. In this area, the Earth Ghoul tribe was a clan that nobody liked to stay close to. They lived deep in the dark underground. They were abnormal and bloodthirsty, indeed. Also, they looked for revenge for the slightest grudge. The Earth Ghoul tribe wasn't weak, and they got the Soul Clan, their master, behind them. They had troubled the other second-class clans a lot. The Water tribe near them especially hated the Earth Ghoul tribe the most. However, the Water tribe was afraid of the Soul Clan, so they didn't dare to confront the Earth Ghoul tribe directly. In many cases, they had to press down their anger. The guards of the Dragon Lizard clan in this area were supposed to keep up security and control the situation. However, after Bargo showed up, the Dragon Lizard guards reluctantly stepped back and hid in the caves. They observed the situation from the cave entrance. The guy who had come to warn Evelyn's was standing with his friends. With a heavy complexion, he shook his head. I warned them. If they had left immediately, the Earth Ghoul tribe wouldn't have caught them. Now, they can't leave even if they want to leave. Sigh. If the Earth Ghoul tribe wasn't the henchmen of the Soul Clan, we would have killed them already, said a guard of the Dragon Lizard clan, while looking outraged. They knew that the forefather of the Earth Ghoul tribe was assigned to monitor them. He often visited the Dragon Lizard clan and asked Dragon Lizard to unite with the Soul Clan. The Dragon Lizard clan, the Earth Ghoul tribe, and the Water tribe dwelled near each other. Sometimes, they had minor conflicts, but the Earth Ghoul tribe would use the Soul Clan as their backup to gain the upper hand. The Dragon Lizard clan and the Water tribe couldn't deal with the Soul Clan, so they had to yield most of the time. Gradually, the Earth Ghoul tribe's arrogance expanded. Recently, they had acted haughtily around as if they were the real overlords of this area. This could be seen from their deed of attacking Evelyn's team while staying in the Dragon Lizard clan's territory. Since it was the area where third-class clans gathered, the warriors here, who weren't the Earth Ghoul tribe's opponents, decided to stay away from trouble. The Dragon Lizard clan had to open one eye and close one eye, pretending to see nothing. Of course, there was still an exception. In a corner in front of Shuryen's team, 2 Shurchi and Yiyun were watching the situation from their cave. They had disguised themselves again. Yiyun had changed back to her hag appearance. 2 Shurchi didn't have a bald head anymore. Now, His hair grew lushly like a bush, and he appeared as a filthy, ugly old man. At this moment, they stood by their cave entrance while looking surprised. Isn't that cave where the two kids were staying? The Earth Ghoul tribe is the Soul Clan's watchdog. Why did they come to find him? Strange. The Earth Ghoul tribe has heard wind of our affair that quickly? Yin mumbled as she was bewildered. Then, she snorted, if they dare to act rashly, we have to show ourselves to kill them. When they had fought against Sing, the forefather of the Earth Ghoul tribe had supported Sing. After Tu Shi got into the spatial lock as he got hurt severely, Yin had to conceal and disguise herself to run away. She had to be cautious because of the Earth Ghoul tribe's ears and eyes. Along her way to Dragon Lizard Star, the Earth Ghoul tribe had often troubled her. It filled her with indignation. Don't beat the grass. It will scare the snake. Tu Shi shook his head. At the critical moment, he was placid. On the surface, the Dragon Lizard clan has a good relationship with the Soul Clan. If we're exposed and Dragon Lizard doesn't know Sing's plan yet, I'm afraid he'll join hands with Sing to deal with us. Then, our plan will be gone. We won't be able to escape safely. However, those two kids aren't an equal match to the Earth Ghoul tribe. I'm afraid they will be killed instantly, said Yin. Tu Shi had a strange halo in his eyes as he grinned. You underestimated that kid. A warrior who has understood dark energy when he's pretty young won't be killed quickly and easily. Also, his life form has transformed. It's one level higher than ours. He's much stronger than warriors at the same realm. I think it's not easy for the Earth Ghoul tribe to kill him. Listening to him, Yin looked bewildered. You rarely appreciate a man that much. Even the outstanding juniors in our clan have never received your compliments. So, you think that he could defeat that Earth Ghoul tribe expert at second sky of a mortal realm with his incipient god realm? How could that be possible? Well, if he confronts him directly, it will be impossible. However, if he uses his head, he'll still have a big chance. Tu Shi smiled and comforted his wife. Don't worry, we'll just watch from here. If things accelerate in the wrong way, I will take action immediately to kill the Earth Ghoul tribe experts. Then, we will take that little couple out of Dragon Lizard Star as fast as possible. Taking a deep breath, Tu Shi put on a serious face. His life is more important than Sing's. Even if he can't become the non-native officer of our clan, it's also useful for our clan when we can create an enemy at the territory ancestor realm for the Soul Clan. Mwahaha, the warriors from desolate territory aren't as weak as people have rumored. There is someone extraordinarily powerful. It's just that not many people know about him. Have you ever met anybody from desolate territory? Yin was surprised. Tu Shi shook his head. I've never seen anyone, but our clan has some records. A man called Bloodthirsty used to come to the sea domain of Nihility from desolate territory. He didn't stay in the sea domain of Nihility for a long time, so not many people know about him. A precursor of our clan used to mention him in a confidential record. He said that Bloodthirsty was very terrifying and could bring a destructive change to the sea domain of Nihility. Unfortunately, in this sea domain of Nihility, he was just like an orchid cactus that bloomed and withered quickly. He had left quickly afterward. He could bring a destructive change to sea domain of Nihility. Was our precursor wrong? I didn't think that Bloodthirsty could be so powerful like that. Yin shook her head and smiled as she thought that Tu Shi had just exaggerated. I don't think he was wrong, because he said that he had battled that expert once, and he knew that he was a little weaker, said Tu Shi. Well, then it could be because of his low competence, right? Yin pouted her lips. His low competence. Tu Shi gave her a forced smile. Who? Yin was surprised. Sir Han Tian. Tu Shi said the name with a respectful, stern complexion. Yin jolted up. She looked bewildered, and she couldn't even speak. Han Tian was one of the territory ancestor realm of the mysterious Sky Clan. He was also the strongest warrior of their clan. He was famous for his brutality and power in the sea domain of Nihility. He was one of the 10 great territory ancestors with an earth-shaking reputation in this vast sea of stars. This vast sea of stars has so many territories, and there were very few experts who reached the territory ancestor realm. However, Han Tian was one of the 10 strongest experts. The 10 great territory ancestors were the strongest individuals among countless warriors. They were acknowledged as the ones that had reached the greatest realms. Chapter 1380. Lead the Wolf into the House. Chapter 1380. Lead the Wolf into the House. Underscore. The 10 great territory ancestors were the real heroes among the other territory ancestors. They were the strongest individuals in this vast sea of stars. The territory ancestors could create a galaxy and new species. It was the greatest ability of the warriors' power Upanishads. They were the ultimate existences in the sea domain of nihility and in every race. The territory ancestor realm was the highest realm that warriors could reach. Han Tian was one of the 10 great territory ancestors. He was the pride of the mysterious Sky clan and the super expert that people in many territories acknowledged. He was the main pillar of the mysterious Sky clan and the most supernatural hero. Also, he said that the unknown bloodthirsty could turn the sea domain of nihility upside down, and that he was one level weaker than bloodthirsty. Ian didn't have any doubt. So that bloodthirsty came from desolate territory? How could that territory create such a genius? Yin was perplexed for a while. She asked with surprise. Sir Han Tian and that bloodthirsty had met up for a short time. He saw bloodthirsty slaughter the members of the devouring clan brutally. And the strange thing was that his power Upanishad was very similar to the devouring clan. It seemed like he had mastered the lost power Upanishad of the devouring clan. Also, he had mastered the 8 great evil power Upanishads of the devouring clan. It was unimaginable. Tu Shirchi was also surprised. Rumors said that Devour, the absolute beginning creature, had created the devouring clan using his flesh and blood. However, Devour had disappeared for a long time. No one knows if he's still alive or not. However, after so many years, the devouring clan has developed a lot, and the competencies of the experts in their clan could be as high as their ancestor Devour. The devouring clan is the most mysterious clan among the 7 clans. We don't know how strong they are. Even the cruel, brutal Soul clan and the overbearing Dark Demon clan don't dare to challenge or offend the devouring clan. Why did Bloodthirsty go massacre the devouring clan? How could he know devouring power Upanishad, the lost Upanishad of the devouring clan? Yin felt a little puzzled. Tu Shirchi gave her a forced smile. I think even Sir Han Tian couldn't answer your questions. When he saw Bloodthirsty kill so many members of the devouring clan and make blood flow like a river, he was excited. He wanted to try. He had fought Bloodthirsty. Sir Han Tian was defeated. Then he tried to create a good friendship with Bloodthirsty. They drank together. Then he invited Bloodthirsty to visit our clan when he had free time. Bloodthirsty had accepted his invitation. However, after they bid farewell, they hadn't met up again. Bloodthirsty seemed to have disappeared from the sea domain of nihility like a random traveler. However, Sir Han Tian couldn't forget him. He highly appreciated him. He asked us to pay attention to see if we can find any information about desolate territory. As Bloodthirsty was so powerful, we hope to unite or be friends with him. Oh, now I know why you tried your best to create a good relationship with that kid. It turns out that desolate territory has given birth to someone so terrifying, said Yi Yun. If that kid can become a new Bloodthirsty, let alone the things we offered him, even if we give him 10 times more than that, it will be worth it, said Tu Shirchi. Yi Yin was surprised. You're a hardcore gambler, but you're always right. Wait to see it. This kid will be one of my biggest bets, and I will win for sure. Tu Shirchi laughed haughtily. Right at this moment, an earth-shaking explosion came from the cave entrance of Shi Yan's cave. Boom! The stone door of the cave entrance was broken into pieces and dust scattered everywhere. Bargo of the Earth Ghoul tribe had directly crushed the stone door. He didn't even care about the Dragon Lizard clan. With a sinister smile hanging on his face, he brought the 3 subordinates storming into the cave. When the members of other third-class clans around heard the loud explosion, they retracted their neck and closed their caves. The ones who still had the guts to observe the situation were staying far from the cave of the Heavenly Eye clan. They were fearful as they looked at this area from a distance. "The Earth Ghoul tribe has become more rampant," said a guard of the Dragon Lizard clan through his gritted teeth. The other guards of the Dragon Lizard clan had the same thought. Their eyes turned red as if they hated that they couldn't kill and pull the intestines of those Earth Ghoul tribe members out of their stomachs. However, they knew that the Earth Ghoul tribe was the Soul Clan's hound. It wasn't tough to kill the Earth Ghoul tribe, but the Soul Clan wasn't the enemy that the Dragon Lizard clan could handle. Unless their forefather Dragon Lizard could reach the territory ancestor realm. When that happened, they would have a strong backup, though. Dash. "Hey friends from Heavenly Eye clan. Don't hide. Get out and talk." Bargo grinned sinisterly. He walked into the cave, his face calm. He appeared with the green face and yellow fangs, accompanied by a strange smile that made him more gruesome. His voice echoed loudly as if he did that on purpose, so people would know how haughty and proud their Earth Ghoul tribe was. "So they're the members of the Earth Ghoul tribe?" Shurian walked out of the stone chamber, his face surprised. He eyed the 4 clansmen of the Earth Ghoul tribe and said seriously, "You're right. They're like fearsome, nauseating ghosts. They're really one of the ugliest races in this universe, indeed." Audrey stood by him. After a short glance at the members of the Earth Ghoul tribe, she looked cold and disdainful. Her facial expression and manners suited Shurian's harsh words well. /update by Novel Full. Calm Evelyn's forced a smile. He didn't know if Shurian's plan could work. He focused and checked around. He found that the 4 members of the Earth Ghoul tribe hadn't found anything strange yet. He snorted and closed his eyes. "You guys smashed my door to get in here. I wonder what made you do that." Bargo didn't look at Evelyn's. His white-gray eyes gazed at Yin as he said coldly, "Little doggo, what is the ugliest race in the universe? Isn't you guys?" Yin was astounded. His face was awkward, as if he wanted to say, "You knew it, and you still wanted to ask me. Well, everybody knows that, but you don't know anything? Kill him. Kill him for me." Bargo shouted ear-piercingly. A member of the Earth Ghoul tribe at First Sky of Immortal Realm behind him immediately stormed over and spurted out a black ink ball. The ball was icy cold with thick ink that fell on Shurian's head. The black ball exploded and turned into an icy pond that covered Shurian. "Keep that woman alive. I want to F***CK her to death. I want them to see the result of offending our Earth Ghoul tribe. You F***King alien. You dare to humiliate our noble Earth Ghoul tribe. You can't be forgiven. I will torture you to death." Bargo screamed wildly, his voice thundering and echoing around the valley. Only the third-class clans gathered in this area. Since the Earth Ghoul tribe was a second-class race and depended on the Soul Clan, Bargo thought that no one dared to interfere with his business. Even the Dragon Lizard clan didn't dare to do that. Audrey gazed at Bargo with her cold eyes and said coldly, "Even the Soul Clan's dogs are that haughty. You don't recognize your responsibility as the dogs, so you should become dead dogs. Terminate." Yin was indifferent. His lips parted to make one sound, which then turned into a scorching flame that shrouded the cold pond. Shortly after, it burned the pond into ashes. The Earth Ghoul tribe warrior at First Sky of Immortal Realm turned red and tried to swallow a gulp of blood that had just churned his throat. Members of the Earth Ghoul tribe, I'm enlightened now. Just like what you told us. They are haughty and ugly. Thus, we don't need to talk." Yin said calmly, his power surging. Shortly after, the room was filled with magical space energy. Right after that, Evelyn's, Adam's, Masha, and Audrey faded and disappeared as if they were just illusions. "Sir, this place isn't the cave. It's a spatial trap. We're trapped in another space." The member of the Earth Ghoul tribe at the First Sky of Immortal Realm, who had just fought against Yin, discolored and shouted as he found something wrong. He was right. This place wasn't a cave. It was a new space that Yin had created by using the fantasy boundary stone. This space was the exact copy of the original stone common room, with the same walls, stone tables, and stools. Everything here was created with the power of the fantasy space. They were indeed just illusions. At this moment, Audrey and the other three had returned to the Real stone chamber, where a light cluster hovered in the middle. Inside the light cluster was Yin and the members of the Earth Ghoul tribe. Audrey and the others could see the situation clearly, as if they were watching something under the lake through the water surface. That world looked so real. I hadn't expected his space power Upanishad to reach such a magical level. It isn't different from reality here. If we hadn't returned, I would have thought that we were still in that world and thought it was real. Masha said as she was totally convinced. Audrey was also surprised. Now, she knew that when Yin solved the spatial lock, he harvested new achievements in space power Upanishad. Otherwise, he couldn't have deceived the others by creating an illusional world using the fantasy boundary stone that the others couldn't tell if it was real or not. Just like her, Chi and Yun were also astounded. Different from the other warriors of third-class races who couldn't tell the situation because of their low realms, they knew exactly what was going on inside the cave. Because Yun had given Yin the fantasy boundary stone, they could recognize the feeble space energy from that cave. I think today is a bad day for the Earth Ghoul tribe. That kid is correct. Being the dogs, they should have recognized their responsibility as dogs. They shouldn't deem themselves as the wolves, because if they do that, they will get pretty close to death. Chi laughed fiendishly. That kid has power. He used the fantasy boundary stone to create a cave and seal the door. He lured the Earth Ghoul tribe to break the door to get in his trap. Haha, in the world he has created, how could the Earth Ghoul tribe members do anything? His understanding and application of space power Upanishad are really extraordinary. This kid does have endless potential, appraised Yin. While they were talking, Yin stayed inside that world and curled his lips into a smile. Well, stay here and enjoy the marvel of the exploding space. Then, he left the space and returned to the real stone common room. He pointed at the world that looked like a cluster of light. Boom, boom, boom. Just like eggs that exploded, the light cluster burst and sent out the formidable energy of a collapsing space. Audrey, Evelyn's, Adams, and Masha could see clearly that the members of the Earth Ghoul tribe inside that world had their bodies shatter like glass falling on hard ground. Their bodies burst into so many pieces that they couldn't have a worse death. Their soul altars were smashed. Their souls turned into feeble wisps that tried to escape the cave. Rascal, I won't let it go. The Earth Ghoul tribe will make you pay the bloodiest price. Wait to see it. Borrego's soul slithered and tried to escape the cave while shouting crazily. The power Upanishad that the Earth Ghoul tribe cultivated was bestowed by the Soul Clan. Thus, it was also magical. After their soul altars broke, their souls were still able to escape. Chapter 1381. You think you can run away? Chapter 1381. You think you can run away? Underscore the four members of the Earth Ghoul tribe inside the world created by the fantasy boundary stone were smashed when that world shattered. Their souls turned into wisps like worms. Since the Earth Ghoul tribe's power Upanishad was special, even when their soul altar broke, their souls could still flee. After being condensed, their souls could still survive. Borrego's realm was the highest here. Although his body and soul altar shattered, wisps of his soul could still talk arrogantly before leaving. His sinister, resentful soul energy still lingered in the cave. The small world collapsing had broken the entrance of the cave altogether. At this moment, many rocks blocked half of the entrance. The aliens outside the cave couldn't see or hear the commotions there anymore. Chi and his wife couldn't see the situation inside the cave with their naked eyes. Want to run? You think you can run away from me? Yan's face was dark, harsh, and malicious. He grinned fiendishly as he rose one finger and touched his glabella. The mysterious black hole flew out of his soul altar. It was like the massive, dark mouth of a demon. The devouring power Upanishad was urged. A great suction force came out from the hole and pulled the souls forcefully. With Shi Yin as the center, everybody else in the cave all felt strange, as if their souls were dragged and their soul altars were pulled hard. Inside the cave, the wisps of the soul swayed like algae in the sea and headed to the cave entrance to leave. However, after his black hole emerged, all the soul wisps and soul energy were sucked in as if there was a super magnet. Shortly after, they all moved into the black hole, a supernatural ability of his devouring Upanishad. Devouring power Upanishad. The lost power Upanishad of the devouring clan. Unbelievable. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Before the last wisp of Borrego's soul was sucked into the black hole, he was aghast as if he had a mental problem. All the wisps of souls and soul energy inside the cave disappeared. After the small soul shattered, the energy and essence chi from the 4 Earth Ghoul tribe members had become pure energy that naked eyes couldn't see and entered Shi Yan's acupuncture points. Shi Yan stayed quiet to sense his body. Then, he realized that because of the strange energy from Hui that had transformed him, his acupuncture points didn't swell or ache as he took in the energy from the 4 members of the Earth Ghoul tribe. The capacity of his acupuncture points seemed to increase massively, so he was able to receive more energy. Soon, the soul energy from the 4 warriors of the Earth Ghoul tribe was converted and refined. Flows of mysterious, pure energy scattered like a magical foundation that gave a tonic to his soul altar and increased the energy in his sea of consciousness. He noticed that the dark energy in his sea of consciousness also grew. The dark energy blended with Shi Yan's soul consciousness and made his soul consciousness more powerful than his god power. It could attack invisibly with formidable power. It could seep into the other's sea of consciousness in just a blink of an eye, and its sensibility was amazing. The fusion between dark energy and his soul consciousness had given his soul consciousness infinite abilities. Squinting, he checked it and found that the dark energy was bobbing in his sea of consciousness, and it seemed to seep into his soul altar 1 wisp at a time. Slowly, it was affecting and changing his soul altar. /update by Novel Full. Apparently, it was a useful change for him. With the aid from dark energy, he became wise, and his understanding of power Upanishads was deeper. It seemed like his soul potential was about to open, which made the fusion of power Upanishads simple. Shi Yin got dark energy as his devouring power Upanishad, which swallowed the energy from Hui when Wetterson eroded it. This energy hid deep in his sea of consciousness and fused with his soul consciousness, giving it magical powers. And now was slowly changing the soul altar. He discreetly sensed and found that the dark energy could fuse with any kind of energy in his body. It could transform him physically and mentally. While talking, he sent the dark energy from the sea of consciousness to his body and let it run through his veins, bones, and flesh. He found himself slowly turn invisible. Evelyn's, Audrey, and the others saw him become transparent and then gradually become invisible. However, a formidable energy fluctuated from his whereabouts, making people shiver with anxiety. It seemed like the space around him had also changed accordingly to his change. Shi Yin. Audrey pondered for a while and then hissed. Shi Yin was awakened from his marvelous experience. He retrieved the dark energy into his body and guided it back to the sea of consciousness. He reappeared with a strange expression and smiled at Evelyn's group. The Earth Ghoul tribe isn't really hard to deal with. Don't worry. All the warriors who had come here are dead. We saw it. Evelyn's looked odd. He wanted to say something, but he held it back. It seemed like he was very perplexed. Shi Yin. Audrey's eyes brightened. When Borrego's last beam of soul consciousness disappeared, did you hear what he said? He said that your sucking soul energy ability is the lost technique of the devouring clan. Shi Yin understood. His face went stiff as he said that indeed, the devouring power Upanishad was the core inheritance of bloodthirsty force. In desolate territory, only bloodthirsty had mastered this power Upanishad. Shuryan's power Upanishad came from bloodthirsty. How could it be related to the devouring clan? He looked at the three experts of the Heavenly Eye clan. Instantly, he became cautious and pretended to act naturally. How was the devouring clan? Evelyn's took a deep breath. The devouring clan is the most strange clan among the 7 great clans. I heard that it's a whole new species that Devour, the absolute beginning creature, had created using his blood and flesh. Members of this clan cultivate the 8 great powers Upanishads, including soul control, death, corrosion, dark, chaos, destruction, despair, and corpse chi. Also, the most mysterious power Upanishad that they won't teach anyone is the devouring power Upanishad. Devour, the absolute beginning creature, had imparted them those powers Upanishads. However, until today, the devouring clan's devouring power Upanishad was lost, as well as many of the 8 great power Upanishads. Anyway, the devouring clan is still one of the 7 great clans, and it's the most mysterious clan that no one dares to offend. Devour, the absolute beginning creature, had disappeared a very long time ago. Only the members of the devouring clan know about it. Rumors say that Devour was the fountainhead of evils. It controlled evil divine weapons. According to the members of the devouring clan, when Devour was in his peak of glory, he could swallow the planets and territories to increase his power. He was the most terrifying creature in this world. Pausing for a while, Evelyn's looked at Shuryan. The way he used to swallow the wisps of soul and soul energy of the Earth Ghoul tribe members is similar to the lost power Upanishad of the Earth Ghoul tribe, the devouring power Upanishad. Currently, even the members of the devouring clan can't grasp the essence of this power Upanishad. How are you able to cultivate it? Audrey was bewildered as she looked at Shuryan. So bloodthirsty was... No, he wasn't. Shuryan shook his head. He remembered what Hui had told him through Tianxia. Desolate had created bloodthirsty to help it reunite its body, which was to merge the 4 ancient continents to Desolate. Unfortunately, Huey's plan was interrupted when Devour attacked it. Devour had imparted bloodthirsty its devouring power Upanishad and the 8 great, evil power Upanishads. It wanted to use bloodthirsty to destroy Desolate territory and harm Desolate further to prevent it from recovering ever again. It was the fight between Devour and Desolate. According to Hui, the Dark Abyss, the holy land of the bloodthirsty force, was Devour. Ming Hao used to tell them that bloodthirsty had defeated even the absolute beginning creature. Shuryan thought that this absolute beginning creature was Hui. However, he now considered it to be Devour, the absolute beginning creature that had tried to influence bloodthirsty. Devour could be killed or made dormant. When bloodthirsty thought that he could finally escape his destiny, Desolate took action again. It had promoted the God Lord and helped him get the Genesis fruit. Brian then led the experts to defeat Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty was killed by Brian. Desolate had terminated him. The main reason was that Desolate had created Bloodthirsty, so his fate was bound. Desolate could arrange his destiny. If Bloodthirsty hadn't been hurt after the fight with Devour, he would have been able to refine Desolate and then replace Desolate to become the master of Desolate territory. He would have been the peak existence in the sea domain of nihility. Devouring Clan was the clan that Devour had created by using its blood and flesh. Devour was their ancestor. Devour had imparted them everything it had: blood, power Upanishads, and energy. It should be the exit that Devour had saved for itself before the battle with Desolate. Then, Devour left the Devouring Clan to find Desolate and fight against it. Also, after developing for a long time, the Devouring Clan had gradually lost their essence of power Upanishads because their precursors fell. Devour battled against Desolate and then got severely injured. It had to return to sea domain of nihility. Then, Bloodthirsty defeated it. It could be left in a coma or killed, which led to the loss of the devouring clan's power Upanishads. Yin had many thoughts cross his mind. This journey in the sea domain of nihility had given him a lot of information about the conflict between Desolate and Devour, and Bloodthirsty's creation and elimination. Yin could guess what had happened in the past now. He admired and respected Bloodthirsty more as he could defeat Devour, the absolute beginning creature. It was really pitiful for an overlord whose fate was bound to Desolate. It was how Desolate could take the upper hand and use Brian to kill him. Bloodthirsty could never have escaped the restriction to fly freely in the sea domain of nihility. He could never have become another dazzling legend in the vast sea domain of nihility. He failed, but he had used Lao Luo to choose Yin, an heir whose fate wasn't bound to Desolate territory. Yin was born with greater advantages. Yin looked stern as he promised inwardly. Your failure was because of your drama in your birth and fate. If you chose me, I won't fail you. I will finish what you weren't capable of fulfilling. It's not the devouring power Upanishad. I used a secret treasure to do that. It's an application of the dark energy. Pondering for a while, Yin chuckled and then said to the three members of the Heavenly Eye clan, "You're overthinking it. I hope you don't misunderstand me. Otherwise, the devouring clan will skin me alive." Evelyn's looked skeptical and baffled, but they didn't continue the topic. They didn't believe Borrego's last words. The devouring power Upanishad was lost, even in the devouring clan. The magical power of this Upanishad was assumed to be the lies and exaggeration of the devouring clan. Moreover, Yin was apparently from Desolate territory. They knew his identity already. No matter what, Desolate territory couldn't have anything connected to the lost power Upanishad of the devouring clan. It didn't have anything in common, anyway. Thus, they chose to believe Yin. They thought that it was a magical power of the dark energy when it urged a special secret treasure, which had similar effects to devouring power Upanishad. Only Audrey understood Yin's concerns. The devouring power Upanishad was very crucial to the devouring clan. It was lost even in the said clan, so it was precious to them. If word of this power got out and the devouring clan heard about it, how would they survive? Chapter 1382, Twisting and Turning. Chapter 1382, Twisting and Turning. The guards of the Dragon Lizard clan had always paid attention to Yin's cave. When the cave sealed, they became restless because they couldn't see what was going on in there. Boom! The sealed stone door exploded. This time, the Dragon Lizard clan guard saw that Yin's team was safe and sound from a distance. Bargo and his members of the Earth Ghoul tribe had disappeared. The Dragon Lizard clan guards felt their hearts sinking. They all became grave. Exchanging looks, they immediately walked towards Yin's cave. Bargo was the head of the Earth Ghoul tribe delegation this time. He also had a sensitive connection with Singh of the Soul clan. As long as he was safe, even if he had troubled Yin's group, the Dragon Lizard clan wasn't going to find him to ask for justice. They had to be patient and quiet. But if something bad happened to Bargo, it was going to be an explosion, and Singh knew it. Instantly, the Dragon Lizard clan guards stormed into Yin's cave. Some guards were cautious enough to set up some barriers and seal the door one more time. The guard that had warned them earlier stepped forward and asked, "Where are the members of the Earth Ghoul tribe?" Yin knew why they were anxious. He answered calmly, "They came to force us to sell things for them. They wanted to kill us, but we had defeated them and killed them. Yeah, we don't even leave their remains. What's the problem?" It was over. The Dragon Lizard clan guards felt sudden darkness in their eyes. They knew that it was really serious this time. One of them took a deep breath and didn't ask more. He immediately took out a soundstone and reported with a grimace. "Sir Dulé, we are in big trouble. Bargo of the Earth Ghoul tribe died. Dulé was one of the experts under Forefather Dragon Lizard's commands. He was in charge of the affairs in another area." Listening to the report, he was startled. He immediately asked for the location and ran at his max speed. Inside the cave, the Dragon Lizard clan guards wore worried, bitter faces. The death of Bargo could bring big trouble to the Dragon Lizard clan. If they let Shi Yan's group leave easily, they couldn't answer to the others. The Soul Clan stood behind the Earth Ghoul tribe. Also, Sing was here as the distinguished guest of their clan. Bargo had to report to Sing regularly because Sing had asked him to find someone. Bargo was dead unknowingly. Sing had to ask the cause and the situation. If the forefather of the Earth Ghoul tribe knew that his subordinate sent to Dragon Lizard Star was killed here, he was going to be outraged, and he was possibly even going to come personally to take revenge. "You can't leave now," said a guard of the Dragon Lizard clan. Shi Yan grinned. He made this scene just to find a chance to see the real manager of the Dragon Lizard clan. Thus, he wasn't anxious or hot-tempered. He just happily waited to see Dulé. Dulé arrived fast. He landed here before even 1 hour passed. As soon as he landed, he found a strange situation. Many alien warriors from the third-class clans were standing in front of their caves and discussing with each other while looking at another cave. They all wore strange countenances. Those warriors looked excited and happy over the other's misfortune, but most of them showed indifferent faces. Bargo hasn't walked out of the cave yet. Did something bad happen to him? How could it be? Bargo has second sky of a mortal realm cultivation base. He's from the Earth Ghoul tribe. Who dares to trap him? So why hasn't he walked out yet? The Earth Ghoul tribe is evil and lustful. Perhaps they closed the cave to torture those heavenly clan members. Who knows? Those people couldn't observe the battle between Shi Yan and the Earth Ghoul tribe inside the cave because of the closed door. Tu Shirchi and Yun were the only ones outside the cave who knew that Bargo was dead. However, they were also baffled. The Earth Ghoul tribe cultivates the power Upanishad bestowed by the Soul Clan. Even if the soul altar is smashed, the host soul can divide into many wisps and flee. If they don't have the special power Upanishad or secret treasures, it will be pretty hard to eliminate them. Why are there no wisps fleeing? Is it true that the wisps of their souls were annihilated too? Yin was perplexed. Yeah, it's strange. Tu Shirchi was also surprised. The manager of the Dragon Lizard clan is here. We should just keep quiet and watch. As that kid can make a higher superior come here. As long as he's smart, he can lead the situation to develop into the best way. It seems like we will benefit from his glory, Yin smiled. If he can persuade Dragon Lizard to join hands with us to deal with Sing. Sing will be finished at Dragon Lizard Star. Then, the Dragon Lizard clan has to go the same way as our mysterious Sky clan. It'll be perfect, though. Tu Shirchi laughed evilly. I am Dulé. A muffled call came from the cave entrance. The members of the Dragon Lizard clan hurried to lift the barriers and respectfully greeted Dulé. Dulé was the sort of character who could meet forefather Dragon Lizard. He looked a deep breath, his face grimaced. Are you sure that the members of the Earth Ghoul tribe were all killed? He said that. One of them pointed at Shi Yan. Shi Yan was still calm. The Earth Ghoul tribe wanted to force us to trade and then kill us to rob the item. We were so reluctant, so we had to defend ourselves. Dulé scanned through Adams, Evelyn's, Masha, and Audrey. He said with a dark face, "You guys can kill Borrego's group?" Sure, Yin didn't want to waste time. He knew that if he didn't explain thoroughly, they would capture him to talk to the Earth Ghoul tribe and the Soul Clan. I cultivate a special power Upanishad. Yeah, I burst off the space waves to smash them to death. He explained, pulled a stern visage, and then said, I heard that your forefather has been stuck at the peak of a mortal realm, and he needs to study the dark energy to break through to the territory ancestor realm. I happen to know dark energy. I want to use my understanding of dark energy to exchange for an immortal pellet. Can you take me to see him? Kid, you think you can make me let you go by saying that? Dulé somehow appreciated Shi Yin inwardly when he saw that Shi Yin wasn't afraid at all. However, he said, honestly, we don't have a good impression or feelings for the Earth Ghoul tribe. If you can kill them, I will applaud happily. Unfortunately, the Earth Ghoul tribe has a close relationship with the Soul Clan. We still need to explain it to them. Then, he turned to his guards and asked them to take Shi Yan's team into custody first. Apparently, he didn't believe that Shi Yan had dark energy. He thought that Shi Yan had just made an excuse. Anyway, Yin had just incipient god realm. He had never heard of anyone who could comprehend dark energy at incipient god realm. Perhaps this will be easier to understand. Yin calmly urged his energy. His soul consciousness rippled like waves. The stone walls around him exploded furiously. An invisible energy had intruded Du Lei and his warriors and entered their souls. They all felt shivers down their spines. They were filled with fear instantly. How could it be? How could you do that? Du Lei couldn't even imagine. He had heard about many mysterious secrets of the dark energy. He knew it was peculiar. Without alerting the others, this invisible energy could expand inaudibly, and it was more lethal than god power. Yan's performance was exactly like what they had rumored. It was the power of the ones with dark energy. "I want to meet your forefather," said Yin simply. Du Lei's eyes were complicated. He pondered for a few seconds and then said to his warriors, "It's forbidden to tell any word about this. You arrange them in another area. Don't let anybody know. Conceal the death of the Earth Ghoul tribe members. No, we must close this area. Do not let anyone in or out." The members of the Dragon Lizard clan knew the seriousness of this case. They nodded continuously. "We don't need to move to another area. I have 2 friends here. You guys should escort them to my friend's cave." Yin pointed at Tu Shirqi and Yi Yun's cave in the distance. "You have no say in this. We will arrange this ourselves. While you go meet our elder, we will conceal it." Du Lei snorted and then said, "Follow me. I'm taking you to meet our elder." Du Lei knew that their Dragon Lizard clan was afraid of the Soul clan because their forefather hadn't reached the Territory Ancestor realm yet. As long as he reached that realm, they could stop worrying about the Territory Ancestor of the Soul clan. He understood what Dragon Lizard prioritized now. Yin, an alien who knew dark energy. If he could give the forefather a chance to break through, the death of the Earth Ghoul tribe members was not important. Du Lei took Yin on a stone-paved path. This path had many hidden mechanisms that Du Lei had to use his soul consciousness to open. Each wall here led to a marvelous cave deep inside the planet. After a long time, Yin had gone deep underground and appeared by a massive scorching lava pond. After Du Lei had taken Yin here, Du Lei kneeled down on both knees and spoke the language of the Dragon Lizard clan to talk to the lava pond. Du Lei was calling for Dragon Lizard. After a while, Dragon Lizard's clone emerged from the hot pond and stood in front of Du Lei and Yin. He asked in astonishment, "Who is this kid?" "Forefather, it's like this." Du Lei hurried to explain. When he mentioned that Yin understood dark energy, Dragon Lizard shivered and his eyes shot light as dazzling as sunlight. "If you can help me, you don't need to worry about the Earth Ghoul tribe anymore. Also, we will give you the immortal pellet," said Dragon Lizard resolutely. To him, nothing was more important than breaking through to the Territory Ancestor realm. When he got dark energy and entered the Territory Ancestor realm, the Earth Ghoul tribe's forefather was the one he could kill in any minute. Even if the Soul clan wanted a battle against him, they would have to consider if it was worth their efforts or not. "The Soul clan has ambushed you. There's a divine weapon from the absolute beginning era in the stomach of your real body now. It's a 3-legged cauldron of the Soul clan." Yin looked at him and threw him more shocking news. "If you don't join the Soul clan this time, you'll die. That cauldron is a divine weapon that Singh has borrowed from an expert at the Territory Ancestor realm in his clan. It's for you, especially." Chapter 1383, Soul Refining Cauldron. Chapter 1383, Soul Refining Cauldron. "Underscore, you guys stay here. No one is allowed to take even one step out of here." A member of the Dragon Lizard clan took Audrey and the 3 warriors of the Heavenly Eye clan to a heavy guarded room. Dozens of Dragon Lizard clan guards stood and watched outside the room. They were the new guards that another leader of the Dragon Lizard clan had mobilized from another zone. This group of guards had at least 6 experts at the Immortal Realm. To them, they were a big threat. "We're imprisoned." Evelyn sighed and looked at the door with layers of barriers and the Dragon Lizard clan guards. He knew that they couldn't act freely anymore. Audrey wore a pure white dress. her face as calm as usual. She sat quietly in this spacious room and said, "Don't worry. As long as Yin and Forefather Dragon Lizard find an agreement, we will be all right. I'm just afraid of unexpected events." Adams forced a smile. He understood the Dragon Lizard clan's deeds. If Yin and Forefather Dragon Lizard had a good conversation, they would be all right. But if it went bad, the Dragon Lizard clan would hand them to the Earth Ghoul tribe, where they would be tortured to death. Everything depended on Yin's means. Audrey was calm. Along the way here, she had always felt like a pair of eyes was watching them. Using her magical soul power to sense, she knew that Yun and Tu Chi were using their special method to observe them. As Tu Chi and Yun were from the Mysterious Sky Clan, one of the 7 great clans, and were at third sky of Immortal Realm, it wasn't going to be a problem to rescue them. She could vaguely feel that Tu Chi really appreciated the relationship with Yin. If the situation got worse, these 2 members of the Mysterious Sky Clan were going to interfere. She wasn't wrong about this. At this moment, Tu Chi and Yun were staying in their stone chamber. Tu Chi opened his eyes and laughed. "Well, the Dragon Lizard clan isn't really good. I got their location. I've also sent a wisp of soul consciousness there. If something happens, I'll know immediately." Hearing him, Yun could finally ease her restless mind. She said, "Maybe we don't need to take action. Right, as long as that kid can meet up with Dragon Lizard, things will change greatly. And we just need to wait patiently for Dragon Lizard's invitation," smiled Tu Chi. "We should prepare carefully. We must make Sing taste our power." Yun's eyes conveyed her savage intention. Dash. In a corner of Dragon Lizard Star, Sing was floating above countless departed souls and ghosts, his face dark and cold. The soul energy rippled from him fiercely. Underneath, so many ghosts were crying and screaming pathetically. A member of the Soul Clan, like a dark shadow, flew to him and said respectfully, "Commander, we got recent news that Bargo of the Earth Ghoul tribe is gone." Sing was awakened from his cultivation. He frowned and said impatiently, "What?" "That feudal Bargo was sent to find the Mysterious Sky Clan members, but he failed. I asked him to find something that could hypnotize souls, and I've heard nothing from him yet. I don't care if he's gone or not. This sort of man doesn't deserve our attention." A subordinate of him reported that they had found a fascinating diving eye of the Heavenly Eye clan. They said that it could even fascinate the soul of the Immortal Realm experts. Bargo was greedy for it. He took 3 clansmen with him to find them, and he hasn't come back. His subordinate said that his life lamp had extinguished, explained the warrior. "What?" Sing was startled. A devil and strange light emerged in his eyes. The soul lamp extinguishing means his soul had vanished. The Earth Ghoul tribe cultivates the secret technique from our clan. Unless they encountered some special technique, their souls can scatter and escape safely. Who did Bargo encounter? Bargo had second sky of Immortal Realm cultivation base. Because of his relation to our clan, in this Dragon Lizard Star, there is no one who would dare to attack them, and not many people have the competencies to do so. Recently, the Earth Ghoul tribe tried to find 2 experts from the Mysterious Sky Clan. Did he find something which made someone kill him to shut his mouth? Assumed the guard. Sing's soul consciousness moved. Countless departed souls and wailing ghosts underneath came into his body under the black robe. He floated and drifted toward the Soul Clan warrior. He said, "You said Bargo found the fascinating eye something. Do you think it can work?" From what that Earth Ghoul tribe member had reported, it could work magically. Otherwise, Bargo wouldn't have been so thrilled, answered the other. Sing pondered for a while. Perhaps the Mysterious Sky Clan has their nose in this fascinating eye thing. I have to go talk to the Dragon Lizard Clan to see what happened. Then, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Dash. The scorching lava pond deep underground, Dragon Lizard Star. The clone of Forefather Dragon Lizard was surprised as he looked at Yin. "Kid, what are you talking about? I have a good friendship with Sing. Although I can't say we're soulmates, it's impossible that he would plot against me. On the way to this planet, we encountered a strange asteroid. We thought it Yin took a deep breath, then told the others everything they had encountered on the way there. He had stressed on describing the features of the massive three-legged cauldron and the mysterious symbols on the cauldron. Lei was kneeling on the ground and listening to Yin in fear. He couldn't help but intervene. Forefather, from what he's saying, I'm afraid that the big cauldron is the soul refining cauldron of the Soul Clan. The soul refining cauldron is a divine weapon from the absolute beginning era. It can absorb the soul consciousness to create magical symbols, the language of the absolute beginning era. It's really formidable. After Yin had finished, Forefather Dragon Lizard didn't say anything, but he changed his face when Lei intervened. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to ask about dark energy. Whether you told us the truth or not, I need to check it carefully. Then, his clone directly sank into the scorching lava pond. A terrifying groan arose deep inside the massive lava pond. It seemed like a giant beast was moving and releasing energy. A tremendous energy that could explode the entire dragon lizard star came from the lava pond. The planet had constant explosions as so many pieces of broken stars on its surface rumbled. They looked as if they could collapse in the next minute. If the soul refining cauldron was in his body, he could make the cauldron destroy his body from the inside and take in his soul as long as Sing wanted that to happen. Sing could kill him that way, while increasing his cauldron's power altogether. The stronger the soul that it absorbed, the more terrifying the cauldron became. The reason why the expert at the territory ancestor realm of the Soul Clan let Sing borrow the weapon was to kill Forefather Dragon Lizard to strengthen his divine weapon. No matter what, in the vast sea of stars, people at the peak of a mortal realm were rare. Their souls were the top tonic for the soul refining cauldron. Grrrr. An earth-shaking roar came from the lava pond. The clone of Dragon Lizard emerged at once. He looked ashen as green veins bulged on his forehead like wiggling worms. He looked so furious. Forefather, called Lei. This kid is right. I found a foreign item in my body. It must be the soul refining cauldron of the Soul Clan. I can't take it out now. I don't want to alert the enemy. It would make Sing attack me first. Forefather Dragon Lizard had his flame of rage burst up into the sky. After so many years, he had always considered Sing a friend. He wanted to create a good relationship with the Soul Clan. He hadn't shown his intention to join the Soul Clan because he still embraced the hope of obtaining a true understanding of dark energy by exchanging the immortal pellets. If he couldn't get dark energy afterward, he would consider joining the Soul Clan. Dragon Lizard hadn't expected Sing to prepare so well for this trip. He didn't come with a goodwill at all. The soul refining cauldron was his black hand. If Dragon Lizard still lingered, he would become a sacrifice for that divine weapon of the Soul Clan. How could he not be outraged? It's troublesome to take it out of my body without Sing recognizing it. I want to think carefully to find a way to do that. Although Forefather Dragon Lizard was extremely hot-tempered, he calmed down pretty quickly. He began to think about a method to solve this big problem. If you want to kill Sing, someone can help you. Yeah, if you don't mind, I can introduce 2 experts to you. They also want Sing dead. Moreover, they can assure you that you don't need to be afraid of the Soul Clan's revenge after that. It's an assurance to your Dragon Lizard clan. Yin smiled and offered at the right time. Forefather Dragon Lizard was surprised. Kid, it seems like you have a plan. Tell me, who do you want to introduce to me? How about the mysterious Sky Clan? Yin said in a low-pitched voice. The eyes of Dragon Lizard sparkled in a strange light. He pondered for a while and grasped the key point. He laughed. Oh, are they too sure Chi and his wife Yin? Sing and the members of the Earth Ghoul tribe told us to find them. It seems like Sing has attacked them hard. I knew I can't deceive Forefather, Yin smiled. He knew a monster like Forefather Dragon Lizard wasn't a fool. Sing could only furtively attack him because he had a powerful divine weapon and a lucky timing. He did that when Dragon Lizard was having a meal. Apparently, he had planned it for a long time. Otherwise, it wasn't easy to attack this old monster. As Sing had to use the absolute beginning divine weapon, he was also afraid of Forefather Dragon Lizard. Dragon Lizard could understand a situation after only 2 or 3 sentences. If Sing wants to harm me, how can I let him enjoy himself that much? Harumph! I will make him know the price of plotting against me. Although the soul-refining cauldron is an absolute beginning divine weapon, I know it, so don't think they can kill me. Then, Dragon Lizard turned to Shuriyin. All right, take the other 2 to see me. I want to talk to them carefully. Shuriyin now knew Forefather Dragon Lizard wanted to kill Sing too. This area was Dragon Lizard's star, his territory. If they got his approval, everything was going to be convenient. They're staying in. Shuriyin told Du Lei the location of Tu Shi Chi's cave. Du Lei was very surprised. Now, he knew that the ones Shuriyin had mentioned were the 2 experts of the mysterious Sky Clan. Forefather Dragon Lizard had ordered him to invite Tu Shi Chi and his wife, so Du Lei left respectfully. All right, now tell me about dark energy. As soon as he left, Forefather Dragon Lizard had a dazzling light shoot out of his eyes as he gazed at Shuriyin. Chapter 1384, Reward. Chapter 1384, Reward. Underscore the scorching lava pond surged and dyed Shuriyin's face red. Vaguely, a terrifying energy fluctuated from deep inside the lava pond. Shuriyin knew that the real body of the Forefather Dragon Lizard hiding inside the lava pond was digesting the broken pieces of asteroids he had recently swallowed to absorb their energy. He was trying to reach the territory ancestor realm. The energy in earth and heaven appeared in many forms. The wind, storm, lightning, a lake, a mountain, and even a lava pond had energy. The warriors and beasts stored energy in their bodies. The crystals, precious treasures, and armor also had energy. There were various types of energy that were rich. The known energies could be categorized as the major energies. The energies from exploding asteroids, comets, lightning, and ice were the major energies. They were the energies that most warriors controlled and used. They filled the warriors' god power ancient tree and gave them supernatural abilities while using their power Upanishads. However, they only controlled the major energies. The warriors couldn't have the power to create the world. They couldn't create new territories, and they couldn't terminate the entire sea of stars with only their thoughts. According to the creatures from the absolute beginning era, there was another kind of energy called the negative energy or the dark energy. This kind of mysterious energy was invisible, and there was no way to sense or recognize it, even though it was always there and affected the existence and the balance of so many territories in the world. This energy had ruled the world for a long time. Unfortunately, not many people could grasp the true meaning of this energy. The ones who understood this energy were usually top experts, and they never talked to others about their power. Forefather Dragon Lizard had been stuck in the immortal realm for so many years. He just needed one more step to enter the territory ancestor realm. However, this small step was like a deep chasm that he was never going to be able to cross. It made him helpless and hopeless. He looked at Shuriyin and couldn't hide his excitement. You have only incipient god realm cultivation base. I'm curious, how could you get dark energy? While talking, Dragon Lizard sent a wisp of his soul consciousness into Shuriyin's brain and walked around his sea of consciousness before retreating. Forefather Dragon Lizard was thrilled, his eyes passionate. Right, it's dark energy. To be honest, I didn't get this energy through my own study. Shuriyin understood that this old monster had profound knowledge. He didn't dare to lie to him, so he just talked indifferently. I got dark energy from an absolute beginning creature. It was hurt badly at that time, so the pure energy in its body was oozing out. I was accidentally cultivating near it. I had strangely absorbed its pure energy and blood. Then my bones, veins, and souls transformed. Also, my sea of consciousness had some changes that I can't explain. Shuriyin told him half of the truth. He got dark energy from Hui, but it was because of the devouring power Upanishad. He had eroded Hui's body to completely advance himself and get the energy. Absolute beginning creature? Dragon Lizard looked surprised. What's that creature called? Also, where are you from? How could you encounter a creature from the absolute beginning era? Shuriyin frowned. He wasn't about to explain this, so he just said casually, "Forgive me for not telling everything. I can only tell you about the origin of my dark energy. It's something unexpected. It's my usual luck. I can't spread it out." He could see that Dragon Lizard also wanted to use the absolute beginning creature to get dark energy and break through the tough gateway. "Then what can you do to help me?" Dragon Lizard's face darkened. He looked angry. "From what you said, you didn't even know how you got dark energy. I think you don't know the power and mysteries of dark energy. What else can you tell me?" "I can transfer a wisp of dark energy to you, so you can take your time to study it. You can learn its mysterious features yourself." Before he got here, Shurian had planned this. Giving me a wisp of energy? Dragon Lizard was baffled, his eyes mocking. "You think we can solve it easily like that? I know there are two ways to get dark energy. The first way is what you've said by taking the energy from absolute beginning creatures. The other way is to learn it by yourself. You aren't an absolute beginning creature. I can't kill you to take energy by refining you. So, how will the dark energy you're about to send me work? How do you know I'm not an absolute beginning creature?" Shurian curled his lips. "My ancestor was lizard. You know how giant my ancestor was? Let alone my ancestor. Do you know how big my real body is? Each of the absolute beginning creatures is bigger than an entire planet. You are too minute." Dragon Lizard wore a disdainful face. "Okay, I'm not an absolute beginning creature, but I think my dark energy can help you somehow." Shurian didn't mind it. He closed his eyes and sat in front of Dragon Lizard. He condensed a wisp of dark energy in his sea of consciousness and used a space seal to cover it. A wisp of energy flew out from Shurian's body and entered Forefather Dragon Lizard's eye. Dragon Lizard frowned and blinked as he drew that invisible seal into his brain. Swoosh! The explosion of the space seal was heard in his head. A flow of strange energy flew away. He wanted to capture it, but it had already vanished. Shurian was bewildered as he didn't understand the situation. He had used space energy to shroud a wisp of dark energy, but he didn't imprint his soul seal on it. After it left his body, it disappeared. It couldn't help Forefather Dragon Lizard. "Was that your method?" winced Forefather Dragon Lizard. Shurian gave a forced smile and tried to squeeze his brain for a solution. At this moment, Dulé brought Tu Shurchi and Yiyun to the cave. Tu Shurchi beamed at Shurian and then at Dragon Lizard. He smiled casually. "You guys are discussing the magical features of dark energy, aren't you?" Forefather Dragon Lizard snorted. "Although your body is extremely tenacious with formidable power, your transformation of the life form is still not enough." Tu Shurchi smiled. While talking, he threw a jade box to Dragon Lizard. The jade box opened. It seemed like something was inside the box, but they couldn't see anything. But there must be something there. From the dent and the small folds of the fabric inside, there was something that couldn't be seen. Shurian was astounded. His mind flickered, and he sent dark energy into his eyes. Then he saw a piece of a bone inside the box. He was very surprised as he looked at Tu Shurchi. A bone. This piece of bone was similar to Bloodthirsty's remains that year. It was invisible, and the ordinary soul consciousness couldn't see. Shurian had to use his dark energy to see it. Yes, it's a piece of a bone. It's the bone of a territory ancestor realm expert after he left. This bone is also called dark material or negative matter. Only the warriors at the territory ancestor realm can become like this after their life form reaches a specific level. Before Tu Shurchi came here, he had prepared well. According to Sir Han Tian of my mysterious Sky Clan, before you can understand dark energy, you have to transform your life from. Only when your body and soul reaches the new height of life can you get that energy. The life form of the absolute beginning creature has reached the peak of existence. That's how they got the power. If we want to reach such a level, we must refine and quench our body and soul to advance our life form. Shurian was shocked. Before I got dark energy, it's true that my blood, veins, skeleton, and soul had changed rapidly. After that, I found the magical features of my body, and I found another strange energy in my sea of consciousness. He looked at Tu Shurchi. Forefather Dragon Lizard was stunned. He looked immersed in his thoughts, as if he had just touched something deep in his heart. He suddenly remembered the time he was still small and weak. Lizard, the absolute beginning creature, had advised him clearly that he must not be lazy in refining and quenching his soul and body. Each of his muscles and cells should have refined thousands of times. That's how he could have a chance to sublimate his soul and body. When he was still small and vulnerable, Lizard told him to continuously cultivate both the body and soul. Aside from just condensing and gathering the energy, his soul and body had to also transform to a specific level. When that happened, he was going to be able to see the magical things that others couldn't. This advice was given a long, long time ago that forefather Dragon Lizard had almost forgotten it. Today, Tu Chi told him Han Tian's experience. Dragon Lizard was startled as tears lingered in his old eyes. My precursor had told me the method a long time ago. Too bad that I've only focused on gathering energy. I had almost forgotten his advice. I didn't know that the body and the soul were the foundation. It's the deepest sorrow of my life. I'm ashamed as I'd failed my precursor's expectations. It should be the first step of the precise path. I'm sure Sing knows this too. He has never reminded you. Tu Chi was compassionate. He felt sorry for forefather Dragon Lizard. This old creature had always wanted to create a good relationship with the Soul Clan, and he had a good friendship with Sing for many years. Throughout these years, Sing had come to be his distinguished guest many times. He'd asked him several times about this, and he got no useful information from him. Refining the body and the soul to evolve a life form was the first step of learning dark energy. The senior experts of the 7 great clans knew this. They had guided their children to pay attention to cultivating the body and the soul, which they had to consider as important as accumulating energy. As Sing was an expert of the Soul Clan, he, of course, knew this. He had always cultivated his body and soul too. But he had never told Dragon Lizard anything. Sing knows this too. Dragon Lizard rolled his eyes, his murderous aura discernible. Well, it's common knowledge in the 7 great clans. Although it's just the first step, the 7 great clans are studying this step carefully, and we think that it's the right path, intervened Yun faintly. Forefather Dragon Lizard didn't say anything, his breathing short and heavy, and his eyes sparkling with malicious light. After a long time, he had to try really hard to subside the idea of going to kill Sing right now. Suddenly, he threw an orange jade jar to Shi Yin. It has an immortal pellet. It can help you reach the immortal realm. It's a reward for your information. Yeah, I got important things to discuss with the 2 guests from the mysterious Sky Clan. Dulé, you take care of him. Yes, sir, Dulé answered with great respect. Chapter 1385, Break the Bottleneck. Chapter 1385, Break the Bottleneck. Dulé took Shi Yin back to the surface. Before that, he had already asked his guards to bring Audrey and the Heavenly Eye clan's members to another area. It was a massive stone hall in another secret corner. It wasn't the open area where the Dragon Lizard clan hosted the other clans. It was an area exclusive to the strong experts of the clan. The stone hall was built inside a broken asteroid. It had cultivating rooms, storages, and also bath areas. However, the entire place didn't have any decorations, jade objects, or patterns carved on the walls. It was the Dragon Lizard clan style. They didn't like luxurious things. This is where I cultivate, said Dulé. Each influential member of the Dragon Lizard clan had a private area on Dragon Lizard Star. This stone hall was hidden inside an asteroid. Dulé had renovated it so that it could fly out of Dragon Lizard Star and function as a battleship. Shortly after, the guards of the Dragon Lizard clan had taken Evelyn's team and Audrey to the same place. If Forefather asks us to protect you, I'm sure we won't let the Soul Clan disturb you. After the 2 precursors of the mysterious Sky Clan finish their discussion with our ancestor, we'll take them here too. Don't worry, Dulé said to them and then asked his subordinates. As long as they don't leave this area, they can do what they want. They can enter all cultivating rooms. If you don't receive any orders, do not disturb them. Then, Dulé left the stone hall hurriedly. The guard standing outside the hall bowed to him. They've moved us to 2 different places. It seems like the Dragon Lizard clan is still afraid of the Earth Ghoul tribe and the Soul clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to hide us. Audrey wore a pure white dress, her eye bright but cold. She walked to Yin and asked, "How was it?" "Forefather Dragon Lizard will try to protect us." If nothing unexpected happens, he's discussing how to kill Sing now. Yin grinned and said to Evelyn's and the other 2, "Don't worry. It should be nothing dangerous. Just stay here and cultivate. We'll handle it." He didn't mention Chi and his wife from the mysterious Sky clan to the other 3. Evelyn's guessed that they had hidden something from them, but he was smart enough not to ask further. They scattered, and each of them found a room to cultivate in. Yin and Audrey had chosen a massive training court tiled with square crystals. Those crystals were really rigid, so they could resist energy attacks and hard hits. The domed roof was built high above, which gave them a lot of space to move. He told her what happened when he met up with Forefather Dragon Lizard. Audrey was so astounded. Then, he chose a place to sit down cross-legged and said, "We're safe here for the time being. The Dragon Lizard won't trouble us. We should seize this time and cultivate fast." "All right." Audrey sat down opposite to him across the spacious room and folded her straight legs. She closed her eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 wisps of gray souls flew out of the wine jug on her hand. The 3 souls didn't have consciousness. They were just forms of pure soul energy like drifting clouds. She rose one hand, and they disappeared into her eyes. Her body shook 3 times. Countless gray-brown, hair-like soul fibers flew out of her body and gave her a peculiar appearance. Yin didn't hurry to cultivate. He observed Audrey instead. She had absorbed the 3 souls at incipient god realm that he had exchanged with his wind thunder stones into her sea of consciousness. Then, Audrey used her power Upanishad to mince them into several thousand soul wisps. They then moved through her veins as she used them to increase her power, making her bones and veins more tenacious. Yin observed her for a while and then smiled. He nodded his head. Audrey was touched because Yin didn't conceal anything Chi had told Forefather Dragon Lizard. She was trying her best to implement that method. Audrey's usual method was to use the soul to cultivate her soul altar. She hadn't made them move through her body. She did it differently this time because her mind changed. Now she knew that she should focus on refining her veins, blood, and bones. It was to prepare for her breakthrough to the territory ancestor realm. She was always a smart woman. When she heard of a technique, of course, she knew how to make use of it. The members of Imperial Dark Tribe had always focused on cultivating the soul, as the soul was the key to their power, Upanishad. They didn't really cultivate their bodies. Her way of cultivating today had escaped the original method of Imperial Dark Tribe. With only Yin's one-sided words, she had discarded her tribal methods to start a whole new way of cultivating. It had proven that she was tough and resolute. Also, she trusted Yin wholeheartedly. She thought that Yin would never lie to her, and his words were real and as precious as jades and pearls. Yin was happy for her. He believed that with her innate talents and wisdom, once she found the right direction, she would create amazing achievements later. A lightning bolt flashed in his head and cut all turbulent thoughts. Yin became lucid immediately. Without a piece of a junk thought, the orange jade jar that Dragon Lizard had given him emerged in front of him. After a flash, the jar exploded and revealed a strange pellet. The pellet was as big as a longan fruit, and it was brilliant despite its strong herbal smell. At a closer look, the pellet was a tiny plant with mountains, lakes, forests, buildings, and even rain and lightning. Yin's eyes became strange as he observed the pellet. He could even see many skeletons inside the buildings. The immortal pellet used a level 7 life star as the foundation and billions of lives on it as the source of energy. Only supernatural experts could refine this sort of pellet. They had shrunk an entire planet billions of times to make it a pellet that could act as the creator to help a third sky of incipient god realm reach the immortal realm. He used to think that it was a fake product. However, after observing the pellet, he had no doubt. A peculiar pellet that looked like a small planet. What could it be if not the immortal pellet? Sure, Yin opened his mouth to draw the immortal pellet made of an entire life star into his mouth. It followed his stomach and flew directly toward the god power ancient tree in his lower abdomen. The immortal pellet fell on the god power ancient tree and began to beat like a heart while releasing flows of pure energy. Instantly, innumerable rivers of energy rolled torrentially inside his veins and made his energy fluctuate earth-shakingly. At the same time, he found that billions of souls and soul consciousness of the creatures on the planet had turned into a current of pure soul energy storming toward his soul altar. The pure soul energy fell into his sea of consciousness and impacted with dark energy there. It happened like magnificent fireworks blooming and sending countless beams of light. They sparkingly flooded the tier of power Upanishads, heaven flames, and his host soul. Space, death and life, and star power Upanishads seemed to be stimulated. They used to be separated, but now they suddenly merged into one. It was so strange. A feeling he couldn't describe moved through his heart to the soul altar. He felt as if he had returned to the fountainhead of power Upanishads and was wandering around the seas of death, space, life, and star power Upanishads. The host soul was perplexed. It seemed to leave his body to the world that could receive endless vitality, where he could be everlasting and undying. Rumor said that people at the immortal realm had endless longevity. For example, after the holy beast Azure Dragon had reached the immortal realm, he had lived 100,000 years, and he was still vigorous. He had escaped the principle of the life cycle. It was something that incipient god realm experts couldn't do. Although they had long lives, their souls and bodies aged several thousand years. If their vitality got drained, their souls were weakened altogether. If they couldn't reach the immortal realm, at the end of their life cycle, they withered and died like an old, shriveled tree. Only breaking through to a mortal realm would make them immortal. At that time, they could distort nature's principles. They would live forever with abundant vitality. Their souls would always be sound and vigorous. Unless they were killed by stronger experts who could drain their vitality and erase their soul seals. On theory, the immortal realm experts could live forever. It was the immortal realm. The fusion of his power Upanishads and Shi Yan's host soul made him feel something magical. However, another soul of his was placid. He found that the heaven flames that hadn't had any progress were stimulated by the immortal pellet. Slowly, they were about to fuse with each other again. Besides the primal chaos sacred flame, the other flames had stuck together magically and created a magnificent, colorful sea of flame. At first, they were like bands of a torn fabric sheet. Right now, they were slowly gathering as if they wanted to fully recover. The heaven flame tier had become a sea of fire. Shi Yan's co-soul drifted above the sea of fire and looked at the heaven flames fusing with each other. An immortal pellet had triggered many things magical to his body. While he was heading to the immortal realm, many things strange in his body burned. The commotions that Shi Yan and Audrey had created when they were cultivating weren't small. Soon, Evelyn's and the members of the Heavenly Eye clan had recognized the strange commotions. They gathered outside the room Shi Yan and Audrey were cultivating in. The stone room was closed, but the energy fluctuating inside was really chaotic and formidable. Apparently, it was turbulent energy that appeared when someone was breaking through. Audrey is reaching second sky of incipient god realm, and that man is entering the immortal realm. Evelyn's had experience. He understood it right away. Now, we need to watch over them. During this time, we won't allow the members of the Dragon Lizard clan to enter the place. It seems like we got the immortal pellet after meeting up with Forefather Dragon Lizard. Masha looked yearning. She had followed her 2 seniors to this place with the hope of getting one of the immortal pellets. Today, seeing Shi Yan cultivate with that pellet, she admired him a lot. Sigh, We don't have this fortune. But if he can reach the immortal realm, with his dark energy, his competence will be extremely formidable, said Evelyn's with a lot of emotions. Chapter 1386, Cut the Flesh. Chapter 1386, Cut the Flesh, _ Dragon Lizard Star had a massive pit where a lot of special palaces and buildings specified to serve different clans were built. They even built lakes with some islets for water tribe members to stay in. It was the gathering area of second-class clans. Delegations from different clans didn't need to endure staying inside the stone caves of the Dragon Lizard clan. They could stay in this area with more suitable conditions. Just like Dulé, Walker was one of Forefather Dragon Lizard subordinates who was in charge of this area. He had second sky of Immortal Realm. While discussing important matters with Yuan Mo of the Water Tribe, Walker suddenly felt his heart beat faster. He looked outside, and his face changed immediately. He left the palace where the Water Tribe stayed quickly. Yuan Mo was the Water Tribe's handsome man who Shi Yin and Audrey had encountered on the way here. At this moment, Yuan Mo lifted his head, his face solemn. Sing was coming with countless departed souls and ghosts underneath his body like a big, dark cloud. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and it pressured people terrifyingly. Sing slowly descended with many members of the Soul Clan, serving him respectfully. Also, he had many souls of beautiful women who looked both cold and elegant as they massaged his shoulders and legs. They made his emergence more dazzling. A crowd of many warriors from different second-class clans were gathering and seeing Sing of the Soul Clan descending arrogantly. They discolored and lowered their voices. The Earth Ghoul tribe lodged near here. So many people had seen Bargo leave with rage. As they saw Sing come, they thought that he wanted to find Bargo, to ask for some information, or to request them to find Tu Shi and his wife. Many people knew this. They thought that Sing came personally because the Earth Ghoul tribe was slow in reporting their works. Yuan Mo was the head of the Water Tribe by chance this time. Since they didn't get along well with the Earth Ghoul tribe, Yuan Mo knew a lot of things. Seeing Sing come, he was anxious because he was worried that Sing would trouble the Water Tribe. A graceful figure emerged from a quiet tower in the palace behind him. It was a plump woman who wore a long blue cloak that embraced her round rear end. Her face was covered under a jade mask, which looked ferocious like a demon showing its fangs. She moved slightly and reappeared inaudibly by Yuan Mo. A pair of deep azure eyes looked at Sing, and a soft voice came. Don't worry. I'm here with you guys. Sing won't dare to do anything to you. Yeah, he doesn't look like he came because of you guys. The life energy on her body was vague, and her breath wasn't steady. She gave people an impression of something from a fantasy. Only Yuan Mo knew that the fearsome mask she was wearing had covered her earth-shaking aura. It made her ordinary, which didn't draw attention from others. As Yuan Mo knew her identity, his words and gestures showed his respect. He bowed and said, I'm afraid that Sing will cause trouble when he finds you. The woman chuckled. Sing is just a commander in the Soul Clan. Even if he finds me here, there will be no trouble. Yeah, I came here this time because of the Forefather Dragon Lizard's immortal pellet. I just want to find an item that can secure my junior's breakthrough. Sing won't dare to provoke me. Listening to her, Yuan Mo could finally rest his restless mind. He still kept his body bent. Then, he lifted his head to look at Sing, wondering why he came here this time. Is that Walker? Sing's dark voice arose and echoed around this large pit. Apparently, he didn't want to conceal his intentions. Walker was at second sky of Immortal Realm. He was one of the experts with a profound cultivation base in the Dragon Lizard clan. Hearing Sing's question, he answered with a stern face, I'm here. I don't want to walk around the bush. Bargo of the Earth Ghoul tribe, his soul lamp is extinguished. His soul must be destroyed. I just want to know who did it. Sing had a cold light sparkle in his eyes. His voice thundered and reached each palace in this massive pit. If you want to hit my dog, you have to look at my face first. Bargo is my Soul Clan's hound. I want to know who killed him. Apparently, he came to send his punitive forces arrogantly. The energy from his body fluctuated fiercely. So many vague souls were conjured. They turned into a gruesome mountain and bobbed behind him, showing fangs and claws. A wisp of soul consciousness was sent toward the second-class forces to find the possible murderer at the High Realm. Sing had never thought that Bargo would be killed by Shi Yin, a warrior at incipient God Realm. He thought that the one who could kill Bargo had an equivalent realm. He assumed that the murderer was here and mingling in the crowd. He had a premonition that it was Tu Shi-Chi's trick. He had to find him quickly. With this recent deed, he didn't put the Dragon Lizard clan or Walter in his eyes. Bargo is dead? Walker pretended to know nothing. He shook his head with a bewildered countenance. I didn't know that. Please give me more time. After I find the results, I will answer to you. He had received the news from Dulé, but he wanted to stall for as long as possible. Mwaha, I know it's related to the Heavenly Eye clan. They're just a third-class clan. They dared to attack a clan dependent on our soul clan. I think this Heavenly Eye clan doesn't want to live anymore. Sing smiled darkly. I'm going to search to see if they're here. Then, I will check every corner. I don't think I can't find them. While talking, his soul consciousness moved around like a gust of wind, rummaging through the entire area. Many palaces of the second-class clans were under attack. The warriors in there felt their soul altars flicker anxiously. They were so scared. No one dared to shout or curse. They knew that they weren't an equal match to the Soul Clan, and they knew that Sing was powerful. They could only endure it. Sing's soul Tanda swept around and entered the lake of the Water Tribe, reaching Yuan Mo. Shortly after, Sing looked baffled. He hesitated for a while and then glided through Walker, heading to the Water Tribe. He looked at the plump woman with the fearsome mask and asked with a stern face, "Who are you?" The woman sneered and said faintly, "I'm here for the forefather dragon, Lizard's immortal pellet. Right? There's something I want to make clear." She turned to Yuan Mo of the Water Tribe. "From now on, our Phantom Clan will protect the Water Tribe. I hope that the chief of the Soul Clan will pay attention and not let your dogs bark and bite around." Sing discolored and gazed at the woman, furrowing his brows. "Is Borrego's death related to you? Do you think that kind of thing is worth my effort?" sneered the woman. Sing contemplated and then nodded. "I'll talk to the Earth Ghoul forefather so they don't trouble the Water Tribe furthermore. Our Soul Clan doesn't have any dispute with your Phantom Clan. I don't expect that the two clans will fight against each other because of the Earth Ghoul tribe and the Water Tribe." Then, he nodded to say farewell to her without his haughty visage. He left immediately to another area. He didn't care about Walker because he didn't really consider the Dragon Lizard clan important or dangerous. Yuan Mo was tense. Seeing Sing proactively say that he would ask the Earth Ghoul's forefather to control his tribe, Yuan Mo was very excited. He thought that his Water Tribe had made the right decision to be dependent on the Phantom Clan. They wouldn't need to give way to the Earth Ghoul tribe anymore. Finally, he understood how good it was to have a big backup. Then, he turned to Walker of the Dragon Lizard clan and sighed. The Dragon Lizard clan was also a second-class force. Before Lizard had disappeared, the Dragon Lizard clan had been the overlord in this area. Even the territory ancestor realm experts of the 7 clans had to respect him, and every other clan had to be afraid of his clan. After Lizard had returned to Mother Earth and the forefather Dragon Lizard, the second generation couldn't break through to territory ancestor realm. The Dragon Lizard clan gradually declined, and now, even the Earth Ghoul tribe dared to bully them. Yuan Mo thought that only if the Dragon Lizard clan agreed to follow one of the 7 great clan, they would have steadied and they would have been able to stand upright again. Otherwise, their lives were going to be much more difficult later. The Soul Clan and the Mysterious Sky Clan have often battled. Now, they don't dare to offend me. "Don't worry," said the woman, her voice hiding her proud feelings. As the Phantom Clan was one of the 7 great clans, their overall competence wasn't weaker than the Soul Clan. It was the reason why she got excited. "There's something I want to tell you. On the way here, we met the members of the Heavenly Eye clan. They went together with a couple who came from desolate territory. They seemed lost. They wanted to find their way home through Sing's brutal soul called Ming Hong." Yuan Mo suddenly recalled the event. "I remember that you guys were interested in desolate territory. I wonder if you can use this information. Someone from desolate territory got lost. The woman's eyes sparkled strangely and showed her interest. It's strange. It seems like the Dragon Lizard clan is trying to protect them. It's inexplicable. It seems like the friendship between Sing and Dragon Lizard isn't as close as it was rumored. She pondered and then said, "You guys have a good relationship with the Dragon Lizard clan. Can you arrange for me to meet Forefather Dragon Lizard? Right? You can tell him my identity. Perhaps Dragon Lizard will find me interesting." "Okay, let me try." Yuanamo lifted his head and called Walker. "Walker, brother, please get down here so we could talk for a while." Lava pond. Extremely terrifying roaring and shrieking came from inside the lava pond, while the entire pond seethed torrentially. Tu Shirchi and his wife Yiyun were using their powers Upanishad to create layers of barriers sealing this area and making it soundproof. They didn't want others to recognize the commotion here. The clone of Dragon Lizard floated above the pond and released the ultimate energy fluctuations as he was trying to pull something under the pond. After a while, a big chunk of red meat emerged from the scorching lava pond and floated up. It was bloody, and the veins in the meat were still full of blood. A palm-sized, three-legged cauldron stuck on a small spot on the meat. It was connected to a vein like a blood-sucking leech. Dragon Lizard looked ashen when he coughed and tried to subside his anger. "This soul refining cauldron has stuck on my flesh. Once it detaches from my flesh, Sing will know immediately. I have to do that. I have to cut a piece of meat to deceive him. He won't know what I've done." "Forefather, you're not an ordinary warrior indeed. You can clench your jaw to cut off a big chunk of meat like that. This time, Sing will receive his bad luck," appraised Tu Shirchi. He knew that a creature like Forefather Dragon Lizard would have to endure tremendous pain when he cut off the meat that had contained his power. This old monster had made up his mind to do that to eliminate the threat from the soul refining cauldron without letting Sing know. "Since Sing has done this to me, of course, I must let him taste my power. He thought he could bully me. Damn it." Dragon Lizard was foul-mouthed as he was outraged. "This time, not only will I kill Sing, but that bastard from the Earth Ghoul tribe will also be taken care of. They thought the Soul Clan could protect them, so they have provoked us a lot. Those damned ghouls. Our mysterious Sky Clan will be your backup. We will try our best to help you." Tu Shirchi laughed excitedly. Chapter 1387 Festival. Chapter 1387 Festival. Dule stood in front of the door of the stone hall, his face dark and uncertain. Many guards of the Dragon Lizard clan were gathering around him. Most of them had relatively high realms. "We must use our life energy to conceal the aura inside. We have to ensure that Sing can't find the commotion here." After a while, Dule let out a low shout. At this moment, Sing was in the area where the Dragon Lizard clan accommodated the warriors from many clans. He was raking around and trying to use his soul consciousness to find the Heavenly Eye clan members. He wanted to pull the murderers who killed the Earth Ghoul tribe warriors out of their cave. Dule knew that Forefather Dragon Lizard was trying his best to get rid of the Soul Clan's soul refining cauldron. For the time being, he couldn't come out to solve this problem. Now, they had to ensure that Soul Clan, Audrey, and the others were all right. Right when Sing began his search, he immediately came to this hall to take Yin and Audrey out of Dragon Lizard Star. However, Evelyn's told him that Yin and Audrey were cultivating and they were at the critical moment of their breakthrough. They couldn't be disturbed now. Troubles came together. Dule had a terrible headache. He didn't have any solution better than calling the experts at his realm to this area. "Dule, I heard that Forefather wants to attack Sing." Di Feng, who is also at second sky of a mortal realm, asked with a fierce, bloodthirsty countenance. "I've endured those bastards of the Earth Ghoul tribe for long enough. If our Forefather has made up his mind, I'll be the first one to attack them." "Don't say such nonsense. We have to take care of the main business first. We can't let Sing discover this area. Otherwise, we can't answer Forefather's questions," shouted Dule. Di Feng threw a glance at the hall behind him and said disdainfully, "Will our Forefather be irritated because of the members of the Heavenly Eye clan and the two kids at Incipient God Realm? One of them has dark energy. He talked to Forefather. Forefather asked us to ensure that he won't get murdered. Dulé screamed, "Don't babble. Do it quickly. It'll be a lot of trouble if Sing comes here." The warrior who controls dark energy. The warriors of the Dragon Lizard clan at Immortal Realm became bewildered from listening to Dulé. They turned around to look at the door of the room Yin and Audrey were cultivating in, their faces odd. Right after that, the Immortal Realm experts put on serious faces when the life energy emitted from their bodies like mist that naked eyes could observe. Slowly, that mist shrouded the entire stone hall. Dulé's team was using their life energy to create a barrier that could prevent Sing's soul consciousness from searching. They had to do that because their realm wasn't great enough to prevent Sing from searching. If they wanted to stop him, they had to use their life energy with their second sky of Immortal Realm. After they had successfully set up the barrier, they all looked weak, sitting and guarding the stone hall. The other members of the Dragon Lizard clan stood and waited, protecting their precursors. They were afraid of an unexpected situation. Now, Sing took his Soul Clan warriors and moved around the accommodations of the other clans on Dragon Lizard Star. They had created a loud commotion, indeed. He had used his third sky of Immortal Cultivation Base to check around and search the members of the Heavenly Eye clan. Sing didn't really want to take revenge for Bargo. He wanted to find the fascinating Divine Eye, Tu Chi, and his wife from the mysterious Sky clan. Inside the Stone Hall, the members of Heavenly Eye clan Evelyn's, Adams, and Masha were sitting in a triangular formation right in front of Yan's door. They were also alertly waiting as they were very afraid that someone would disturb them at a critical moment. Inside the training chamber, soul energy twirled around Audrey with many soul filaments. Her body reflected brilliant illusions. A flow of pure soul energy circled her for a while and then slowly entered her soul altar. Her mental state slowly steadied. Her god power ancient tree was filled with surging energy. Then dim light rays emitted from her body and made her illusory. Yin was sitting across the yard. His body was flashing continuously. Brutal energy shot out from his body. When he reached the Immortal Realm, negative energy in his acupuncture points discharged to keep his body clean. Wisps of negative energy hovered and scattered around the training yard. When Audrey urged her power Upanishad, the wisps of her soul also fluttered. When they contacted with the negative energies, they became restless and uneasy, so they began to swallow the beams of negative energy. The departed souls and spirits became more sinister and brutal after they absorbed Yan's negative energy. Audrey's soul altar was also affected by Yan's aura. She could feel a deeper connection with him. Time flew hurriedly. Inside Yan's head, besides the primal chaos-scared flame, the other flames were fusing with each other and turning into a vast sea of fire. The wonders of chilly to the bone coldness, flashing lightning appeared one after another on Yan's body. It looked like he had mastered many different power Upanishads. When Yan's heaven flames finally fused, a burning light column shot out of Yan's head and rocketed into the sky. The dome above the training court burned and melted. The heaven flame shot up into the sky and burned a hole in the barrier that Dulé's team had used their life energy to create. The heaven flame continued to burn the cave and got out, shooting into the sky. Water, tribe's accommodation. A scorching flame shot out of the lake where they stayed. Yuan Mo changed his visage. Many members of the water tribe around were panic-stricken. They gathered as they didn't know what had just happened. The voluptuous, masked woman of the Phantom clan emerged like a spirit above the lake. Her dark eyes gazed at the scorching light column. What a formidable original flame. Only absolute beginning creatures could control the original flame. What's going on? Has something magical happened to Forefather Dragon Lizard? She pondered for a while and then shook her head. She mumbled, "Nope, it's not true. Lizard didn't cultivate original flame. An original flame can't be inherited. How could he get it?" She was frightened when a possibility popped up in her mind. Is there another absolute beginning creature on this planet? Her beautiful eyes were surprised as she said, "You guys stay here. I'm going there to check. This situation is strange, indeed." Yuan Mo nodded. At the same time, Sing was down because he couldn't find the Heavenly Eye clan members after searching for a long time. When the Heaven Flame column pierced through the barrier and shot through the lake of the Water Tribe, Sing was hovering above a cluster of clouds made of departed souls and ghosts. His eyes brightened immediately, and he laughed evilly. He immediately stormed to the stone hall, the lava pond underground. Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shi also felt a tremendous commotion. Tu Shi closed his eyes to sense for a while. He got frightened immediately. It's that kid's aura. However, it's obviously the absolute beginning creature's original flame. How could it be? Yin was dumbstruck. He refined desolate, didn't he? I don't know. Tu Shi forced a smile. He didn't understand it, either. Although Forefather Dragon Lizard didn't know much about dark energy, his precursor was Lizard, so his understanding of the absolute beginning creatures was much more profound than Tu Shi and Yun's. He contemplated and then confirmed. It's a soul wisp of the absolute beginning creature fused with his soul seal to create a second soul. His second soul has some magical powers of the absolute beginning creatures. I think all the experts on the Dragon Lizard clan have recognized such a tremendous commotion. Sing will come soon. What should we do now? Asked Yun. Are you okay? Tu Shi looked at Forefather Dragon Lizard. Suddenly, Forefather Dragon Lizard burst out laughing crazily. It's time for a festival. You guys are going to witness me change Dragon Lizard Star. Then, the screeching and howling that could shake the entire place came from the scorching lava pond. From outer space, Dragon Lizard Star was like a massive, throbbing heart. So many pieces of broken stars and asteroids began to move. The entire Dragon Lizard Star was like a giant magic cube that was changing continuously. An area suddenly emerged as if some force had dragged it up. The massive pits where the third-class and second-class alien tribes lodged scattered around Dragon Lizard Star, where there were previously intact asteroids. Now, they were detaching from Dragon Lizard Star as if the planet was dissolving. From the sea domain of Nihility's point of view, Dragon Lizard Star was like a globe where everything on it was moving. Dragon Lizard Star slowly became a flat continent. It was now a flat continent created by so many broken stars and asteroids. The members of different clans staying in different areas now emerged on different sections of the continent, which all faced the palace in the center. The light column of the original flame shot out from that palace. Dulay's team was still guarding the front of the stone hall. However, they all grimaced. Sigh, Forefather has chosen this moment to hold the festival. I don't know what he has in his mind. When Dragon Lizard Star turns into a continent, it can't hide anything. Our whereabouts are exposed. Sing will come here soon. Dulay forced a smile. He knew that Dragon Lizard Star wasn't a real planet. It was formed by countless pieces of broken asteroids. When Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body had some commotion, the entire star shook. When he moved the pieces of broken stars and asteroids to turn Dragon Lizard Star into Dragon Lizard Continent, it was the time of the festival and the worshipping of an ancestor. However, his timing wasn't right. Right now, the warriors of the second-class and third-class clans had seen the original flame in the center, so they were congregating. Those warriors had sensed the absolute beginning creature from that original flame. They were so excited, and they stormed like clouds of grasshoppers. They were so curious. The woman of the Phantom clan wanted to get deeper into the lake to check what was going on down there. However, when the entire planet changed, she came with the members of the Water Tribe to the Stone Hall. Her beautiful eyes shot out strange light. The aura of the absolute beginning creature. It's the aura of the absolute beginning creature. Sing roared. His body floated above the massive mountain made of souls and ghosts as he stormed forward and stumbled people in his way. The members of the Heavenly Eye clan are there too. Excellent. I want to see how you can hide now. He walked to Dulay's team, his face dark and sinister. He looked at the ground and shouted, "Hey, old friend Dragon Lizard, the earth and sky are shaking. You should come out and watch. Yeah, I want to know if you still consider me your friend." "Friend? Haha, you're a really good friend." Forefather Dragon Lizard's voice was like thunder that came with tremors. His clone appeared with a red face and waves of terrifying energy. Chapter 1388, Conflict. Chapter 1388, Conflict, _ Dragon Lizard Star changed from a planet to a flat continent due to Forefather Dragon Lizard's earth-shaking commotion that moved the mountain and leveled the sea. It now appeared as an uneven continent created by pieces of broken stars and asteroids that functioned as tiles on a square. From the horizon, this continent was rough with many deep gorges, strange mountains, caves, and palaces. Now, an original flame column was shooting up into the sky through the dome of a palace in the center of Dragon Lizard Star. The members of the Dragon Lizard clan at Second Sky of a mortal realm like Dulay and Defeng still guarded the stone hall and focused on watching the moves of the alien tribes around. The masked woman with a sexy body from the Phantom clan was with Yuan Mo's delegation. They came by the stone hall and looked bewildered. Hovering in midair, many aliens were watching with surprised and excited countenances. They knew that the Forefather Dragon Lizard wanted to carry out the worship of their ancestor and the festival. A long time ago before Lizard died, the Dragon Lizard clan had periodically held the festival. At that time, the Dragon Lizard clan was the leading clan of this area. The members of the other clans had to come to meet Lizard when the time came to show their respect. Lizard held the festival and invited leaders and outstanding experts of the surrounding clans. During the festival, he would explain and teach them the true meanings of power Upanishads and the secrets of the absolute beginning creatures. The Dragon Lizard clan's festival attracted surrounding clans, and even the 7 great clans had to send their delegations to join them. However, after Lizard was gone, the festival wasn't as lively and bustling as before. Although Dragon Lizard, the second generation, still held the festival, most of the participants came under their precursors' orders to worship Lizard and show their gratefulness. Their precursors had received many benefits from Lizard, who explained the power Upanishads. Although Lizard was gone, they were still thankful for him. Whenever the Dragon Lizard clan held the festival, they would send their juniors to worship Lizard. Forefather Dragon Lizard also knew that their festival wasn't as attractive as it used to be. Thus, they often used precious treasures of the clan to exchange with others. For example, the immortal pellet was definitely attractive enough. Because of the pellets, many alien tribes had come regardless of the long journey they had to make to get there. The Phantom clan woman was near then, and she also came because of the immortal pellets. Singh screamed all the way, knocking over a lot of warriors in his way. He quickly reached the stone hall. So many ghosts and departed souls were floating underneath him like a school of fish. There were 7 brutal souls who were continuously swallowing weak souls around them. They were growing rapidly and turning into brutal ghosts who were more than 30 meters tall. They moved and screamed like vicious ruffians behind Singh with earth-shaking auras. One of those brutal souls was Ming Hong. After Singh had refined him, he couldn't help but follow Singh's orders. He was now a roaring, brutal soul too. Ming Hong roared and became bewildered. His evil eyes flashed as he struggled. Finally, he became sane. He was hovering behind Singh, and he saw Audrey cultivating inside the stone hall down there. At this moment, Audrey was releasing a lot of soul fibers with familiar energy fluctuations. Ming Hong looked at her and recognized her identity immediately. Audrey was cultivating the soul technique that only Imperial Dark Tribe knew. Also, Audrey's aura was the familiar aura of Imperial Dark Tribe. Singh had kept him for so many years in the sea domain of nihility. He had no way to escape, and he had never met anyone from desolate territory. Today, he found a member of his clan who was absolutely his relative. Ming Hong was stunned. Although Singh could control him, he still had his own consciousness. His thoughts flickered fast, and he pretended to know nothing. He didn't dare to look at Audrey, as he was afraid that Sing could spot something. At this moment, Sing was still shouting and screaming. He called for Forefather Dragon Lizard. Forefather Dragon Lizard laughed loudly, flew up, and floated above the stone hall while looking at Sing. My good friend, oh my good friend, I don't know why you are protecting 3 juniors of the Heavenly Eye clan. They killed my men. For our friendship, will you give me a good explanation for that? Sing wore a dark and sinister face. In front of many aliens, he began to interrogate Dragon Lizard. Sing didn't feel right because of Dragon Lizard Clan's strange attitude. It's our Dragon Lizard Clan's territory. The Earth Ghoul tribe members didn't respect our rules. They attempted to kill our guests. They were killed because of that. Do you want me to take responsibility for that? Forefather Dragon Lizard sneered faintly. He rose one hand and layers of light fell, covering the stone hall where Shi Yin and Audrey were cultivating. He looked at Sing and said, Sing, your dogs are taking it too far. They don't even respect me. You're the master. Shouldn't you strictly punish them? Sing put on a dark face and stayed quiet. Oh, what's going on over there? The woman of the Phantom clan frowned. Their relationship isn't that bad, is it? I don't understand. Yuan Mo of the Water Tribe didn't understand it, either. I'm not sure. I know that they have a good relationship. Sing came several times to meet Forefather Dragon Lizard. He was always welcome here. It's unexpected today, though. What happened? Is there a conflict between them? Asked an alien. Is it because of the Earth Ghoul tribe? Recently, the Earth Ghoul tribe has acted too far. They don't respect the Dragon Lizard clan at all. We couldn't even imagine that they would dare to act rashly in this festival. Perhaps they've enraged Forefather Dragon Lizard. Yeah, maybe. Sigh. It's too bad that Lizard is gone. Otherwise, the Earth Ghoul tribe would have been cleared a long time ago. I remember the time when Lizard was here. Even the 7 great clans had to respect the Dragon Lizard clan well. It seems like without a territory ancestor, the clan could decline. It's true indeed. No wonder why Dragon Lizard has tried any mean to break through to territory ancestor realm. He won't regret paying any price to do that. He even used the immortal pellets to exchange for a chance to break through. Many members of the alien clans around discussed with each other while Sing stayed quiet. They were so surprised anyway. Sing's face was dark and sinister. His eyes raked through the crowd and made them chill to the bones. They had to stoop to avoid his eyes. When his line of sight fell on the masked woman of the Phantom clan, he was bewildered for a while. He nodded to her and didn't look further. Yeah, the Earth Ghoul tribe made mistakes this time. Old friend, please forgive us. I will warn the Earth Ghoul tribe's forefather and make him control his later generations. I'm here this time to observe and learn from the experience at your festival. I hope you can understand me. Sing took a deep breath and squeezed a smile. Turning around, his eyes were so cold. All of a sudden, a brutal soul attacked the remaining members of the Earth Ghoul tribe delegation. In their screeching, the Earth Ghoul tribe warriors were torn apart. Eventually, their souls were swallowed. The remaining members of the Earth Ghoul tribe were eliminated shortly after. The onlookers felt so chilled that their hair rised. They were scared because of Sing's wicked deed. I didn't know anything. They deceived me and covered my eyes with lies. Yeah, I made up for it. Brother Dragon Lizard, I wonder if you feel satisfied now? Sing chuckled and retrieved his brutal soul. He didn't even bat an eye on the pulp of flesh on the ground where the Earth Ghoul tribe members had just stood. So cruel, Yuan Mo mumbled. The masked woman of the Phantom clan was a little bewildered. Sing is indeed ruthless. He's worthy of his reputation. To receive Dragon Lizard's approval, he didn't hesitate to destroy the others. Right, he has guts. No wonder why he's the commander of the Soul Clan. Fierce. Then, she turned to look at Forefather Dragon Lizard. The onlookers also turned to him. They wanted to see how Dragon Lizard would react to Sing's brutal deed. Also, many warriors were observing the stone hall. They wanted to know what was inside the hall. In this vast universe, they could count the number of the absolute beginning creatures with their fingers. This area had no absolute beginning creature after Lizard left. And now, they saw the column of original flame from the hall with the absolute beginning creature's aura. Instinctively, they related it to lizard. They had become more curious after Forefather Dragon Lizard had covered the entire stone hall. They guessed that it was something important to the Dragon Lizard clan. Although Singh was admitting his mistake to Dragon Lizard, his eyes sparkled as he gazed at the stone hall with a lot of doubts. If you say so, it's done then. You don't need to warn that Earth Ghoul's forefather. If he messes around, I'll go talk to him directly. Forefather Dragon Lizard grinned and gave Singh a curt nod. Yeah, the junior inside the hall is related to my precursor. He will stay and cultivate here for a while. People, please. You don't need to be curious. He threw a glance at the stone hall. People became more baffled upon hearing him. When they looked at the stone hall, they were frightened. If someone was related to lizard, was he an absolute beginning creature too? Ahem. At that moment, the woman from the Phantom clan gave a slight cough. She walked to Forefather Dragon Lizard from the Water Tribes group. Her pair of azure eyes sparkled strangely as she smiled. I heard that Forefather Dragon Lizard has some immortal pellets, so I came. I wonder what should I do to exchange for the pellets? Dragon Lizard looked at her, his face becoming stern. And who are you? I'm from the Phantom clan, said the woman. Hearing her, many warriors around screamed in astonishment. Their eyes sparkled in strange light when they focused on her. Many male warriors felt their blood boil in excitement. They heard that the female warriors of the Phantom clan were born with glamour and they had mastered the mind technique. With a wink or laughter, they could capture people's souls. They were the beautiful dreams in the hearts of male warriors from many tribes. Chapter 1389, Immortal Realm. Chapter 1389, Immortal Realm, _ Among the 7 clans, the Phantom clan was mysterious and strange. Men would control everything in the other clans, but the Phantom clan thought the opposite way. Women ruled the Phantom clan. They preferred female warriors as opposed to male warriors. Women held high positions in the Phantom clan, and most of the powerful experts in this clan were women. Women were the royals and the overlords of this clan. The Phantom clan women were famous for their glamour that could enchant people. Each of them was outstandingly beautiful with a graceful body, and they all mastered the seducing technique with their innate talents. The Phantom clan had so many warriors, but most of them were female. The woman with the fearsome mask revealing her identity had stirred up the crowd of warriors gathering by the stone hall. They all shot lustful, naked looks at her. Some even gulped as if they hated that they couldn't swallow her right away. The woman giggled and didn't mind those lecherous people. She just looked at Forefather Dragon Lizard and said gently, I came here with sincerity. I'm very interested in the immortal pellets you have. I wonder what you want to exchange for these pellets? Any materials, scriptures, or experiences that could help me reach the territory ancestor realm. If I consider it useful, you can exchange it for immortal pellets. Forefather Dragon Lizard's eyes became crimson. His muscles twisted with each other and looked like they were made of reinforced concrete. It gave people a sense of toughness and vigor. While talking, he stooped to see Audrey and Sure Yin inside the stone hall. He suddenly looked shocked as strange but brilliant light shot from his eyes. Inside the training chamber, Sure Yin was emitting fire. His fire had many colors including yellow, orange, blue, and even green. So many flames flew around like beautiful butterflies dancing around him and released magical, colorful light. A flow of energy that switched from cold to hot and vice versa continuously burst out. Different attributes of fire gathered and resulted in a hot, red flame. Sizzle, sizzle. The stone hall was made of some kind of rare black iron and cold jade. At this moment, it sizzled like ice in boiled water. The entire hall melted. While the heaven flames were burning, the massive stone hall was like an ice cream burning above the fire. Shortly after, the entire stone hall became water. Strangely, Audrey was cultivating in front of Sure Yin, but she wasn't burned by the heaven flames. Her cold face turned slightly red, but she was still calm. The soul filaments on her body were retrieved. She exhaled and relaxed. Eventually, she opened her eyes. She jolted up. A cold light glided, and she reappeared behind Sure Yin, her face vigilant. because the entire home melted. Evelyn's, Adam's, and Masha felt so annoyed. They couldn't endure the terrifying heat of the heaven flame, so they had to move away. The hall was melted, revealing Yin, who was sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. People had their eyes fixed on him. They wore different visages, and they were astounded. They had felt the aura of the absolute beginning creature's original flame, but Yin wasn't an absolute beginning creature. People were confused. Of course, it wasn't that no one knew anything about this. As soon as Yin was revealed, Sing and the woman from the Phantom clan had their eyes brighten. It seemed like they had recalled something through Yin. Sing especially suddenly laughed. His dark eyes lit up with a greedy light. He licked his lips. He has a wisp of the absolute beginning creature's soul. Excellent. Really excellent. Mwahaha. The beautiful eyes of the Phantom clan woman twinkled. She quietly moved closer to Yin. Forefather Dragon Lizard frowned and spoke in a serious voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make it clear again. This kid is our Dragon Lizard clan's distinguished guest. If anyone offends him, you're offending our Dragon Lizard clan. Before he got out of the lava pond, Tu Shirchi and Yun had solemnly asked him to protect Yin. Yin had told him about the soul refining cauldron, which had saved him from Sing's dark scheme. From the bottom of his heart, he knew he owed Yin a favor. Thus, he proactively agreed with them. Dragon Lizard, brother, it seems like you have hope for your breakthrough this time. You've been subtle for a long time. It turns out that you found a good seed. You make us admire you a lot. Sing suddenly laughed eccentrically, his laughter rising the hair on people's napes. He assumed that Yin was just a flesh cauldron that Dragon Lizard had found to help his breakthrough. He thought that Dragon Lizard nurtured Yin, so he could swallow Yin later to absorb the absolute beginning creature's soul and make it a part of his life soul. Almost every absolute beginning creature could understand dark energy. Yin's realm was a little low. He couldn't fuse all the heaven flames or trigger the memories in the absolute beginning creature's soul he got. If Dragon Lizard refined him and opened the absolute beginning creature's soul, he would break through the territory ancestor realm immediately and get the magical abilities of dark energy. The cultivating technique of dark energy should be contained in the absolute beginning creature's soul. Sing thought that he knew what Dragon Lizard wanted to do. Sing sneered inwardly as he was actually so excited. This trip to the Dragon Lizard Star was going to help him harvest a lot of good things. Because of the soul refining cauldron, he was sure that Dragon Lizard couldn't escape his hand. After he killed Dragon Lizard, he was going to kill and refine Yin to get the memories of the absolute beginning creature's soul. He was going to break through to the territory ancestor realm quickly and become one of the peerless experts of the Soul Clan. There wasn't going to be anything better than this. Forefather, even when you have him, do you still need the materials and secrets about the territory ancestor realm? The masked woman of the Phantom clan and Sing had the same thought. They had assumed that Yin was Dragon Lizard's flesh cauldron that he had found to enter the territory ancestor realm. After a while, she furrowed her brows as she thought that she couldn't get anything on this trip. The aliens from different tribes couldn't understand anything. When Sing and a masked woman said this, they understood it immediately. They turned to Dragon Lizard as they all thought that Yin was his flesh cauldron, which he planned to use to enter territory ancestor realm. Thus, they looked at Dragon Lizard, jealous and yearning. Forefather Dragon Lizard didn't know how to deny this accusation. However, hearing them, he also had this evil intention. He looked at Yin in the cultivating room, his eyes uncertain. After he knew that Yin got a wisp of an absolute beginning creature soul, he knew if he could refine Yin to trigger that wisp of soul, he could enter territory ancestor realm. Anyway, Tu Shirchi and Yun had asked him to protect Yin. The recent treaty he had just established with the mysterious Sky Clan made him hesitant. Watching Yin, he pondered and struggled to make his choice. His eyes switched from dark to bright and around. Audrey was nervous. She felt that the situation was really bad, but she couldn't do anything. She could see Dragon Lizard hesitating and the purpose of Sing and the woman from the Phantom clan. This situation wasn't good for them. She was so worried. After Yin had revealed his co-soul, the experts had become greedy. They all had a profound realm, and she couldn't resist them. Even though she had just reached second sky of incipient god realm. She wanted to do something, but she felt powerless. She looked at Yin, then Dragon Lizard, Sing, and the woman from the Phantom Clan. Then, she recognized that she couldn't stop any of them. However, at this moment, her mind flickered as she turned to Yin. The bright, colored heaven flames were like young swallows returning homes. They entered Yin's body, and then Yin's eyes opened. His eyes were calm and indifferent. The aura around his body was concealed. He stood up in silence. He did it. Too fast. He has broken through to the new realm too quickly. It's unimaginable. Amazing indeed. It took me 3 years to break through to the immortal realm that year. Yeah, I spent more than 1 year. How could he do it so fast? It seems like Forefather Dragon Lizard has invested in him by giving him an immortal pellet. That pellet is so good to the immortal realm breakthrough. It can even shorten the time needed. The members of many tribes gathering here discussed with each other. They seemed very surprised. The beautiful eyes of the masked woman brightened. She nodded and said gracefully, "Well, that's how the immortal pellet works. Really magical. It can shorten the time a lot. No wonder it attracted a lot of people to this area. Yeah, the result will be better with an immortal realm flesh cauldron. Haha, Dragon Lizard brother. I wish you can enter the territory ancestor realm soon." Sing laughed and clasped his hand to congratulate Forefather Dragon Lizard. His smiling face was so irritating to many people. Many warriors looked at Dragon Lizard, who wore a strange face now. He looked as if he was struggling a lot inwardly to make a choice. Yin was strangely calm. He stood next to Audrey and raked through the crowd of hundreds of aliens. His eyes scanned the masked woman and Sing, but he didn't shoot a look at Forefather Dragon Lizard. Slowly, a strange smile was pulled on his face. The sea domain of nihility behind him suddenly emitted strange waves of energy. The free sharp space sabers flying around suddenly flew over and hovered above his head like a saw-bladed scythe of death. Asteroids and broken pieces of stars slowly rolled over grumblingly. They swarmed like a shower of rocks and covered the entire area. However, the asteroids and pieces of rocks didn't fall. They just gathered with the space sabers. All hovered still. Crack! Crack! The ground underneath Yin had so many terrifying cracks in different sizes. Shortly after, the Dragon Lizard continent was torn into pieces. Yin stood still, and his faint smile didn't cease. He turned to look at Audrey and said casually, "Don't worry. There are many warriors here who could defeat me. However, none of them are qualified to kill me." Haha. Then, dozens of giant space sabers above his head moved, as if they were giving him their confirmation. They maneuvered continuously like giant flying carriages by Yin. The asteroids and broken stars were also stimulated and rolling in the void. Magically, the sharp space sabers and the asteroids didn't collide even a single time. The beautiful eyes of the masked woman from the Phantom Clan looked shocked. She gazed at the keen space sabers and the massive rocks, her soft body shaking. She screamed in fear. Space power Upanishad and star power Upanishad have merged harmoniously. Even Sing discolored in fear. In this sea domain of nihility, the asteroids and broken stars were everywhere. The sharp space sabers were murdering blades. The warriors who could use the asteroids and space sabers were the opponents that people feared the most in the sea domain. Space and star power Upanishads were famous for their powerful and mysterious characteristics. The sea domain of nihility could strengthen the power of this sort of warrior massively. Thus, they were the absolutely toughest opponents in the sea domain. This incident had baffled many people because they had never thought that Yin had both space and star power Upanishads. Dragon Lizard had to eliminate his bad thoughts. He smiled and said, "Little brother, you've done me a favor. How could I be so despicable to pay kindness with enmity? Where's my sense of honor?" Chapter 1390, Instigate. Chapter 1390, Instigate, underscore. The alien warriors from different tribes were gathering at the center of the continent that Dragon Lizard Star had just transformed into. They all looked at Shurian. The sea domain of Nihility had many rumors that the absolute beginning creatures could send a wisp of their souls into the warrior's head, which was an emergency exit they prepared. When the right time came, they could replace the warrior. Even if their souls were destroyed, they could resurrect themselves with just a wisp of a soul lodged in someone's head. The warriors with the second soul couldn't activate the memories of the co-soul, which was actually the absolute beginning creature's soul, if their realms weren't profound enough. They would know nothing. However, if another powerful immortal realm expert refined the soul of that sort of warrior, they could absorb the wisp of a soul of the absolute beginning creature. Then, they could obtain dark energy and the secret of the absolute beginning creature's intimidation. They could even learn the supernatural abilities of their power, Upanishads. That sort of warriors was the fatty, meaty dish that everyone drooled for. The experts at Third Sky of Immortal Realm would become greedy for them. No doubt that Shurian was this type of warrior in their eyes. Even Forefather Dragon Lizard hesitated with many new thoughts after he found out about Shurian's secrets. To Forefather Dragon Lizard, there wasn't going to be any method faster than refining Shurian to absorb the absolute beginning creature's soul. It would boost him and help him enter the territory ancestor realm rapidly. In this area, there were two experts at his realm, Sing and the masked woman of the Phantom Clan. In their eyes, Shurian was also very attractive. Of course, the second-class clans had experts at Second Sky of Immortal Realm and a smaller number of experts at Third Sky of Immortal Realm. Although they hadn't reached the peak, they were qualified to enter Territory Ancestor Realm. If they killed and absorbed Shurian, they could reach Territory Ancestor Realm like carps getting over a heavenly gate to become dragons. It was truly irresistible. If Shurian didn't show his powerful aura and his space and star power Upanishads, this scene would have become chaotic quickly. Forefather Dragon Lizard was the first one who calmed down. Remembering what Tu Shurchi and Yun of the mysterious Sky Clan had asked him to do, he woke up and eliminated the evil thoughts in his mind. He pulled on a tender face to show his attitude. The asteroids, broken rocks, and sharp sabers circled above Shurian's head with earth-shaking auras. He glared at Forefather Dragon Lizard and pulled a strange smile. He nodded to Dragon Lizard and pretended to be scared. I thought that Forefather would attack me savagely. Forefather Dragon Lizard was a little embarrassed. He just smiled and didn't know how to answer. The corner of Shurian's mouth twitched as he was cold inwardly. He turned to Audrey and purposely spoke in Desolate Territories language. Are you okay? You've reached Second Sky of Incipient God Realm, right? Audrey was frightened. Immediately, she was panic-stricken. Yuan Mo of the Water Tribe and Tu Shurchi and Yun of the mysterious Sky Clan had told Audrey and Shurian many times that they shouldn't speak Desolate Territories language in any circumstance because they knew Sing yearned for Desolate Territory so much. They didn't want Sing or the warriors of the Earth Ghoul tribe to recognize them. Audrey knew that Shurian was a watchful person. She didn't know why he suddenly became careless at this challenge as he spoke in Desolate Territories language to communicate in front of many people. He had even pitched his voice to make sure many people could hear him. She looked at Sing instinctively. Audrey became so anxious as she found that Sing now looked like a lewd rapist who saw a naked woman. He was so excited and he laughed crazily. He said loudly, I have my iron shoes worn out from searching and I got nothing. But now I get it without spending a bit of effort. Excellent. Excellent. Shurian. Audrey sounded bitter. It's okay. I want him to know. Shurian lowered his voice and sneered. Dragon Lizard brother. Sing swayed and moved toward Forefather Dragon Lizard. With a smiling face, he pointed at Shurian and Audrey and said, Can you give me one of them? Yeah, that woman is okay. I want one of them alive. I will repay this favor abundantly later. Forefather Dragon Lizard was astounded. Audrey paled. She was so nervous as things had gotten out of the control. It became more awkward and dangerous than she had expected. I invited them here. Forefather Dragon Lizard had a grudge against Sing already. He was trying to press down his anger to calculate later. And now, Sing wanted to take his people away. His flame of wrath seemed to be brimming. He lowered his voice and said, "Sing, what are you doing? You've gone against me many times today. Do you think it's easy to bully our Dragon Lizard clan?" Sing had planned to wait until the festival ended to attack Forefather Dragon Lizard. However, because Shi Yin had carelessly revealed his identity as a warrior from desolate territory, he had ignited the flame in Sing's heart. "I just want one of them. I will only ask you once, Dragon Lizard brother. Will you give me her or not?" He pointed at Audrey. "This woman, she's useless to your cultivation, Dragon Lizard brother. Give her to me. I will remember your favor." Wanton, Forefather Dragon Lizard couldn't press down his anger anymore. Sing had shouted at his face in front of many aliens from different tribes. His suppressed wrath burst out. "You really think that your soul clan is invincible? I'm going to fight against you. Let's see what power you have to insult me like that." Boom! Just like an erupting volcano, a series of explosions arose from Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone body. Then, the ground underneath him cracked, revealing a deep pit where lava boiled and streamed on his body. Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone became like a flaming fluid that emitted terrifying and fierce energy fluctuations. Boom! 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 The Dragon Lizard continent drifted apart. Pieces of broken stars and asteroids exploded and released formidable shockwaves. The scarlet fire shot out from the lava and turned into a fearsome, gigantic creature like a lizard. The creature was even bigger than the entire mountain range. It wasn't real matter, but it brought earth-shaking momentum. The giant lizard was made of lava energy. It grabbed a big rock and squeezed it off. The shower of rocks shot towards Sing like arrows. "I don't want to make a scene. Dragon Lizard, you have turned against my soul clan. I must correct you here." Sing wasn't afraid. He sneered darkly. The brutal souls bobbed behind him. They flew and aimed at the asteroid shower. Crack! Crack! The brutal souls pulled and crushed the asteroids into powder before they could reach Sing. "That kid is really cunning." The masked woman from the Phantom clan coldly watched the battle between Forefather Dragon Lizard and Sing. She suddenly said, "If he didn't instigate this, Forefather Dragon Lizard and Sing wouldn't have started a battle this early. He has forced them to make it happen earlier. This kid is darkly devious indeed." She had known that Dragon Lizard and Sing didn't get along well as others had rumored. From their conversation, their fluctuating auras and visages, she knew that they would fight against each other soon. However, Forefather Dragon Lizard and Sing had tried their best to conceal their conflict. Perhaps they didn't want to tear their cunning faces in front of many warriors. However, Shi Yin had instigated them with his words. They lost their minds and began to attack each other crazily. As soon as the battle started, she had focused on Shi Yin and became vigilant. At this moment, Shi Yin's face changed. The space energy emerged layers over layers on his body, which guided the asteroids above his head to move around like windmills. Adams, Evelyn's, and Masha of the Heavenly Eye clan together with Audrey were pulled toward a spinning asteroid. That asteroid moved like a shuttle between the spatial waves. Adams, Evelyn's, Masha, and Audrey slowly faded as if they were about to disappear. However, Shi Yin hadn't moved a bit. He wore an indifferent visage, but his eyes were so cold. "That kid is from desolate territory. We met him on the way here," said Yuan Mo. "People from desolate territory aren't plain. Desolate, an extremely powerful absolute beginning creature. Although it has secluded for many years, all the experts who know it have always admired and respected it," said the masked woman in a low voice. While talking, they were frightened as they looked at the void above the continent. The asteroids, broken stars, and space blades above Shi Yin's head suddenly looked like they lost control. All revolved and made a downpour from the sky. The several thousand-meter-long space sabers were dazzlingly white like a shining blade that no one could stop. If they cut someone, that person was not likely to survive. It was the natural, ruthless prestige of the sea domain of nihility. When this brutal prestige was controlled and slashed down from the sky, it was going to be more lethal because of its accuracy. Did he lose his mind? Yuan Mo was frightened and screaming, "Move! Get away from his madness!" The masked woman of the Phantom clan was shivering in fear, looking at the shining sharp blades above their heads. She couldn't endure it, as the twisted space energy was troubling her mind. What does he want to do? Just like them, the warriors of the other second-class and third-class clans were running for their lives while cursing Shi Yan's entire family. They hated that they couldn't kill him. They could see that Shi Yan was controlling all the broken rocks and keen space blades. Crack! Crack! A several thousand-meter-long space saber gashed dragon lizard star. The ground of the continent was like tofu under a knife. A massive crack appeared where lava surged fiercely from deep underground. An earth-shaking groan came from the ground. It was the indignant roar of Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body. Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone fighting against Sing also got hurt. He threw Shi Yan an outraged look and cursed. "What the heck are you doing?" Shi Yan was bewildered and giving him an embarrassed smile. He claps his fist. My bad. Please forgive me." Crazy. He's crazy, right? On the asteroid that had drifted far away from Dragon Lizard Continent, Masha was so worried and pulling her hair. Looking at the chaotic Dragon Lizard star, she got so fluttered. "What's going on?" "I don't know." Evelyn's forced a smile. They all looked at Audrey with the hope that she could give them an answer. However, Audrey shook her head begrudgingly as the others were looking at her. "I don't know. It seems like he's trying to stir up Dragon Lizard Continent. It looks like he wants more people dead." Then, she jolted back and stopped talking as she looked pensive. Chapter 1391, Lord of All Skies. Chapter 1391, Lord of All Skies. Underscore, Shi Yan knew that he was in an extremely good condition. An immortal pellet had helped him break the bottleneck quickie. He had directly entered the immortal realm. In this new realm, his body, the god power ancient tree, and the soul altar had transformed differently. However, the thing that had changed the most was his dark energy. Today, in his body, besides the god power ancient tree as the source of energy, his sea of consciousness also had another source of energy. The god power had nurtured him entirely. His body was filled with abundant energy. Dark energy had changed and boosted his soul altar and made his power Upanishads more exquisite and profound. His host soul now was so vigorous, and his soul altar now had an endless source of energy. Each wisp of his soul consciousness could reach out unceasingly. Star and space power Upanishads now had new changes. Thus, he could control the sharp space sabers as much as he wanted. He could even feel the spatial blind spots around. The so-called spatial blind spots were the mysterious spaces that the warriors could never sense. Only experts with profound space power Upanishad could grasp them. They could use the spatial blind spots to hide or burst out furious attacks. Just like a room or a forest with shades, space had some areas that the ordinary warriors could never see. Those areas were called spatial blind spots. Audrey, Evelyn's, Adam's, and Masha were standing on an asteroid that wasn't far from Dragonstar Continent. They could still watch the battle between Forefather Dragon Lizard and Sing and see what was happening over there. However, many aliens on the continent couldn't see their asteroid. It was because the asteroid was staying in a spatial blind spot. Except for the experts with Sing's, Forefather Dragon Lizards, or the Masked Woman's realm, they could find those spots if they sensed very carefully. In other words, in a short time, Audrey's group didn't need to worry about their safety. With the power of the experts with space power Upanishad like Shi Yan, after he had reached the immortal realm, he wasn't afraid of Sing's or Forefather Dragon Lizard's wrath. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 7 brutal souls were like ominous fiends that hovered around Forefather Dragon Lizard and attacked him. Dragon Lizard sneered and created a massive phantom of a lizard, his real form. The giant scarlet lizard looked like it was made of fire and was wrestling with 7 brutal souls that stirred the entire land. They made Dragon Lizard Continent look like it was about to shatter. At this moment, the asteroids and shining space blades above Yan's head were cutting and impacting with the land, tearing the entire continent. When Sing and Dragon Lizard were fighting furiously, many aliens had become greedy, and they wanted to seize the chance to capture Yan and kill him to absorb his soul. They thought that they could reach the Territory Ancestor Realm if they got him. Some of them had discreetly and proactively prepared and approached him. However, Yan suddenly burst out crazily and guided a lot of broken stars and asteroids with the space blades, making them a huge downpour on those sneaky warriors. He had killed around 10 warriors of the alien tribes in just a blink of an eye. Those warriors' realms weren't low. Some had even reached second sky of a mortal realm. They had underestimated Yan's intimidation and his brutality. The asteroids had blown them off and made them pieces of meat. The space sabers had minced them and left only their souls floating, shrieking and cursing maliciously. Yan didn't dare to show the devouring power Upanishad's ability. He didn't release the black hole and just used his acupuncture points to absorb the energy and essence chi from the dead warriors. As he had just reached first sky of a mortal realm, his body was now a sponge that needed a lot of energy. Receiving the energy and essence chi of the dead made him feel so refreshed. I know you want to kill me and refine my soul to help you reach Territory Ancestor Realm. Yan raked through the area, chuckled, and relaxed. Anyone with this idea could come and check. Maybe you can succeed. All right, I'm here to give you a chance and an opportunity to break through to Territory Ancestor Realm. You shouldn't let it slip away. At this moment, Forefather Dragon Lizard and Sing were still attacking each other. Sing hadn't used his great weapon yet. He hadn't activated the power of the Soul Refining Cauldron, as he wanted to wait for the most suitable time when the cauldron would kill Forefather Dragon Lizard in one attempt. Forefather Dragon Lizard was resentful because of Sing's dark deeds, so he didn't want to show mercy. However, he was currently just a clone with limited power. He couldn't kill Sing directly. However, he had another plan, so he wasn't really anxious. He was also waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the instant kill attack by Tu Chi and his wife Yun. As the two great experts couldn't even help themselves, the other warriors, of course, had their own ideas. They wanted to seize this chance to capture Yin and then leave Dragon Lizard Star immediately. Perhaps they could claim victory this time. The tragic death of the others was a big warning to them. Now, they knew that Yin had the power to counterattack. However, as he had just reached first sky of a mortal realm, they thought that he had only those asteroids and broken stars as his weapon and that he depended on external forces. Gradually, the real experts quietly moved towards Yin. They looked stern and yearning. Should we take action now? Yuan Mo of the Water Tribe was hesitant and asked for direction. Don't rush. The masked woman of the Phantom Tribe had deep eyes. She was several exploding mountain ranges away from Yin. She stopped the Water Tribe from taking rash actions and smiled. That kid isn't as easy to deal with as he seems. If he dares to initiate the battle, of course, he has some good backup. We should just wait and see then. While talking, her line of sight moved around and then fell on the massive pit on the ground. She could feel something strange. Forefather Dragon Lizard was acting strangely. She thought that there was something hiding deep underground. Bursting lightning. All of a sudden, a terrifying roar came. An alien warrior at second sky of a mortal realm emerged in front of Yin, lightning beams winding around his body like snakes. As soon as the wild snakes left his body, they swelled up and turned into dozens of bucket-sized lightning snakes. Those snakes were lively, as if they were real. They could even spurt lightning and icy mist. While dozens of large snakes flew away, they twisted and changed, turning into a curved formation. That formation looked like an electrical net with snakes as the lines that grumblingly snatched over Yin. Rumble, rumble, rumble. While the snake-like electric net was coming, the earth-shaking lightning and thunder had become more furious, as if they wanted to drown Yin altogether. The sky was shadowed by the giant, lightning snakes. Shi Yin frowned. He found that this alien warrior had cultivated lightning power Upanishad to the immortal realm, but his real fighting competence couldn't be compared to Lei Di, the immemorial thunder dragon, regardless of the realm or the intensity of god power. They were too different. Stars and asteroids. Shi Yin sat down cross-legged and lifted his head to watch the sky. The pupils in his eyes were as bright as stars. His eyes seemed to cover the stars and the skies, as if he was the lord of all skies. The asteroids and broken stars hovering above his head began to lower like a falling galaxy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. So many lightning snakes in the sky were hit by the asteroids that were even bigger than entire mountain ranges. The meteors shot them and made the electrical beams scatter in the sky. The attack by the warrior at second sky of a mortal realm, cultivating lightning power, Upanishad backfired. His body flashed and thundered. He looked charred as if he had just been roasted. Life magnetic field. Shi Yin grinned and shouted again. From him, as the center, a vigorous life magnetic field expanded rapidly. Anyone who came near the magnetic field couldn't control their bodies. Their hearts began to beat frantically. Their vitality was triggered and they reddened. They seemed to be pumped with endless energy in just a blink of an eye. However, that energy came from their burning vitality, which wasn't something familiar with them, so they couldn't control it. Their skin cracked and bled terribly. Wounds showed when the vitality was triggered hard and their bodies couldn't endure it. If they couldn't control it, they were going to quickly blow up. Life power, Upanishad. The masked woman screamed in fear. Her soft and tender voice became sharp and ear-piercing. Her deep eyes shot out astounding light, as if she had just discovered a whole new continent. Explode. Looking at a warrior at first sky of a mortal realm, Shi Yin grinned. At the same time, a hot look shot to that warrior, and it seemed to ignite a sea of fire. The body of that warrior was ultimately inflated like a balloon. He burst shortly after. His internal organs and flesh exploded into pieces and shot everywhere. The scene was terribly bloody. I didn't know he was that strong. Masha's soft body quivered while standing on the asteroid and hiding in a blind spot. Looking at Shi Yin, she was extremely frightened. Lucky us. We got a good sense, and we didn't offend this god of slaughter. Adams forced a smile and felt very lucky. Evelyn's was pensive. His face convulsed, and he felt so chilled. The brutality that Shi Yin had performed was beyond what they could imagine. After reaching the immortal realm, Shi Yin had advanced greatly, and his competence was amazing. Audrey was close to Shi Yin, but she was so astounded. She knew that Shi Yin was strong, but she didn't expect Shi Yin to be that strong. He was truly powerful, as he could kill second sky of immortal realm experts when he had just broken through to first sky of immortal realm. It was unimaginable, and it was against the rules of nature. The realms of the warriors in the sea domain of nihility aren't low, but their competencies are too ordinary. They're not as fierce as Xianhe, Frederick, or Lei Di. Strange, Shi Yin was also surprised. He found that some of the warriors he had just killed had the same realm as Xianhe and Lei Di, but the power they showed and their understanding of power Upanishads weren't as powerful as Xianhe or Frederick's. They were obviously one level lower than the others. Shi Yin didn't know that the top existences in desolate territory like Xianhe and Frederick were the overlords in the area 10,000 years ago. After they had received the power Upanishads from Bloodthirsty, their realms and power had advanced greatly. After 10,000 years of accumulation, they were all formidable characters at the ultimate level. Xianhe and Frederick could compare to the same realm warriors from the 7 great clans in this sea domain of nihility. The warriors fighting against Shi Yin here belonged to third-class and second-class clans. They couldn't be compared to the members of the 7 great clans. It was the main reason why Shi Yin felt that they were so weak. Chapter 1392, Conceal. Chapter 1392, Conceal. Underscore the asteroids and broken stars in the sky fell, and one warrior, cultivating lighting power, Upanishad, exploded to death. The void above Shi Yan's head became clear. 3 aliens at second sky of a mortal realm that stormed toward Shi Yan were like moths heading to a fire. They finally showed their fangs. The icy mist, strong winds, and sharp metal power emerged from their bodies, which were enough to tear this continent and dismember the ordinary warriors at first sky of a mortal realm. Now, Shi Yan, without the asteroids and broken pieces of stars flying around him, was like a hedgehog without spikes in their eyes. Shi Yan, their delicious meat, squinted. His face was calm as he sat still. The phantom woman gently parted her lips to a smile as she was interested. Her laughter arose when she wormed between the 3 alien experts. Her graceful, voluptuous body quivered, and a powerful energy that could collapse the souls rippled through her. Tui, the 3 aliens at second sky of a mortal realm vomited blood. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper. They clutched their hearts and foreheads, running away even though their chests were bleeding hard. The stronger experts who were waiting patiently had to change their countenances and plans to hide. No one dared to approach recklessly. "You're really fierce." The soft voice that could enchant people's souls arose. She stopped around 10 meters in front of Shi Yan and studied him. Shi Yan furrowed his brows. The woman in front of him was so sexy. Shi Yan almost couldn't control his fire of desire as he saw her round rear end bounce. Her fearsome mask had accompanied her marvelous, seductive body well, giving her a more powerful attractiveness. She made people imagine her face under the mask and become more curious. The scorching aura in the tier of heaven flames changed instantly. A flow of cold energy flooded the sea of consciousness and spread to his entire body. It was indeed chilled to the bones. He had recovered his calmness and said indifferently, "Precursor, what do you want to tell me?" "Nah, call me Jiejie. I like it when you call me that." The woman giggled softly, her voice so tender as if she didn't have any bones at all. "Jiejie wants to discuss something with you. If you agree with me, I will help you shoo these annoying bastards away. What do you think?" She raked through the others and said, "Yeah, I know you're fierce. You just broken through to a new realm anyway. It would be a headache for you to deal with so many venomous snakes. As long as you nod your head, Jiejie will treat you well. I will delight you for sure." People gulped as her eyes glided through them. Those who were hiding had relatively high realms. "What do you want me to agree with you?" Slowly, Shi Yan's brows became frosted. To deal with this woman's mind-tricking technique, he had to consume his god power every minute. It was a little tough, though. He was discreetly frightened as he found that this woman from the Phantom Clan wasn't weaker than Sing or Dragon Lizard. "Well, come to my Phantom Clan and become our clan's male guest. Yeah, I can let you marry a girl in our clan. You can freely use the cultivating materials of our clan." The woman had watery eyes, which made people drool for her. The warriors of the other clans cried in surprise. The male guest of the Phantom Clan was similar to the non-native officer of the mysterious Sky Clan. The Phantom Clan offered the materials to cultivate to exchange for their efforts in supporting the clan. Each male guest could choose a woman of the beautiful Phantom Clan to be his wife. Also, women of the Phantom Clan were famous for their glamour in this sea domain. Many people had yearned for their beauties. She had just invited Shi Yan to join Phantom Clan. "What a slut," Audrey shouted with a cold face on the asteroid. Masha threw her a glance and smiled. She knew that Audrey and Shi Yan had an ambiguous relationship. The Phantom Clan's invitation had enraged her. Audrey's eyes were like ice arrows shooting toward Shi Yan. Her look carried her soul power. Shi Yan couldn't help but turn around and look at the void in the sky. His eyes seemed to get through the spatial blind spot as he gazed at Audrey. Audrey was stunned. She didn't expect that Shi Yan could see her through such a distance. Audrey's cold face suddenly felt hot, and she blushed. She hurried to retreat and hid behind Masha. Shi Yan smiled and didn't look more. He turned to the masked woman, not interested. The masked woman stopped, her eyes cold. She nodded and said nothing else before walking back to Yuan Mo of the Water Tribe. Then, The warriors here suddenly burst out as if their madness had just been triggered. They became angry and attacked Shi Yin fearlessly. Yuan Mo felt so chilled. He glanced at the masked woman and bent his body. It was the fierce, intimidating power of the Phantom Clan. Each woman of the clan had an excellent cultivation base and outstanding competencies. They could enchant people when they hadn't recognized it, which made those female warriors able to control the enchanted warriors. This power was innate, and every female warrior of the Phantom Clan could do that smoothly. Currently, many warriors of the alien tribes were affected. They became bold and fearless, trying to attack Shi Yin explicitly without waiting for the right chance. They didn't even care about their lives. "You're bold," Shi Yin hissed at the woman and stomped his feet. The stone ground underneath exploded grumblingly. Countless pieces of stones swept around like a powerful storm. When the rocks covered the entire sky, Shi Yin became vague in layers of waves rippling. He disappeared abruptly. Dozens of male aliens stormed toward him. 10 of them had reached second sky of a mortal realm, and one even was at third sky of a mortal realm. Those warriors had lost their minds. They weren't afraid of death, and they all wanted to kill him. He couldn't help but decide to dodge the spear. He pumped dark energy into his veins to turn invisible immediately. Naked eyes couldn't see him, and the soul consciousness couldn't sense him. He was literally invisible. Even the Phantom Woman was surprised. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she used her power Upanishad to find him. She found it peculiar indeed. She thought that his space power Upanishad was really marvelous, as she couldn't even spot him. Suddenly, her sexy body shivered. She suddenly remembered something, her beautiful eyes excited. It was the effect of dark energy. Her red, painted fingernails dug into her flesh as she was so excited. Her flashing eyes searched around. Boom! A 6-armed, brutal soul with a dragon body had punched the giant lizard continuously. Thunder had shaken the entire horizon. Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone had a red face, while rigid muscles on his body convulsed and sent high flames to the void. Then, he flew to the giant lizard and merged with it. "Dragon Lizard, you're forcing me." Sing was about to use his real flame. The mountain of souls and spirits under his feet suddenly screeched and shrieked. The 10,000-meter-tall, brutal souls flew out. They all had strange shapes and wildly bit the giant lizard. At the same time, a jade bell emerged in Sing's hand. If Audrey and the other 3 could see the bell, they would find that its material was very similar to the 3-legged jade cauldron. The bell itself had so many absolute beginning symbols on the surface, too. Tinkle, tinkle. Sing jingled the bell. The symbols on the bell looked lively, and they moved like snakes. The chunk of meat that Dragon Lizard had cut off from his body deep underground was shriveling rapidly as the energy and blood chi were taken away. Shortly after, it became dry meat without blood and water. Finally, he takes action. Tu Shi and Yi Yun looked shaken. They immediately stormed to the cave underground. Grrr. Arg. Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body groaned and roared accordingly. The entire continent shook. Mountains collapsed. Rocks exploded. Dragon Lizard Star was about to be destroyed. On the ground, Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone acted well. He clutched his chest and rolled on the ground with a fierce countenance. "Sing, what have you done to me?" Sing didn't answer him. While using the giant, brutal soul to fatally attack the forefather, he didn't stay idle and immediately entered the cave. He wanted to find and kill Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body underground. The woman from the Phantom Clan wanted to find Shi Yin. However, when she saw that Sing and Dragon Lizard had some critical changes, her eyes became bright and her thoughts changed. The aliens who were slashing and killing each other after their target had disappeared and suddenly changed their target. They all squeezed to get into the cave that Sing had just jumped into. That cave was oozing lava. Lava oozed out from that cave as it had connected directly to deep inside Dragon Lizard Star, which was leading to Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body. The woman chuckled and gave up on finding Shi Yin. She walked to Dragon Lizard's clone that was groaning in pain. She carefully avoided the blood puddles on the ground in her way. It seems like you have the soul refining cauldron in your body. As Sing has attacked you with the soul refining cauldron, I think you can't escape this culpa. She loomed over Dragon Lizard's clone and said seriously, "Give me the other 2 immortal pellets. I promise I will save some seeds for your clan. I won't let your clan be eradicated." She turned to Du Lei, Di Feng, and Walker. She said sincerely, "They're at second sky of Immortal Realm. If our Phantom Clan protects them, and if they can reach the Territory Ancestor Realm in the future, your Dragon Lizard clan will have a chance to rise. It's a last chance. I hope you will consider my offer carefully." "Forefather, forefather, forefather," Du Lei and the other 2 screamed, dashing toward with worried faces. Forefather Dragon Lizard's whimpered clone suddenly quieted. A bloodthirsty, ruthless intention emerged in his eyes as he answered calmly, "Well, we Dragon Lizard clan don't need your Phantom Clan to put your nose in our business." The Phantom Clan woman discolored in fright. Chapter 1393, Goddess Gorgeous Dance. Chapter 1393, Goddess Gorgeous Dance. _OU. The Phantom Clan masked woman pointed her green, onion-like finger to Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone and screamed in surprise. Du Lei and the other 2 were also bewildered. Forefather Dragon Lizard snorted and lifted his head to look at the crocodile brutal soul. He roared, and the massive scarlet lizard got more pumped vitality. It rolled and roared like a dragon. Now it was as powerful as that giant crocodile. Dragon Lizard Continent was shaking continuously. It seemed like the sky was about to fall. The flaming lava oozed from many pits and ditches on the ground. The entire continent became red. At the same time, many red-brown rocks were throbbing as if they were some sort of strange hearts. Roaring and bellowing continuously arose from deep underground. It seemed like Forefather Dragon Lizard's true body underground had to endure formidable pain, and he was struggling for the last time before his death. The warriors from the smaller clans were frightened when they observed the changes of the continent. They wanted to do something, but they knew they weren't strong enough. Many people now had no interest in the Dragon Lizard clan's bustling festival. They silently left the place and stayed away from this land of trouble. Also, a bigger group of warriors thought that it would be their chance, as they were confident in their abilities. Thus, they stayed and hid in the dark to wait for the right chance. "I've acted rashly. Forefather Dragon Lizard, please forgive me." The Phantom Masked Woman reacted timely. She recovered, smiling and talking in her sweet, soft voice. "Seems like you've prepared well, right? I hate that Sing of the Soul Clan too. I wish for your victory, Forefather." Then she flew away. After a flash, she reappeared by Yuan Mo of the Water Tribe and said coldly, "Sing will be over this time." Sing is also at the peak of Immortal Realm. He's as strong as Forefather Dragon Lizard. Even if they ambush him, he won't die, will he? Yuan Mo was inexplicably surprised. The masked woman looked at the lava pond, strange light flashing in her eyes. Tu Shi and his wifey Yun from the mysterious Sky Clan should be hiding in the ground and waiting for Sing. With Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body, I think Sing can't dodge this culpa. The subterranean lava pond is where Forefather Dragon Lizard's true body lives. I'm sure he has refined it to be very strong and tough. Sing can't escape. Yuan Mo was frightened. Since when did Forefather Dragon Lizard and the mysterious Sky Clan join hands? The masked woman shook her head. She didn't answer him, but she thought of another idea. With her magical soul consciousness at third sky of Immortal Realm, she quietly searched around. She came to a new decision. Forefather Dragon Lizard wasn't trapped, and Sing couldn't get out of it alive. She knew that she couldn't seize the chance and take the immortal pellets from Forefather Dragon Lizard. Thus, Shurian was going to be her next target for her benefits. He had a soul wisp from an absolute beginning creature. He understood dark energy. Absolutely, he was a precious treasure in this world. Even if she couldn't get him for the Phantom Clan, she would never let another force benefit from him. She wanted to check Shurian's direction and location. Swoosh, Swoosh! Swoosh! A brutal soul that had swallowed thousands of departed souls to be stronger was also attacking the lizard together with the crocodile. This brutal soul was the most special among the 7 brutal souls Sing had. It was because this brutal soul had a human form. Although he was dozens of times taller than a normal person, he appeared and acted like a human. This brutal soul was Ming Hong, an expert and Audrey's ancestor. After he was refined and made a brutal soul, when Sing fought against the others, he couldn't control himself. He had to cooperate with Sing to attack his enemies. Right now, he was attacking the giant lizard, although he didn't want to do it. A magical energy wave arose deep in his soul. Ming Hong was bewildered while tearing the lizard. A message bloomed in his mind. I am Yin from Desolate Territory, just like you. My friend is called Audrey. She's the daughter of Adele, the current matriarch of Imperial Dark Tribe. An absolute beginning creature called Hui had sent us here to this sea domain of nihility. We are lost. We don't know how to go back home. Ming Hong turned into a brutal soul and joined hands with a 10,000-meter-long crocodile to attack the giant lizard. However, this soul message still echoed in his head. We want to return to Desolate Territory and want to unchain you too. How can we help you? That voice still talked to him. Ming Hong was so thrilled. Adele's daughter. She's Adele's daughter. He screamed in his soul. He was in the same generation as Ming Hao and Adele's grandfather, so he was about as old as Audrey's great-grandfather. He had taught Ming Hao, so he knew Ming Hao had a blood sister called Adele. Thus, his relationship with Audrey wasn't shallow. Even without this relationship, because Audrey was from Imperial Dark Tribe, he was going to try his best to help them. He knew this as soon as he came and found Audrey cultivating. She's one of us. One of us. As soon as Ming Hong confirmed this, he discreetly communicated with Yin while engaging with the giant lizard. Currently, Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone had advised Dulé, dephone, and walk her before jumping into the ground and leaving only the phantom of the massive lizard created by his energy. That phantom was engaging with the giant crocodile and Ming Hong, leaving them no extra time to help Sing. Thus, Ming Hong didn't have heavy pressure. Although he couldn't control his body, his soul connection wasn't restricted. If Sing isn't dead, I can't be released. If Sing is killed, I can escape. I know the entrance to Desolate Territory. As long as I'm freed, I can take you guys back to Desolate Territory, said Ming Hong. Don't worry. Sing will die this time. I have no doubt. Besides Forefather Dragon Lizard, Tu Shirchi and his wifey Yun from the Mysterious Sky Clan are underground too. Forefather Dragon Lizard has set up something. If Sing has the guts to come down, he shouldn't dream of running away, assured Yin. Ming Hong was thrilled upon listening to him. He screamed, as long as Sing is killed, I can escape his bind. Then, I will give Audrey a big surprise. What surprise? It's our Imperial Dark Tribe's business. Don't ask too much. The masked woman from the Phantom Tribe had her dark eyes brightened. She took action one more time. Shortly after, she came to the cave that led to the underground. Lifting her head to look at the crocodile and the lizard fighting, she parted her lips into a smile. While smiling, she rose one arm to pull something. Thud! A gray shadow materialized in front of her on the dusty ground. That was Yin, who had gone invisible. My good little brother, what are you doing? Sneaking something? She smiled and agilely walked towards Yin. Yeah, you and Forefather Dragon Lizard should have some dark agreement, right? I can tell. You have cooperated with Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shirchi of the Mysterious Sky Clan. Haha, you little evil runt. You made Sing and Forefather Dragon Lizard fight against each other sooner than planned. Yin felt chilled. Looking at the smiling, approaching woman, he felt a massive mountain press on his soul. That masked woman gave him a terrible threat. Currently, Forefather Dragon Lizard, Sing, and Tu Shirchi were fighting underground. She thought that it was the right chance for her. She couldn't help but take action to trouble Yin. Crack! Crack! Yin's skeleton sounded like metal clanging. So many sharp spikes jutted out from his joints. A pair of bone wings appeared on his back. While his body was transforming, his blood chi rose high. His life energy and power began to surge. His eyes became crimson like blood. The acupuncture points in his entire body gathered the essence chi of the dead warriors. A ruthless light shot out from his head and reached up into the sky like a towering garnet tree. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat faster like rapid drum beats. After each beat, his blood boiled and burned harder. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Sure Yin as the center, the broken stars and rocks around suddenly floated up. Dozens of thousands of rocks wildly twirled in the void like stars in a galaxy. A current of powerful star energy came from nowhere and poured into this strange star formation. Boom! That eccentric star formation emitted a cold, eliminating aura. Each starlight beam could even destroy a whole planet. Bunches of beams bombarded the masked woman. The masked woman no longer smiled. Her dark eyes were filled with panic. When a starlight beam shot toward her, her fearsome mask cracked as if it had to bear heavy pressure. You're heartless. You're so cruel to Jiejia. You really do want to smash the flower. The soft body of that masked woman began to twist as she was dancing. Countless illusions of sexy women flew out of her body. Those women wore flimsy, silky clothes, holding jade trays or fruits. Some even were undressing. They smiled charmingly and seducing and approached Sure Yin. Starlight shone on them. Innumerable illusions of young maids turned into ashes. After one of them was destroyed, the power of the starlight was slightly reduced. The masked woman shivered as if her energy was drained. Eventually, there were no more starlight beams. They were all gone. However, many sexy women were still dancing and floating one after another, giggling while going closer to Sure Yin. They wanted to pull him into their sweet aroma and make him never wake up. You evil kid, you disregarded my good intentions. You smashed my heart. Yeah, I'm begrudging. I can only invite you to our Phantom Clan. Well, we're going to enjoy the best things there. Don't worry, Jiejia won't mistreat you. What the mysterious Sky Clan can offer, we can too. Our Phantom women are more beautiful than the mysterious Sky Woman. I'm sure you will sink and you won't want to leave. The masked woman chuckled and looked at so many gorgeous but vulgar women entangling Sure Yin. She finally exhaled in relief. Her goddess gorgeous dance was the exclusive mind-enchanting technique of the Phantom Clan. It worked on every male creature in this world. She had never failed when using this technique. She believed that even he was made of steel, those beautiful women made of her soul consciousness could melt him down. So many goddesses, which were the representatives of lust, were seducing and enchanting as they attacked Sure Yin. Sure Yin had hot eyes as if he was aroused. He stood still and didn't have any reaction while so many gorgeous goddesses were clutching his arms and calves and pulling him toward the masked woman. The masked woman giggled happily. Chapter 1394, Dragon Lizard's True Body. Chapter 1394, Dragon Lizard's True Body. Sure Yin was flying happily in his sweet dreams. He couldn't control himself, and he just let himself fall into the enemy's hands. In his erotic dream, he saw a warm, clear river where he was soaking with around 10 hot, voluptuous bodies who were wholeheartedly delighting him. The mind-enchanting technique of the Phantom Clan wasn't a power Upanishad. It was their innate talent, which wasn't different from the third eye of the Heavenly Eye Clan. The mind-enchanting technique aimed at the lusty desires that men hid in their hearts. Through that desire, they were controlled. Usually with his tough mind, Sure Yin didn't yield that way. However, as he had just reached the immortal realm and his acupuncture had just swallowed too much essence chi from the dead, his body was filled with a large amount of negative energy. The negative emotions like brutality, bloodthirstiness, and even lechery he had subdued didn't affect him in normal cases. However, as the masked woman had used the mind technique to seduce him, it was like she had just ignited dry wood. His confined lust burst out and rocketed massively, driving him away from the right direction. The masked woman had chosen the right time to use her mind-seducing technique. The masked woman's eyes were so charming when she gently smiled and danced. More beautiful women flew out from her and entangled with the young man. Yin smiled lustily and proactively dashed toward the masked woman as the sexy bodies leaned against his body. Jiejie will treat you well. As long as you come to our Phantom Clan, I'm sure you will forget anything but joy. Come, I'm taking you with me. The masked woman's soft laughter could intrude the sea of consciousness. Some male aliens, even though they were very far from her, had their blood boil. Their breathing shortened as they were trying hard to suppress their erotic desires. Soon, Yin was forced to walk to the masked woman while the illusory women she had released were surrounding him. You want to mow? Don't worry about your water tribe. Our Phantom Clan will take care of you guys, smiled the masked woman. As she saw the strange expression on Yuan Mo's handsome face, she knew that he was also affected by her mind enchanting technique. She felt disdainful, but still smiled at him. I won't involve myself in the matter here. Yeah, you water tribe should leave early too. Her white neck craned as she looked at the dark and cold void. She seemed to call for something there. Swish! A dazzling light shot over. After the intense light vanished, a 7-colored crystal war chariot was exposed. It was in a rhombus shape and twinkling like stars in the sky. She moved quickly and then landed on the war chariot while the illusory women were floating Yin up. They also landed on the 7-colored crystal war chariot. Let's go. Her jade-like hand tapped the war chariot. The crystal war chariot zoomed through the darkness like a starlight beam and tried to fly away from this land of trouble. Gruror, forefather dragon lizard's true body howled from deep underground. Abruptly, 16 asteroids outside the continent happened to be like exploding hedgehogs. They shot billions of flaming spikes toward dragon lizard continent. Boom, boom, boom. In just a blink of an eye, the crystal war chariot was pierced through. The flaming spikes had shot through it and left thumb-sized holes on the chariot's body, making it look like a beehive. The control mechanism broke. The war chariot stopped. The masked woman became cold. She looked at dragon lizard continent underneath. Her slender fingers clutched Yan's arm. She wanted to run away and sway through the shower of flaming spikes to leave dragon lizard continent quickly. Boom, boom. Deep under the ground of the continent came earth-destroying explosions. Dragon lizard continent drifted into different pieces. Shortly after, the entire continent was divided and turned into a sea of asteroids in just a blink of an eye. A beast of around 10 million meters rose. Its body was garnet, and it emerged on the corner of an icy mountain when the continent drifted apart. Its back had humps. Its dark red body looked like a long mountain range that carried hundreds of asteroids. When its back shook, those asteroids exploded. Right after that, the real appearance of the massive beast came to people's sights. It was covered in garnet, flaming scales. It had a fearsome head that looked like a dragon head while dragging a mountain range-long tail. The giant lizard opened its mouth, and boiling lava streamed out massively. It was the real body of forefather dragon lizard. It was the real forefather dragon lizard. As soon as dragon lizard's true body emerged, the massive lizard phantom that was fighting with the crocodile immediately retreated and disappeared into the dark red eyes of dragon lizard. Roar! Dragon lizard faced the sky and roared indignantly. A stream of lava shot out of his mouth like a meteor. The phantom masked woman grabbed Yin and attempted to escape. The fire on the crystal war chariot had just extinguished, and the woman hadn't moved yet before the lava stream covered her. She changed her visage and immediately urged her power Upanishad and God power. The brilliant, rainbow-like energy quickly weaved and created a curtain. The brilliant curtain covers both the woman and Yin, protecting them from the lava river. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of this flaming river. She was temporarily confined. She glared at Dragon Lizard's head and found 2 small dots with a human shape. Unexpectedly, they were Tu Shurqi and his wife Yiyun. At this moment, they were looking at her, their faces conveying nothing positive. Her bright eyes scanned quickly around to find Sing. She saw helter-skelter Sing flying to the massive crocodile and Ming Hong. Now, he had 7 brutal souls congregated. However, 5 of them were dying, and their bodies were shrinking to a third of its original size. The 5 dying brutal souls were the ones following Sing to the ground to kill Dragon Lizard's true body. Evidently, Sing was very injured. He couldn't get what he wanted, and he was severely wounded. Dragon Lizard bother. Why do you have to do this? Sing's eyes sparkled. He was pale and bleeding at his mouth, stomach, and back. He sat on the head of the crocodile and said darkly, "You, Tu Shi, and Yun ambushed me to wound me. So what? I'm a So clan's commander. Do you dare to kill me? Do you want your Dragon Lizard clan to be hunted down to the last member? You think the mysterious Sky clan can protect your clan? Dragon Lizard, I'm not interested in the conflict between you and the Soul clan. I don't want to trade with you anymore. I just want to leave this place. Why did you stop me? Do you want to turn our Phantom clan into your enemy too? Do you think you can endure that?" The masked woman from the Phantom clan was trapped inside the streaming lava in the void. Her bright eyes were cold as she shouted. At this moment, many aliens from the small clans discreetly moved away. They knew that the current situation wasn't something they could engage in. However, some of them still hid nearby or observed from a distance. Those warriors were real experts at 2nd or 3rd sky of a mortal realm. Perhaps their clans couldn't resist the Soul clan, Mysterious Sky clan, or Phantom clan. However, they personally had the power and qualifications to fight against Forefather Dragon Lizard and Sing. Many of them were advancing quietly and taking off from their asteroids, which were now a part of the sea of asteroids. Discreetly, they approached the masked woman. They paid attention to Shi Yin and tried to capture Shi Yin from the masked woman. He was their chance to break through the territory ancestor realm. "Drop Shi Yin, and I'll let you go. I will also give you an immortal pellet." Forefather Dragon Lizard's true body thundered. His dark red eyes were as big as stars gazing at the masked woman. Then his massive head turned to Sing, and he roared, "Sing, anybody can leave, but you. This time, even if I have to use all that I have, I must kill you." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dragon Lizard's massive claws rose and grabbed a mountain-sized asteroid that he threw at Sing. That asteroid was black and rigid with energy from his body. It could even smash a small-sized planet. His giant claw could even shadow the light from the horizon, and it threatened terrifyingly people. Sing wore a cold and dark face. "You don't really appreciate kindness." The massive crocodile underneath him roared and swallowed the 5 dying souls. Instantly, its body and power had increased by 3 times. The brutal soul in the crocodile form slowly became real matter. At this moment, the giant crocodile looked as if it was made of black iron. A dark and sinister aura flew out of the beast. Sing controlled the massive crocodile to use its rigid body to shield the asteroid. Its body then sent many sparks into the void. It had become real. "Kill him," Sing shouted. The massive crocodile roared at Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body. Sing sneered, took out a bell, and shook it hard. Crack! Crack! The massive asteroids underneath cracked. The Soul Clan's soul refining cauldron got out of the ground, flew up, and floated above Sing's head. The 3-legged cauldron was as big as a mountain. It slowly spun above Sing's head. So many mysterious symbols twinkled. They then transformed into countless magical souls. The malicious aura from those symbols was slowly condensing. "Hey, let's discuss a little." Sing suddenly turned to the Phantom masked woman. "You and I join hands to deal with Dragon Lizard and Mysterious Sky Clan. Then you take the kid. I want Dragon Lizard's and 2 Shi's lives. I also want the girl accompanying that kid. You will receive the 2 immortal pellets from Dragon Lizard. What do you think?" Hearing him, Forefather Dragon Lizard was outraged. 2 Shi's mind shivered. The masked woman from the Phantom clan had her eyes brighten as she giggled. "Good suggestion. I'm interested." "Well, Forefather Dragon Lizard isn't letting me go. I'll stay then." Her face turned cold as she hissed. "Sing, You deal with Forefather Dragon Lizard. I'll help you defeat Tu, Shi, and his wife." Sing was excited. He couldn't help but grin fiendishly. Sing was one level weaker than Dragon Lizard, and he got hit while fighting underground. Even if he got the Soul Refining Cauldron, an absolute beginning divine weapon, he couldn't deal with Tu Shi and his wife. However, if the masked woman of the Phantom Clan helped him, he could overturn the situation. He had checked and knew that this masked woman had a profound realm and her competence was deeply immeasurable. If they joined hands, he could take Dragon Lizard to nurture the Soul Refining Cauldron, which was the promise he made to the expert in his clan. Also, he could use Audrey to enter desolate territory and refine desolate. If he had to let Yin go to exchange for many things, this business was still going to be excellent for him. Chapter 1395, A Matter of Life or Death. Chapter 1395, A Matter of Life or Death. The masked woman frankly agreed with Sing's suggestion. Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shi were so tense. Soul change. Sing shook the bell and shouted. The absolute beginning symbols on the Soul Refining Cauldron were like twinkling stars. They suddenly radiated beautiful, divine lights. Those tadpole symbols flew out of the surface of the cauldron and stuck on the giant brutal soul in a crocodile shape. This brutal soul was extremely intimidating when it was alive. Sing had spent hundreds of years refining it and making it the leader of the 7 great brutal souls. It was related to Sing's life, so it was almost his life treasure. The massive crocodile had absorbed the absolute beginning symbols from the Soul Refining Cauldron, and its body had materialized. It had been strengthened several times. Unexpectedly, it was almost as strong as Forefather Dragon Lizard's true body. The crocodile faced the sky and roared indignantly. The dark clouds stormed thickly. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed inside the dark clouds as if someone had just summoned demons. Forefather Dragon Lizard looked stern. His scarlet eyes were like eccentric stars with a bloodthirsty aura. Flame refined the earth. Dragon Lizard roared. Lava spurted out from his scale body. The lava was scorching hot and flooding the entire sea of asteroids, as if the ocean had submerged the entire continent. Dragon Lizard hovered in the middle of the boiling lava and created high waves that attacked the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile howled. The torrential dark clouds above its head were like a collapsing mountain. Lightning beams danced inside the dark clouds and struck the lava sea. The giant crocodile forcefully plunged, entangling and tearing Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body. The two fearsome, dangerous beasts attacked each other fiercely. They had stirred up the entire place and affected the sea domain of nihility. The asteroids were struck away and flying in many directions. Many warriors hiding in the dark hadn't expected such attacks. The lava covered them and put them on fire. Shortly, they became coals. The warriors with profound realms had retreated earlier. They continued to stay concealed and watch the situation. As Sing began to attack them, Tu Shi and Yun stood on Forefather Dragon Lizard's head and continuously muttered to him. They told him about the magical features of the cauldron. Also, they were accumulating energy to counterattack Sing. Sing's brutal souls were his source of power. The energies from his body and power Upanishads were poured into the massive crocodile unceasingly. Sing was floating under the Soul Refining Cauldron, gathering his energy and using the bell to control it. The Soul Refining Cauldron was an absolute beginning divine weapon. It was the life treasure of an expert in his soul clan. He couldn't promote the power of the Soul Refining Cauldron ultimately, so he could only control it by using the bell. Also, it could help increase the power of the crocodile, too. He was lucky that he had begged the territory ancestor expert in his clan to borrow the Soul Refining Cauldron. Otherwise, he would have been hurt more severely underground. Then, he would have had to run away directly. Friend from Phantom Clan, it's your turn. Sing controlled the Soul Refining Cauldron and shouted. The bell in his hand jingled clearly. The soul filaments flew out and fell on the massive, ancient crocodile. The crocodile was boosted one more time, and now it was even as strong as Dragon Lizard's real body. Ming Hong, the brutal soul, was kneeling underneath Sing and releasing his power to protect him in case someone ambushed him while he was controlling the soul refining cauldron. I didn't want to get involved, but you forced me. I'm sorry. The phantom masked woman pitched her voice and laughed. One hand of her held Shi Yin, while the other pointed at the void. Then, so many pure, white lotuses flew out and scattered from her white hand. Those snow-white lotuses bloomed and became as big as an entire room. They were crystal-like and sparkling like most perfect masterpieces. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. Calm. The show-white lotuses slowly fell. The scorching red area was covered with an icy mist. After one lotus had descended, the world here became even colder. Gradually, 18 massive, snow-white lotuses aligned in the void and created a bigger lotus, which then grumblingly pressed down on Shi and his wife. The ice power Upanishad had frosted the entire world. For the time being, the whole place was dead silent. The burning flame, the furious explosions, and the shaking earth were halted. The world was now frozen. Everything stopped instantly. Frosty Galaxy. The masked woman became so chilled, her eyes rigid like ice. At this moment, her cold, malevolent characteristics were revealed. All of her charming, seducing gestures were just a disguise. The ruthless, heartless ice power Upanishad was her real face. The cold energy emitted from her could chill people to the bone. Shi Yin was enchanted by her seducing technique, and he had fallen into a dreamy scene where he couldn't recognize his surroundings. Because of her real power, the ice power, bursting out, he felt an icy energy beam emerge in his head. That icy energy was like a cold lightning bolt, which flashed and disappeared into his sea of consciousness. Although it had happened in just a short moment, the intensive light had shone on Shi Yan's mind and woken him up. In that short moment, he had resolutely used the space power Upanishad to seal his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. He used his co-soul to trigger the power Upanishads. Instantly, the devouring power Upanishad appeared as a black hole in his tier of power Upanishads and shook it. At this moment, the graceful, sexy women were still dancing in his head. They served him and treated him tenderly to drown him deeply in his dream. Swallow. As soon as the black hole emerged, so many attractive, young ladies in his brain had become shining pink lights that disappeared into the black hole. The seducing technique that had controlled his mind was cleared quickly. Shi Yan's mind was sound and back in just a blink of an eye. He had used the space power Upanishad to close his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. He had also sealed his sea of consciousness and separated his body. As the masked woman was using her other powers, she didn't recognize his abnormal condition. She didn't realize that he had woken up. One arm of her was still holding him as she was arrogantly attacking the enemies in the void. Her opponents were Shi and his wife Yiyun. The massive snow lotus created by many smaller ones had covered Shi and Yiyun. It looked like they were confined inside a bowl. The rainbow light protection on Shi and Yiyun helped them resist against the cold energy and move around inside the snow lotus. The masked woman observed the snow lotus. She concluded that this treasure was enough to hold back Shi and his wife for a while. She pulled herself together and turned around to see Dragon Lizard wrestling with Sing's crocodile, brutal soul. As Sing was continuously shaking the bell to send more energy from the soul refining cauldron to the crocodile, Dragon Lizard wasn't in a good situation. The soul refining cauldron was an absolute beginning divine weapon. It belonged to the class of top treasures in this vast universe. Although Sing couldn't actually use its strongest abilities, he could trouble Dragon Lizard a lot by using this technique to send endless energy to the giant crocodile. Seeing the snow lotus of the masked woman confined to Shi and Yiyun, Sing was also scared. Luckily, he didn't act arrogantly or start a conflict with that masked woman. Swoosh! Swoosh! The tearing wind sounds echoed around the place, as if someone was running discreetly. At this moment, Dragon Lizard Star was a sea of asteroids. The island-sized asteroids floated in the void, but they weren't really far from each other. Between some asteroids, the gap was just as big as a slit. If they had some dark schemes, as long as they were careful, they could hide in this area pretty well. The masked woman from the Phantom Clan had a cold and arrogant look. A flow of cold energy expanded from her soft body. The void around her made crack sounds. The entire void was frozen. Two silhouettes appeared under the asteroids on her left and right. They were exposed because of the frozen space. Defong and Dulé. Ice cracks, the masked woman shouted. Two cold lights shot out of her mouth. The icy light was like cold sabers with endless energy that thrust into Defang's and Dulé's chests. Thud! The icy light stabbed them and then pierced through their bodies. The blood on Defang's and Dulé's chest was frozen, but they weren't confined anymore. They freely fell on the rocks underneath. Their stealthy ambush failed. The masked woman sneered continuously. She raked through the area and said coldly, "I must have this kid. If anyone tries to take him, prepare to die." The warriors hiding in the dark went numb. They felt like sea monsters struggling on the shore. Defong and Dulé had fatal wounds. The others didn't know whether they were still alive or not. Perhaps these two warriors on Dragon Lizard's side couldn't get up again. The masked woman from the Phantom Clan had finally shown her real competence. Now, the others knew that the Phantom Clan didn't have only the mind technique to establish an alliance with Sing. Yuanimo didn't retreat as he was told. He stayed far from the battlefield and watched the masked woman show her supernatural power. He was completely chilled. To this masked woman, he still had a beam of desire. He had tried really hard to hide it with the hope that one day they could fondle and cuddle. Anyway, he didn't dare to keep this thought anymore. He didn't dare to linger either. He sighed and said to his tribal members, "We should move now, immediately. We can't get involved in this battle." He took the members of the Water Tribe and left the place. Finally, he understood why the Phantom Clan could become one of the 7 great clans. They had more than the enchanting technique. Sure, Yin woke up. He didn't open his eyes and just used dark energy to observe the situation. The dark energy joined his soul consciousness. In that moment, he felt like he had so many eyes that could see his surroundings. Strangely, when he used dark energy to survey, the masked woman didn't realize anything even though she was really close to him. He was so surprised while trying to find a way to change this situation. Tu Shurqi and Yiyun were at third sky of a mortal realm, and they were still a distance away from the territory ancestor realm. However, this woman was like Sing at the peak of a mortal realm. They were just one step away from that realm. Tu Shurqi and Yiyun were hurt by Sing before, and now the difference between their realms had helped the masked woman subdue them. From the current situation, only the Phantom Woman was able to suffocate Tu Shurqi and his wife. On the other side, Sing with the divine weapon from the absolute beginning had gradually gained the upper hand. Shi Yin could see that since Sing was severely wounded, if Shi Yin struck a close blow, Sing would lose his fighting competence, and he could even get killed. Anyway, Sing was cautious. Ming Hong underneath him had prepared to attack anyone who came near. Tu Shurqi and his wife and forefather Dragon Lizard were in a bad situation. They were in danger too. Changing the situation had become a tough and difficult challenge to Shi Yin. Chapter 1396, World Within World. Chapter 1396, World Within World. Dragon Lizard, Tu Shurqi, and his wife were suppressed by Sing and the masked woman respectively. From the current situation, if Dragon Lizard, Tu Shurqi, and his wife didn't have any external help, they couldn't change the situation. Sure, Yin squeezed his brain for a solution. In the dark, the experts from the small clans were discreetly approaching and staying by the masked woman. They still thought that the masked woman was the key door to break because their main target, Shi Yin, was in her hand. The massive snow lotus was crystal-like and shining, but it was so icy. Tu Shirqi and his wife were confined inside and trying to break it with their best powers. The masked woman of the Phantom clan had to focus on controlling the lotus and watching Shi Yin at the same time. Her situation wasn't really good. Thus, the warriors who were self-confident still kept their eyes on her and waited for the chance to steal Shi Yin and run away within one attempt. In their eyes, Shi Yin was a meaty cauldron that they could use to understand dark energy and advance to an extreme realm, the Territory Ancestor realm. Shi Yin had sealed his senses and used his soul consciousness made of dark energy to search around. Shortly after, he found 4 alien experts like venomous snakes approaching. The 4 of them were at third sky of a mortal realm, the same realm as Tu Shirqi and Yun. They were the warriors with the highest realm among the onlookers, and they were also the most patient ones. They had hidden right from the start until now. Harumph! The phantom masked woman snorted as she recognized those people's intentions. Her soft body swayed like a water snake and released a soul-stirring, attractive power. Illusions of sexy ladies with bodies that could make people's noses bleed appeared, moaning with heavy breathing and going toward the 4th sky of immortal realm experts. At the same time, Tu Shirqi and his wife inside the crystal lotus suddenly gathered all of their powers and struck hard. Their energy accumulated and formed bunches of radiantly light, forcefully stabbing a petal of the lotus. The soft body of the masked woman shook. Her bright eyes turned cold as if she was finally enraged. At the same time, Shi Yin suddenly burst out his brutal, formidable energy. He swayed away from her control quickly. A spinning fantasy boundary stone appeared and ballooned in the wind. After several seconds, it became a blank, white world. That world acted like a giant hand that snatched over the masked woman and the 4 experts under her enchanting technique. The 4 of them were pulled into the new world created by the fantasy boundary stone. A white light flashed. Shi Yin got rid of her grip. He didn't hesitate for even a beat. His energy rose again when he flung another fantasy boundary stone. The fantasy boundary stone received his god power and became a whole new world that was still a white, blank space but much bigger than the previous one. Shortly after, it had converted the world and confined the masked woman and the 4 stealthy experts. Their world was shrouded by another world. The 2 fantasy boundary stones had created 2 worlds. The bigger one covered the smaller one, and the smaller one imprisoned the masked women and 4 furtive experts. The 2 fantasy worlds had weakened the connection between the masked woman and her snow lotus. The snow lotus didn't have a continuous energy source to strengthen its imprisonment. Tu Shirqi and his wife finally got rid of it. They looked at Shi Yin, their eyes surprised and excited. Shi Yin gave them a slight nod and raised one finger to point at Sing. Tu Shirqi and Yun understood immediately. They didn't say anything and turned into 2 light beams that headed towards Sing. Shi Yin was floating in the void, his face extremely stern. A flow of his soul consciousness seeped into the words that the fantasy boundary stones had created to find even the smallest commotion. The fantasy boundary stone could create a world in just a blink of an eye, but this world wasn't real, and it could exist for only a short time. Shi Yin could explode that world, and the energy created after the space shattered was ultimately so terrifying that even immortal realm experts couldn't stand it. However, as Shi Yin had just entered the immortal realm, he couldn't build strong barriers for his fantasy world. Thus, when he triggered the space to explode it, he couldn't really hurt her. Anyway, he calculated something else. He was waiting for the masked woman and the 4 experts imprisoned inside the world to break one world from the inside first. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. Calm inside the immense, dreamy world, the phantom woman and the 4th sky of immortal realm experts looked strange when their sinister eyes observed their surroundings. Their realms were high, but Shi Yin could ambush them and confine them in this world. It was like a boat that capsized in a narrow ditch. Actually, any one of them could break the boundaries of this world. They didn't do that because they knew that the spatial explosion that was going to occur when they broke the boundary was going to be very formidable. They knew that they couldn't get out of this world intact. "You guys dare compete with our Phantom Clan?" The masked woman's voice was icy cold, and so were her eyes. She was releasing her soul consciousness to check the thickness of the boundary. This world was like a glass ball with spatial barriers as walls. The thicker the wall was, the harder it was to break. Once it exploded, the space shockwaves created from the explosion was going to be very intimidating. She surveyed and scolded, mocking the other four as they kept silent as if they were deaf and mute. No one retorted. It was because their realms weren't as high as this masked woman. They needed to stay quiet so their mind could check the thickness of the spatial barriers. "That kid is too cunning. Anyway, he's not strong enough. This spatial barrier is too thin." Dozens of seconds later, the bright eyes of the woman showed her joy. She couldn't help but smile gracefully. While laughing, her jade-like hand rose to the void. The cold energy from her brutally tore the barrier as if there were countless ice sabers. Yin stayed outside the bigger world. His body shook, and then he concentrated on sending the soul consciousness into the smaller world inside. When the ice blades attacked the small world, it cracked and was about to explode. At the same time, Yin triggered the bigger world outside. The warriors cultivating space, Power Upanishad, could see the world outside like shattering glass with so many fine cracks. Boom, boom. 2 explosions happened almost at the same time. The smaller world inside was shattered by the masked woman. Pieces of broken space shot outward. Also, Yin had crushed the bigger world outside and sent pieces of sharp, broken space inward. The 2 worlds exploded at the same time and pressed on each other. At that moment, the lethal power of the explosions rocketed several times. Boom, boom, boom. The unceasing explosion boomed in front of Yin. It was like the space had collapsed. The void cracked open. Instantly, the earth-destroying space energy fluctuated. Yin was forced backward. He was frightened when he saw the shockwaves when the big world and the small world exploded at the same time. Even warriors with space power Upanishad like him couldn't endure such an energy attack. If they were shrouded, there was going to be no chance to survive. Boom, 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 boom. For bodies exploded. It was like a meatball that burst. Then, so many space sabers minced them into blood and meat. Their soul altars were gone altogether. The 4 experts that wanted to use Yin to break through to the territory ancestor realm from their 3rd sky of a mortal realm were blown up. Their host souls were all gone. Yin gawked and dropped his jaw as he couldn't believe his eyes. Under the world-destroying shockwaves, a petal of a massive snow lotus flew around, and so many space sabers had gashed it. That lotus petal carried a naked body that could be deemed perfectly sexy. The flawless porcelain body with 2 round, ample breasts, a delicate waist, a snow-like rear, and slender thighs. She appeared with exquisite and beautiful features like a masterpiece. Instinctively, Yin looked at the void underneath. He found a massive snow lotus that had confined Tu Chi and his wife had disappeared. Yin didn't know when the masked woman had taken the snow lotus. When the 2 worlds detonated, she already had the lotus protect her from the fatal energy attack. Although her clothes and the fearsome mask were broken, she wasn't dead, yet as something turned into smoke. The snow lotus withered. The woman stood in the middle of the flower, her skin like snow and her bones like ice. She was flawless, and both her body and appearance were the most magnificent in this world. However, her look was so cold, which was gazing at Yin. Yin felt shivers down his spine under her gaze. He felt anxious, as if he was shrouded in an endless coldness. Boom, boom, boom. Yin couldn't help but turn around to watch when more explosions could be heard. He then saw some ice sculpture exploding. Those ice sculptures were alien warriors who had a dark scheme. Their realms weren't high, though. They were frozen and then killed by the woman's wrath. They might have been murdered because they had seen something they shouldn't have. When Yin recognized something was wrong, besides Dragon Lizard, Sing, Tu Shi, and his wife, who were engaging in a fierce battle, all the others on Dragon Lizard continent were killed. This savage woman from the Phantom clan had killed all the warriors who hadn't left the place. She had even killed a member of the Water Tribe who stayed to observe and get information. Swoosh! A pure white silky long robes shrouded the woman. Her jade-like, naked legs slowly descended in the middle of the shriveled lotus pod. Her eyes, which were filled with the coldness of an icy mountain, didn't leave Yin or blink once. The strange soul energy emitted from her eyes. Shortly after, Yan's soul altar made crack sounds. Unexpectedly, his soul altar was freezing. Just with a look, she could even freeze the soul altar. Her power, Upanishad, was extremely terrifying. Your face and body are perfect. I feel like I've used the luck of my 3 lives that I can still be alive after seeing your naked body. Shuddering, Yin gazed at the woman and spoke. Then, he urged the power of the heaven flame. The scorching heaven flames began to burn and move around his soul altar. The cold energy in his soul was eliminated. The heaven flame continued to move around his body. He gradually resumed his normal conditions. He glared at the woman while his body became vague and invisible. The bright eyes of the phantom woman were so cold. The massive snow lotus around her dissolved and created smaller snow lotuses, which revolved like snowballs around her. She was ashen when she put on the fearsome mask one more time to cover her extremely stunning appearance. "You can't hide," muttered the masked woman. Chapter 1397. Turn the situation around. Chapter 1397. Turn the situation around. Sing, you must die today. Tu Shi and his wife were yelling and attacking Sing. However, Ming Hong stopped them all. At this moment, Sing was helter-skelter. He couldn't focus on controlling the soul refining cauldron. Tu Shi was holding a thunder hammer. When he raised it, lightning flashed and thunder boomed. It was the archenemy of brutal souls. Even with Sing's energy poured into him, Ming Hong didn't dare to resist Tu Shi forcefully. Seeing his thunder hammer hack at him, he hurried to dodge. Ming Hong's body sizzled and smoked when lightning from the hammer struck him. Sing didn't have the power to control the soul refining cauldron anymore. As his anger rose, he decided to risk his life. Souls congregate. The departed souls and ghosts underneath him, controlled by his power, Upanishad, congregated and created 2 spirit snakes that coiled around his arms. He roared indignantly and aimed at Tu Shi. He opened his arms, and the spirit snakes danced, swiftly avoiding Tu Shi's hammer and worming toward Yun's body. Yun was holding a brocade flag that was embroidered with many interesting palaces. When she waved the flag once, a palace emerged like an illusion and attacked Sing. Her palaces seemed to be able to confine the opponent. How do I kill Sing? A thought popped up in Ming Hong's soul. It was Yan's voice. The Soul Clan cultivates souls. When his soul altar is gone, Sing will die tragically. The brutal souls will swallow him. I can swallow his host soul too. Ming Hong was still fighting against Tu Shi, but the soul messages were delivered in his soul, so they weren't affected. Swish! A blood streak appeared on Sing's nape and stabbed forward. U.P. Dated by Novelful. Kam Sing's face went cold. He flipped his hands, and so many souls like a cloud of locusts flew out and pounded on the bloody sword. Bang! A horde of souls impacted with the bloody sword. After that, the blood halo on the sword dimmed, and even the eyes on the sword became a little puzzled. This bloody sword was the very first secret treasures that Bloodthirsty got. It was refined from the spine of an immortal demon expert. In desolate territory, it had never failed. Not many divine weapons could resist this brutal sword. However, in this sea domain of nihility, the blood sword failed at its debut. The souls that Sing had refined had different auras, including filthiness, corrosiveness, and acid. Once the treasures of weapons got affected, they couldn't strike with their best. Although the bloody sword was keen, it was also affected and couldn't show its brutality. Roar! Then, Dragon Lizard roared and shook around the entire place. He had finally stopped his defeating position. He stomped on the giant crocodile, pounding and tearing it. The giant crocodile no longer received energy from Sing through the soul refining cauldron. It wasn't intimidating anymore. Forefather Dragon Lizard had hit it hard so that he even punched the souls out of it. Under such a given circumstance, the crocodile can endure for a long time. Sing's last brutal soul was Ming Hong, who was also subdued under Tu Shi and Yun's attacks. He couldn't really show his savagery. Sing was in a worse situation. Yin had ambushed him, which had enraged him a lot. He looked at the phantom masked woman from a distance and shouted, "Please support me." The snow lotus wildly twirled around the masked woman. One of them suddenly detached and hit a spot in the void where no one hovered. Thud! A silhouette appeared. It was Yin. Yin was dizzy after the hit. His entire body was also frosty and frozen. The masked woman said nothing as she rose her arm to pull Yin. She didn't bat an eye at Sing. Sing! Yin shouted all of a sudden after he reappeared. Sing was startled. He didn't know anything when he looked at Yin. He was shaken immediately as he found mountains and seas of corpses in Yin's eyes. Bleeding, cut limbs were flooding toward him with so many brutal thoughts and crazy, bloodthirsty intentions. Sing was lost quickly. Because the masked woman had slaughtered everywhere, the sea of asteroids that were previously Dragon Lizard continent now had hundreds of corpses hovering. Yin had guided the resentful energy and dead energy from those corpses toward Sing's inner world while staying invisible. If Sing was at his peak condition, he wouldn't have gotten ambushed because he also cultivated soul techniques. But Dragon Lizard and Tu Shi had wounded him when they fought underground. At this moment, all of his brutal souls had left his body, and Tu Shi and his wife were attacking him continuously. It was the time when he was weakest. Thus, the resentful energy from Yin's eyes had finally smashed his mind and sent him into insanity. Tu Shi and his wife Yun had been waiting for this for a long time. Of course, they wouldn't let him slide away. They both stormed towards Sing. Strangely, Ming Hong, Sing's brutal soul, didn't stop them. At the moment Sing's soul broke and the giant crocodile was weakened too, Forefather Dragon Lizard seized the chance and hit it harder, making the beast scream unceasingly. Everything was deadly smooth. Tu Shi held the big hammer and battered on the crown of Sing's head. Sing's head exploded. The brutal soul Ming Hong was accumulating energy for another attack. He suddenly and heartlessly backfired Sing. He had seized the opportunity and swallowed Sing's host soul in one bite. After that, he urged his power Upanishad to absorb the dying giant crocodile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many departed souls were guided toward Ming Hong. After he had swallowed Sing, he became the host soul. When Sing's head exploded, he got his freedom, and he had even backfired Sing. Ming Hong didn't hesitate and turned into a cluster of a dark cloud that brought so many souls that Sing had refined away. After a flash, he disappeared. Everything happened so fast that Tu Shi couldn't react. He only saw Sing's head explode and many departed souls and ghosts gather by Ming Hong. Then, Ming Hong, the brutal soul, left quickly. "Don't let him go," Forefather Dragon Lizard thundered. A humanoid body appeared in its true body and chased after Ming Hong. "It's Sing. He wants to escape. If we give him time, he will recover soon. Kill him now." Forefather Dragon Lizard didn't know what had happened, so he thought that Sing was running away after using some secret technique of the Soul Clan. He wanted to uproot this threat. Even Tu Shi and Yun were bewildered. They thought that Ming Hong, the brutal soul, was Sing. They could never think that he was just a brutal soul that had swallowed the host soul. Tu Shi and his wife chased after Ming Hong together with Forefather Dragon Lizard. The masked woman was surprised. She didn't know what was going on over there. However, she immediately turned to Yin. Yin felt cold. He immediately moved further away without any hesitation. While his thoughts changing, the space around him rippled. He wanted to gather with Audrey and Evelyn's group. However, as he was about to change his direction, his visage changed. Shi Yin saw Ming Hong flying toward Audrey. When Shi Yin sensed Audrey, he found Ming Hong bring so many souls in a black cluster that entered Audrey's soul altar. He understood it immediately. Ming Hong had seized the chance to backfire and swallow Sing. He had become the host soul and gathered countless souls and ghosts that Sing had refined. He wanted to escape, but Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shi had aimed at him. As he knew that Audrey was safe, he decided to choose her as his shelter. I am Ming Hong. I want to fuse with you right now. I need your help to escape those people's pursuit. A voice arose in Audrey's head. Audrey was stunned when she found so many souls appear in her sea of consciousness. The power of those souls made her shiver in fear. You know I won't hurt you. I'm telling you a method. If you do it right, all the souls that Sing had refined will call you master. It's your destiny, and it's also our Imperial Dark Clan's destiny. You should do it immediately, urged Ming Hong. Audrey was resolute. Tell me the method. Open your mind to receive my inheritance. It's the secret technique that Sing of the Soul Clan used to control us. A wisp of Shi Yan's soul consciousness still stayed in Ming Hong's soul. Thus, he knew the conversation between Ming Hong and Audrey. While Ming Hong was giving Audrey's secret techniques of the Soul Clan, Shi Yan understood that Audrey's fortune had come. With Ming Hong's inheritance, Audrey's achievement in the future wasn't going to be less than Sing's. The supernatural power Upanishad and the strange energy of the Soul Clan came from the brutal souls that they could tame. Today, Ming Hong had become the host soul, and he had seized Sing's attainment for many years. He used them all to strengthen Audrey. Audrey became one of the strongest warriors of Imperial Dark Tribe, and she had a chance to be even stronger than Ming Hao. It accelerated to this because Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shi were chasing after Ming Hong. They thought that he was Sing, so they weren't going to let him go. Only fusing with someone could save him from this fatal pursuit. We will separate now. Let's meet at the Sea of Annihilation. The Phantom Clan woman is after me. I'm afraid that Forefather Dragon Lizard also has some dark scheme for me. I'm leaving now. You're staying in a spatial blind spot. Don't move. After you fuse with Ming Hong, find a chance to leave. Shi Yan's soul message echoed in Audrey's and Ming Hong's souls. After that, he unilaterally cut off the connection. Then, Audrey couldn't get distracted. She had to fuse with Ming Hong's soul, so she wasn't free to do much. The masked woman was chasing after Shi Yan, and he couldn't find Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shi to ask for help. Shi Yan was afraid that Forefather Dragon Lizard would act like Sing and the masked woman. They wanted his soul to get a chance to break through to Territory Ancestor Realm. Thus, he had to leave now. Using Heavenly Fantasy Star Compass, he continuously urged the space power Upanishad to cross through the voids in just a blink of an eye. When the warriors with space power Upanishad wanted to run away, they had advantages that no one could compare to. At this moment, he was using these advantages and moving like a beam of starlight that people couldn't locate. He flashed and then disappeared, shifting through different spatial blind spots or corners. It was really tough for the masked woman of the Phantom Clan, even though she had reached peak of a mortal realm. She had to use a lot of efforts and energy to locate Shi Yan, her spirit, soul, and she had been massively used. You can't hide. She gritted her teeth and hated Shi Yan to her core. She had even hurt her soul to find Shi Yan. She had to reduce him into ashes. Chapter 1398, Soul as the Sea. Chapter 1398, Soul as the Sea, _ On a brown-gray asteroid, Audrey sat with her eyes closed. The fierce soul energy rippled through her. Evelyn's, Adam's, and Masha, the three members of the Heavenly Eye clan, gathered by her, their faces stern. They were hesitant on whether they should help her or not. They had witnessed the moment when Ming Hong, the brutal soul, entered Audrey's brain. They also saw so many dark clouds get into her body. At this moment, Audrey's soul energy was fluctuating strangely. They knew that something was wrong. They thought that Audrey was possessed. Singh had tamed that brutal soul. He has Singh's power, Upanishad, said Evelyn's when he was about to accumulate energy and attack Audrey. I'm afraid we're not an equal opponent to that brutal soul. Adams wore a panicked face. He turned around to watch and was startled. Oh, that's Forefather Dragon Lizard. In between the chaotic energy waves that stirred the sea of asteroids in front of them, Dragon Lizard's humanoid clone, Tu Shih and his wife Yiyun appeared. They were searching around with worried countenances. However, Audrey and the others were hiding inside a spatial blind spot that Shih had tried hard to find. Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shih couldn't see them. Unless they quieted down their minds and used the soul consciousness to sense, they couldn't find Audrey's team in a short time. We can ask them to help, suggested Adams. Masha shook her head immediately. They will kill Audrey to end potential trouble. We can't do that. They didn't know that Audrey and Yin knew Tu Shih. What should we do? She can't resist the brutal soul. Once it possesses her body, we will be in trouble. Adams felt a flame burn his heart. He pondered and then said, how about we leave first and ignore them? We could do that. Evelyn's hesitated for a while, but he agreed with this suggestion. Because even if they stayed, they couldn't help Audrey, and the brutal soul could kill them later. After the three of them leave, we will go. Otherwise, we'll get busted. Masha sighed and then looked at Audrey. Sorry, we can't help you. You have to depend only on yourself. I hope you can escape the bind. Dragon Lizard, Tu Shih, and his wife searched around the area and then left hurriedly. Adams and the other two didn't linger. They quietly left the asteroid. After they had flown away, they were stunned when they turned around. There was nothing behind them. It looked like the asteroid they had been sitting for a long time on didn't exist. They were speechless as they knew how special the shelter they had taken was. Also, they understood Shurian's profound space power Upanishad more deeply. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after they had left, Dragon Lizard and Tu Shih changed their direction and returned to the area. Dragon Lizard immediately stood in their ways. He opened his mouth and sprayed a lava barrier, keeping Adams and the other two inside. Forefather Dragon Lizard looked at them with malicious eyes. He snorted and pointed at them while talking to Tu Shih and his wife. The brutal soul, which is Singh, has flown to this area. He must occupy one person to avoid our checking. We've searched around. This area has no aura of living beings. Only the three of them who had just gotten out of nowhere. Adams changed his countenance. We rather kill the wrong ones than let the right one escape, shouted Forefather Dragon Lizard. Tu Shih and his wife frowned. They knew that Adams and the other two knew Shurian and Audrey. But they also thought that Singh could hide in the soul of Adams, Masha, or Evelyn's. Although that brutal soul had run quickly, it couldn't get rid of them in just a blink unless it depended on someone's soul. It had fused with someone to avoid their searching. Because of the Phantom Clan masked woman's massacre, the hiding warriors were all killed. In this dead, silent sea of asteroids, Adams, Evelyn's, and Masha had strangely survived. Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shih thought that if Singh could escape their searching, he must have entered one of these three. They didn't know that Audrey was still hiding in the spatial blind spot where they couldn't sense or see. These three. Sigh, never mind. You take care of them. Tu Shih hesitated for a while. He looked begrudging, but he agreed with Forefather Dragon Lizard. They would rather kill the wrong ones than let the right one go. Lava dissolved. Forefather Dragon Lizard hissed, and the lava barriers slowly gathered and covered Adams, Evelyn's, and Masha. The three of them cried mournfully. Adams knew that if he didn't tell them the truth, they would be killed tragically here. No. It's not like that. No. Adams cried crazily. Forefather Dragon Lizard was surprised, and he lowered his voice. What? We saw that brutal soul. He didn't occupy us. He didn't affect us either. The one he has possessed is right over there. Adams pointed at Audrey's location. Naked eyes couldn't see that area. It's a spatial blind spot. We just got out of it. Wait a minute. Tu Shi shouted. Forefather Dragon Lizard retracted his arms. He hesitated for a while, and then released his soul consciousness at the peak of a mortal realm to search. Then his scarlet eyes brightened. Two strange light shots toward the area Adams had pointed out. Swish! Just like a rock wall or space that eroded, the hidden asteroid and Audrey sitting on it appeared. On the gray-brown asteroid, Audrey was sitting cross-legged. Innumerable souls and ghosts like layers of mountain ranges appeared around her. Above her head, countless dark clouds of souls hovered like black stars. So many departed souls and ghosts were surrounding Audrey while she was wearing a faint, indifferent countenance and had her eyes closed. A minute vortex appeared at her glabella. The vortex was crazily revolving and drawing a lot of souls in it. Adams was so surprised. He thought that Audrey was already possessed and she would be killed soon. At this moment, he didn't feel guilty as he thought that Audrey was already dead. He showed her location, which was also a way to take revenge for her death. A clear soul appeared from the vortex in Audrey's glabella between so many ghosts and departed souls. It was her host's soul. Gotcha, Forefather Dragon Lizard sneered. As soon as he saw the soul, he didn't think too much and raised one hand to strike. Yin suddenly screamed ear-piercingly. Hold on. Forefather Dragon Lizard darkened his face. It's not right. She's not Sing. Tu Shi reacted and pointed at the host soul flying out of the vortex. Her host soul is still alive. She's not possessed. Otherwise, we should have seen Sing's soul there, not her host soul. Forefather Dragon Lizard wasn't ignorant. He had just let his anger control his mind for a while. He was awakened when the other two reminded him. It's not like what we've thought. Tu Shi rubbed his chin and pondered. Don't act rashly. We should wait and see here. After she's done, we will know what happened. Forefather Dragon Lizard thought for a while and then nodded. He didn't hurry to kill Audrey. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Audrey's host's soul vigorously flew out of her labella. It was like a wizard mumbling an incantation that ran directly into people's souls. Tens of thousands of souls floated by her. They were affected by the incantations, and they flew around before entering her head through her glabella. A corner of the soul sea appeared inside the vortex filled with souls. Audrey's host soul was like a fishing net that covered all those souls. A fearsome, massive crocodile suddenly appeared underneath her. Dragon Lizard's face went cold as he tensed instantly. Tu Shi hastily rose his hand to signal Dragon Lizard to calm down. Under the power of Audrey's incantations, the giant crocodile opened its mouth and released brutal souls that it had swallowed. There were 5 out of 7 brutal souls Sing had tamed. Audrey's host soul stimulated them and made them enter the soul sea in her vortex. After the giant crocodile disappeared, many souls floating above Audrey's head suddenly changed into Ming Hong's appearance. Ming Hong, the brutal soul, had a pair of deep and stern eyes as he had his full consciousness. He hovered like a massive ghost behind Audrey and gazed at Dragon Lizard. A soul message was sent to Dragon Lizard. I swallowed Sing alive. Forefather Dragon Lizard was shaken hard. He shouted, What did you just say? I swallowed Sing. He's dead. Ming Hong said, and then opened his mouth. Inside his giant, dark mouth, the others could see pieces of Sing's soul, which slowly melted down into smaller pieces. Oh gosh! Yi Yun screamed in fear. Sing had been brutal and arrogant for so many years. In the end, his brutal soul has swallowed him. That's karma. Tu Shi was also surprised. So, Sing is dead now? Forefather Dragon Lizard wasn't certain. Tu Shi and Yi Yun nodded. Forefather Dragon Lizard sighed, his face awkward. It's good that he's dead. We can save ourselves from a lot of trouble. Otherwise, all the members of the Soul Clan would have thought that they could hunt us down. Yeah, I hope that Sing's death will wake up the Soul Clan. They shouldn't be too frenzied. Tu Shi and Yi Yun exchanged looks as they suddenly felt bitter. They understood the Soul Clan deeper than Forefather Dragon Lizard. They knew that the Soul Clan would never let this slip away easily. However, they didn't want to explain this to Forefather Dragon Lizard. The more the Soul Clan hated the Dragon Lizard clan, the more the Dragon Lizard clan had to depend on their clan. They had to take the same boat as the mysterious Sky Clan. It was the result that they had desired. They didn't discuss more and just watched Audrey and her changes. Chapter 1399, Fortune. Chapter 1399, Fortune. Underscore people were still suspicious. They didn't know why Ming Hong hadn't possessed Audrey after he had swallowed Sing. He let Audrey's host soul stay. It was against his common sense. With his power after swallowing Sing, he could become the leading soul of the 7 brutal souls. If he could take Audrey's body, even though he couldn't get back to his peak of power, at least he could regain his freedom. He wouldn't be bound to this woman. This made them think a lot. But they knew one thing. From now on, Audrey was the brutal soul's new master. The souls that Sing had spent years refining were now her fortune. As long as Audrey wasn't really ignorant, she had the potential to one day reach Sing's level when he was still alive. If Audrey had excellent innate talent, she was going to progress fast, and it was going to be hard to predict her future attainment. The Soul Clan was one of the 7 great clans anyway. Sing was the commander of the Soul Clan, and his understanding of soul power Upanishad was clear and profound. These things now benefited Audrey, and they were great nutrients for her growth. The others looked at Audrey, yearning and complimenting. Who is she? You know her? Forefather Dragon Lizard understood and asked in astonishment. Tu Shirchi and Yi Yun smiled. The kid who came to talk to you about the soul refining cauldron ambush is her man. Yeah, we've met. This little girl is nice too. They are together, explained Yi Yun. Forefather Dragon Lizard understood it now. He suddenly asked, "Oh right, where's that kid? I noticed that a masked woman from the Phantom Clan had chased after him. Why didn't he gather with us?" Listening to him, Tu Shirchi and Adam's group had noticed that. However, after a while, Tu Shirchi got an explanation for this. Perhaps he's afraid that you have some other ideas. Forefather Dragon Lizard understood immediately. After a while, Forefather Dragon Lizard shook his head with a forced smile. I put my hand on my chest and wonder myself. If he were here, it would be really hard to make a choice. He is fused with a wisp of his soul of the absolute beginning creature. If I refined him, I'm sure I would have been able to activate the memory in that soul and get dark energy to break through to the territory ancestor realm. Sigh, I've been stuck in this realm for a long time. I've seen it in my dreams too. He's a key to my breakthrough. He's right. You should stay away from me. I wonder if he can escape that phantom woman. She's really intimidating. In some aspects, she's stronger than Sing. We can fight against Sing equally, but she can subdue us right from the start. If Shi Yin hadn't struck her, we would have been confined in the Snow Lotus now, said Yi Yun. Indeed, we owe him a favor, Tu Shirchi contemplated. Then we should make it up with his woman. We should protect her while she's enhancing her realm and accommodating Sing's power. You guys take care of her. I'm going to find the soul refining cauldron. Perhaps it's still here. Dragon Lizard suddenly thought of an idea. Don't waste your efforts, Tu Shirchi laughed. The soul refining cauldron is a divine weapon from the absolute beginning era. If that Soul Clan expert dares to lend his cauldron, he won't be afraid of losing it. Don't think about it. The tamed divine weapon from the absolute beginning era can feel its master regardless of how far it is. Dragon Lizard hadn't given up on his idea yet. He ignored Tu Shirchi and flew toward his territory. The members of the Dragon Lizard clan slowly emerged from the caves in the sea of asteroids. When the battle began, Forefather Dragon Lizard had used his control power to Dragon Lizard Star to arrange them to safe areas to stay away from the battle. And now, after the battle had ended, Forefather Dragon Lizard called for his fellows. Those people received Forefather Dragon Lizard's orders and scattered to find the soul refining cauldron. They hoped to see this divine weapon from the Soul Clan. Forefather Dragon Lizard landed and closed his eyes to sense. Then, he was shaken when he looked at an asteroid in the distance. That asteroid was shimmering. Although there was no one riding it, it was heading toward the Soul Clan. The asteroid had suppressed energy fluctuations as if they were a warning to anyone who had the guts to come near. Some members of the Dragon Lizard clan saw the flying asteroid. They were moved, so they wanted to stop it. "Get back here, all of you!" Forefather Dragon Lizard screamed and called all of his fellows to get back. With a stern face, he said, "Its owner has it under control now. Don't go there to die." He was filled with fear, indeed. When the territory ancestor expert controlled the absolute beginning divine weapon, it could be very formidable. Since that person didn't use the cauldron to eliminate this area, he would have something that scared him. Perhaps because of the distance, he had to spend more energy for some other reasons. If Dragon Lizard clan members stopped the soul refining cauldron and enraged the others, the Dragon Lizard clan would disappear from this vast sea of stars. Forefather Dragon Lizard understood the situation quickly. Sighing, he returned to the asteroid where Audrey was sitting. Together with Tu Shi and his wife, they watched Audrey. After a long time, Ming Hong, the brutal soul, had also gone into the vortex. Audrey's host soul returned to her soul altar, and the vortex on her forehead disappeared. She finally opened her eyes. "Congratulations," Yuna praised and smiled at her. "With your cultivation base, if you're not disturbed, you will reach third sky of Immortal Realm soon. Haha, this time, you have the biggest fortune. If that kid knows you have such an auspicious chance, he will be very happy for you." Audrey knew what she had. Her cold face beamed strangely. "Thank you." Her host's soul had always paid attention to the surroundings. Thanks to Tu Shi and Yun, Forefather Dragon Lizard didn't kill her. She had thanked them sincerely. "Yeah, I was a little rash. I owe that kid too. If he hadn't broken that Phantom Woman's plan, we couldn't have killed Sing." Forefather Dragon Lizard hesitated for a while and then took out a pellet. He shot that pellet towards Audrey. "It's an immortal pellet. This is because I am thankful to him. I hope that when you see him, you can tell him that I'm sorry. It's true that I did think about killing him to take his soul." Audrey was thrilled. Her shaking fingers wrapped around the magical pellet that had helped Yin enter the immortal realm. She knew that this pellet was made of a level 7 life star with billions of lives on it. Lizard had refined them personally. Also, this pellet was the focus of the Dragon Lizard clan's festival. She had never thought that Forefather Dragon Lizard would give her one. With those souls from Sing, your attainment in the future won't be ordinary. Even now, you're strong enough to defend yourself. In this sea domain of nihility, aside from some dangerous areas, you can travel around, smiled Yun. Audrey held the immortal pellet tight. Her eyes twinkled as if she was considering something. After a while, she nodded to them and said, "See you later." She didn't explain anything or say more to Adams, Masha, before directly flying away. Countless souls moved under her feet and gave her a terrifying aura. Also, her energy fluctuations weren't less than the warriors at Immortal Realm. "Forget it. I think she hates us too." Masha forced a smile. At the critical moment, Adams had pointed Audrey out to save his life. Although he didn't create a hopeless situation for her, Adams' deed was wrong. Masha and the others didn't have the face to go with Audrey. They could only see her leaving. "Here, it's for you." Tusher thought for a while, and then gave Masha a jet black token. "If the Heavenly Eye clan wants to depend on our Mysterious Sky clan, you can take this token to the Mysterious Sky clan. We will accommodate you." Listening to him, Evelyn's, Adams, and Masha were so thrilled. Masha quivered while holding the token. Really? Our Heavenly Eye clan can come to depend on your Mysterious Sky clan? You really want to shelter us?" To give that kid face, Tusher didn't conceal anything and spoke casually. Masha, Evelyn's, and Adam shivered. Then, they looked in the direction Yin had disappeared and thanked him inwardly. Usually, the 7 great clans would only accept second-class clans like the Water Tribe or the Dragon Lizard clan to be their vassals. The Heavenly Eye clan was just a third-class clan. They didn't have the qualifications to depend on the Mysterious Sky clan. If they wanted to do that, they had to be a second-class clan. If they became dependent on the mysterious Sky Clan, they would receive many benefits. Later on, when the Heavenly Eye Clan had some disputes with the other clans, they could use the reputation of the mysterious Sky Clan to scare their opponents. If the Heavenly Eye Clan got into a dangerous situation, they could call the mysterious Sky Clan for help. The mysterious Sky Clan wouldn't just sit and watch them die. They had to protect those people to ensure loyalty from other dependent clans. Even if it wasn't their wish, they could at least ensure that the Heavenly Eye Clan wouldn't be hunted down to the last member. Most of the Heavenly Eye Clan's enemies were the third-class clan. With the mysterious Sky Clan as their background, it was going to be much easier for them to do many things. It had excited them more than having one immortal pellet from Forefather Dragon Lizard. Tu Shiqi's promise was a safety assurance to their entire clan. They were wholeheartedly grateful for Shiyin. They knew that Tu Shiqi appreciated them because he wanted to give Shiyin face. Just a small clan. It's okay if they want to depend on our Dragon Lizard clan. Why do you need to make it so big? Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shiqi landed on Dragon Lizard Star. Forefather Dragon Lizard asked because he couldn't understand Tu Shiqi's motive. Haha, I don't understand. Tu Shiqi smiled. If that kid knows we gave him face, he will have more good impressions of our mysterious Sky Clan. Earning his good impression will be precious in the future. The good impression given to a territory ancestor realm expert will be more important than accommodating 100 Heavenly Eye clans. He still needs to experience a lot to reach the territory ancestor realm. I'm just afraid that he will be killed before he could even reach the bottleneck, snorted Forefather Dragon Lizard.